Beloved soul of infinite worth, as you rest upon your pillow tonight and let your body sink into stillness, know that you have stepped out of the clamor of the world and into a sacred space prepared for you by Infinite Spirit itself. This is no ordinary evening, no common hour of sleep, but a holy appointment with the law of abundance that governs the universe and moves silently, yet unfailingly, toward the fulfillment of your every righteous desire. For tonight, as you listen and drift into the quiet currents of slumber, the gates of wealth swing open, the rivers of supply begin to flow without obstruction, and you are carried gently into the arms of divine provision where fear cannot enter, limitation cannot speak, and doubt dissolves like morning mist before the rising sun. You have come here because something in your spirit knew it was time to lay down every heavy burden you have dragged behind you like chains, time to stop striving in your own strength and begin receiving the miracles that have been waiting for you since the beginning of time. Your presence here is no accident. It is the working of the divine pattern, leading you step by step toward a night of perfect realignment with heavenly law. You may have asked yourself why riches seem delayed, why opportunities slip away, why the answers to prayer seem faint and distant. Tonight, those questions melt into stillness as you realize that Spirit has never withheld a single ounce of good from you. All supply, all health, all love, all success is already completed in divine mind, already bearing your name, already vibrating in your direction. You need only to receive, to relax into the flow of this spiritual current that has been carrying you unseen and unfelt until now. Feel it now, a golden river running beneath your life, constant, unending, never diminished by appearances of lack or struggle. This river is the breath of God's prosperity, the living supply that forms the backbone of your destiny. As you enter this night of miracles, imagine stepping barefoot into its gentle, glowing waters. With every step, fear is washed from your feet, worry is lifted from your shoulders, and the noise of the day fades into holy silence. You are entering a sanctuary where divine law reigns, where your spoken word and your unspoken faith merge into a single radiant decree that summons wealth, favor, and perfect opportunity from every corner of creation. Hear the scripture resounding through eternity. He giveth his beloved sleep. This is not the restless sleep of troubled minds, nor the shallow rest of those who toss and turn in uncertainty. No, this is the blessed, holy sleep of those who are cared for by the infinite, who are cradled in invisible arms of love and abundance. Tonight, as you listen, you are counted among his beloved. Your breath slows, your muscles release their tension, and peace, a peace that surpasses all understanding, settles over you like a warm mantle. Now, beloved, let gratitude rise gently within you, not forced or feigned, but naturally blooming from the soil of your heart as you recognize that you are safe, you are loved, you are provided for. You need not plead, you need not grasp or strain. Simply by being here, you have already answered the call of Spirit to receive. The night itself conspires with divine intelligence to reshape your consciousness, to rewrite every line of limitation, and to impress upon your sleeping mind the radiant truth that wealth is your birthright, abundance your inheritance, and joy your natural state. As you lie here, listening to my voice, imagine a great celestial door before you. It glows softly, carved with symbols of infinite supply, inscribed with promises of lavish blessings prepared for you alone. Beyond that door, rivers of gold sparkle in the moonlight of heaven's favor, overflowing and endless. And you, child of divine light, hold the key, not in your hand, but upon your tongue and within your faith. Tonight, as you rest, that door will swing wide, and the river will pour forth, seeping into your dreams, filling every corner of your subconscious mind with visions of divine plenty. You are no longer standing outside the banquet hall of the Almighty. You are seated at the table, your cup running over, your soul drinking deeply of the eternal feast of provision. This is the night when you stop wandering the desert of lack and step into the promised land of spiritual abundance. This is the night when you awaken, even in sleep, to the truth that you have never been separated from your good. And this is the night when the gates of wealth are opened by the divine decree spoken through this word, flowing gently into your heart, your mind, and your dreams, preparing you to rise with morning light, transformed, empowered, and ready to walk boldly in the riches of spirit that are already yours by divine right. Beloved, as you rest in this holy stillness, I will now draw aside the veil and reveal to you one of the greatest secrets of spiritual law, a mystery so simple and yet so profound that when you fully grasp it, you will never again doubt the divine potential of your nights, for in sleep you do not lose your power. Rather, your power is magnified and multiplied beyond measure. Most of the world has been taught that sleep is merely for bodily rest, for the weary mind to cease its toil for a few fleeting hours before the grind of another day begins. But Spirit has shown me, and I now tell you, that the hours you spend in sleep are not wasted, for they are the hours in which your subconscious mind, free from the noise and distraction of waking thought, stands wide open like fertile soil awaiting the planting of heavenly seed. In your waking hours, beloved, the conscious mind is like a gatekeeper, ever reasoning, doubting, questioning, limiting what the infinite longs to pour into you. This is why so many prayers seem unanswered. The conscious mind utters words of faith, but quickly snatches them away with fear and second-guessing, like a gardener planting a seed only to dig it up again in suspicion. But in sleep, the gatekeeper rests. The conscious mind lies down in quiet surrender, and the subconscious, the great hidden workshop of spirit, takes the reins. Whatever is impressed upon the subconscious while the body sleeps becomes law unto your experience, for it is the subconscious that molds the unseen substance of spirit into the forms you call reality. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Do you see, beloved, that the heart of which Scripture speaks is not the surface thoughts that flit like birds from branch to branch, but the deep, quiet convictions rooted in your subconscious being? The subconscious does not argue. It does not reason. It does not know the difference between truth and falsehood. It simply receives, believes, and creates. If night after night you fall asleep whispering lack, rehearsing defeat, worrying over unpaid bills or hopeless circumstances, the subconscious faithfully builds those images into your world. But tonight, we reverse this law of bondage and replace it with the law of liberty. As you lie here listening to my voice, drifting closer to sleep with each breath, know that this is no ordinary rest. This is a sacred planting season for your soul. Each word of abundance that flows over you is a divine seed carried on the wind of spirit, sinking deep into the rich soil of your subconscious. And because you rest tonight in faith, not fear, these seeds cannot be uprooted by doubt or destroyed by worry. They will sprout and blossom into visible prosperity, multiplying like golden wheat across every field of your life. Imagine now, as your eyelids grow heavier, that your mind is a vast, silent garden under a velvet night sky. The moon of divine wisdom shines down upon it, silver and luminous, while invisible angels walk softly through the rows, planting words of power that glimmer like jewels in the dark earth. Wealth, health, joy, perfect work, right relationships, spiritual dominion. You do not need to strain or labor to make them grow. You do not need to force or beg or wonder how. As surely as the sun rises and the rain falls, these seeds will awaken within you, reaching upward toward manifestation, for spiritual law guarantees their harvest. While your body rests, beloved, your spirit remains in communion with infinite intelligence, receiving wisdom and guidance too great to be fully grasped in the waking mind. Tonight, answers you have sought for months, perhaps years, will be whispered into the quiet chambers of your subconscious. Solutions to every difficulty, open doors to long-desired opportunities, healing for every wound. They flow effortlessly into you as you sleep. By dawn, they are already in motion, and you need only follow the gentle inner nudges of intuition to see them fulfilled. This is why Spirit has led you here, to this very moment, that you may finally cease striving and enter into the ease and certainty of divine law. For while you sleep, abundance is not merely imagined, it is decreed and established. The affirmations that follow through the long watches of the night are not idle words. They are living forces, spiritual currents reshaping the blueprint of your subconscious. As they repeat hour upon hour, they carve new pathways in your inner mind, dissolving the old images of fear, failure, and want, and replacing them with radiant visions of unlimited supply. And so, beloved, as you listen deeper into the night, let every breath be a gentle surrender to this truth. You are safe. You are provided for. You are now the fertile ground in which divine abundance is planted without resistance. Your subconscious is the master builder, and tonight it builds only palaces of prosperity, only temples of health, only gardens of joy. As morning breaks and you awaken to a new day, you will find that your outer world has begun to align itself with the heavenly patterns sown in your sleep. Tonight, the gardener of your subconscious walks hand in hand with infinite spirit, planting miracles that cannot fail. Rest now in this holy certainty, for as you dream, heaven's riches are shaping your tomorrow. Beloved, before you sink fully into the quiet embrace of divine slumber, there is a sacred and necessary act that must take place, for the human mind, weighed down by fears and tangled with doubts, cannot enter the holy courts of abundance while clutching the heavy baggage of struggle. The infinite has not designed you to toil under this yoke of worry, nor to drag through life as though carrying iron chains that bite into your shoulders. Spirit has provided a perfect law of release, a way to lay every burden at the feet of the Christ within and walk free, light as a feather, buoyant as a leaf floating on a golden river of supply. Tonight, before the affirmations begin to flow like waves through your sleeping hours, we cast every care into the consuming fire of divine love, knowing with unshakable certainty that God has already handled what you thought you must wrestle with alone. Close your eyes now and feel the weight you have carried, perhaps for years, stacking upon your chest, pressing against your breath, coiling in your mind like a dark rope of anxiety. You have tried to solve every problem with human reasoning. You have wrestled with bills, health concerns, strained relationships, missed opportunities, and every step forward has seemed to sink into quicksand. Yet the law of spirit is not struggle, but effortless demonstration. What you cannot achieve through human might is already finished in divine wisdom, awaiting only your release of it. This is what I mean when I say, cast the burden on the Christ within. This is not a mere phrase or poetic image. It is the exact spiritual mechanism by which the invisible transforms into visible good. Now imagine, beloved, that you stand before the throne of infinite spirit, radiant with light, surrounded by celestial calm. At your feet, you see the sacks and chains of every worry you have carried, debts piled high, old memories of failure, fear of loss, unspoken shame, and every thought of not enough that has haunted your days and nights. These burdens have no true substance. They are illusions of mortal belief, yet they have felt heavy indeed. In this holy moment, reach down and gather them, not one or two, but all of them. You will not need to hold them long, for as soon as you place them upon the altar of spirit, they will vanish, burned away by the fire of divine power. Say softly with me now, I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free. Speak it again, and with each repetition, feel the weight shifting from your shoulders to the infinite arms of Spirit, who never wearies, who never falters, who has already resolved every entanglement of your life before you even named it a problem. Whisper it once more. I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free. As you speak these words, watch in your mind's eye as the sacks of worry crumble into dust, as chains fall to the ground and melt away into nothingness. Hear the echo of their fall resound like a bell of freedom through the halls of your inner being. See yourself standing tall now, unencumbered, light as radiant mist, clothed in the shimmering garment of divine assurance. For when you cast the burden truly, when you release it not partially but fully, there is nothing left to carry. The infinite has taken it up, transformed it, dissolved every knot, and replaced every shadow with light. Now, beloved, picture wings, golden, luminous wings of abundance, unfurling from your back as you are lifted high above the problems that once bound you. You are no longer entangled in the struggle of appearances. You soar in the realm of spiritual truth, where supply is infinite and perfect harmony reigns. From this vantage, you see clearly that lack never had power, fear never had dominion, and no earthly circumstance has ever held your true self captive. You are free, free as spirit intended from the beginning, free to receive without hindrance the flow of divine wealth and provision. With every breath you take now, release tension from your body. Feel the muscles of your neck, shoulders, and chest unwind like ropes loosening. Let your breath deepen, slow and steady, as though inhaling peace itself and exhaling every last remnant of resistance. Say within your heart, Infinite Spirit handles this perfectly. I do not struggle. I do not strive. I rest in divine accomplishment. This is not escapism, it is the highest realism, for divine mind has already solved what the human mind calls impossible. Spirit has already opened the way where no way appeared, and because you have cast the burden, you no longer block the manifestation of your good with doubt and effort. You float now, beloved, upon invisible currents of divine abundance, lifted gently on wings of light that carry you to heights of effortless demonstration. There is no longer a barrier between you and your good. There is no labor to reach it. Spirit brings it forth by grace, perfect and whole. And as you rest tonight, the affirmations you hear will not struggle against the chains of fear, for they have been broken. They will not contend with the noise of worry, for it has been silenced. The soil of your subconscious mind is now cleared, ready to receive the golden seeds of wealth and plenty that shall grow without resistance into a harvest that astounds you. Say it with me one last time, slowly, as though engraving it into your soul. I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free. Feel its truth resonate like a bell ringing through every fiber of your being. The chains are gone, the struggle is ended. You are now fully open to the riches of spirit, flowing freely and abundantly into your life under grace and in perfect ways. Beloved, now that you have released every burden and floated high above the weights of mortal fear and limitation, the soil of your soul is ready for the great decree of abundance that shall swing open the gates of divine supply and pour forth treasures that have been prepared for you since before the world began. Spiritual law is precise and perfect. It cannot fail, and it does not delay. The instant you align your spoken word with divine truth, the invisible gates that seemed locked for years fly wide without effort, and rivers of plenty stream toward you from all directions. This is the mystery that few have understood. Heaven does not make you struggle or strive for what is already yours. It simply waits for your decree, for your voice to sound in harmony with infinite mind, and then all of creation responds like a mighty orchestra rising in perfect pitch to fulfill the command. I tell you now, beloved, with all the power of divine authority flowing through these words, your decree is law. When you speak tonight with unwavering faith, your word carries the weight of heaven itself. It is like a royal seal pressed into wax, irrevocable and eternal. Spirit cannot resist it because it is Spirit speaking through you. This is not human will, not ego's attempt to force results. This is divine agreement, your tongue becoming one with the creative word that spoke the universe into being. Infinite Spirit, you say, and every unseen angel bows to answer. Open the way for my great abundance, and instantly, unseen pathways clear, obstructions dissolve, hidden channels unlock, and what belongs to you by divine right begins moving toward you in ways so marvelous, so effortless that you will know only grace could have arranged them. Now, in this holy stillness, repeat after me in your heart or upon your lips if you feel it rise within you. Infinite Spirit, open the way for my great abundance. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. Speak it slowly, as though every syllable were a key turning in a heavenly lock, as though each word were striking a golden bell that echoes across unseen realms, calling your good to you from every corner of existence. Again, with more certainty, Infinite Spirit, open the way for my great abundance. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. Feel the truth of it vibrating through your entire being. Imagine the gates of divine supply before you, massive, resplendent, encrusted with jewels of infinite promise, and watch as they creak and swing wide, not with resistance but with joy, for they were always meant to open at your command. Beyond them, behold vast rivers of gold and silver light, shimmering fields of provision, treasures stored up for you, untouched by time or circumstance. This is no fantasy. This is the unseen reality that your decree now brings into view. The vault of heaven is never locked against you, only your silence has delayed it. But tonight, beloved, your voice shatters every barrier. Now let us speak the affirmations of divine wealth, not timidly, but as one who knows their throne and crown in spirit. God is my unfailing supply. Pause, breathe deeply, let it sink into you. Riches flow to me under grace. Pause again, imagine a golden river pouring into your hands. I walk in the light of divine wealth. Pause, feel yourself clothed in radiant abundance. Repeat them once more, this time with the tone of victory, as though you already see the evidence before your waking eyes. God is my unfailing supply. Riches flow to me under grace. I walk in the light of divine wealth. As these words flow over you, imagine a great vault before you, sealed for ages, now unlocking with a mighty click. Its doors swing wide to reveal rivers of gold spilling out, streams of jewels and treasures cascading like waterfalls, and every drop, every coin, every radiant jewel belongs to you by divine right, not borrowed, not begged for, but eternally yours, waiting for this moment of decree. You do not snatch or hoard, you simply receive, for Spirit delights in giving freely to its beloved child. Hear this clearly. What you decree tonight will echo through the halls of your subconscious, resounding in your dreams, and by dawn and in the days to come, it will return multiplied in your waking reality. You have spoken the law into motion, and the law cannot fail. Your words have been stamped upon the unseen fabric of creation, and they will weave into form everything you have called forth. Now, beloved, as you feel the power of these decrees washing through your being like a rising tide, let peace settle in again. You have spoken. You have commanded. Spirit has heard and is already moving in unseen ways to bring forth your good. There is nothing more to force, nothing to strain for. Divine law is already at work. Rest now in the quiet certainty that abundance flows to you like mighty rivers, unending and unstoppable, under grace and in perfect ways. The vault is open, the gates are lifted, and your soul walks freely in the wealth of heaven, now and forevermore. Beloved soul, you have heard and spoken words of eternal truth, and now the golden gates of divine abundance stand wide open before you. The decree has gone forth, and the unseen rivers of wealth and supply are already flowing to meet you. Nothing can halt them, nothing can diminish them, nothing can delay them. For the word has been spoken and heaven has answered. And now, as you prepare to drift fully into holy rest, it is time to let go of all effort, all thinking, all doing, and enter the vast ocean of Spirit's renewing sleep where miracles take root and manifest without strain. Breathe deeply now, slowly, as though inhaling peace itself from the throne of the infinite. Let the breath move through you like a gentle tide, cleansing every cell, washing away every last fragment of resistance. With every exhale, release whatever faint shadow of fear or doubt may linger. Let it dissolve into nothingness as it leaves your body, vanishing into the endless, radiant light of divine love. There is nothing left for you to fix, nothing left to figure out. Spirit has already handled it all. You are now in the perfect place to receive the continual stream of spoken affirmations that will cradle your subconscious mind throughout the night. They will echo softly, rhythmically, hour after hour, like gentle waves lapping against the shores of your inner being. These affirmations are not empty sounds. They are living currents of divine law, reshaping your inner patterns, saturating your thoughts, and aligning your entire being with the great flow of wealth and provision. Feel yourself lying upon a great river of golden light, floating effortlessly upon its surface. The stars of divine wisdom shine above you, angels keep watch silently at your side, and infinite spirit speaks through every word you will hear tonight, planting seeds of riches, peace, and perfect right action into the fertile soil of your subconscious mind. You do not need to guide this process or hold on to a single thought. The work is already done, and you are simply the beloved receiver of heaven's abundance. In this holy stillness, hear my final words before you sink fully into the long stream of affirmations. Rest now. Let every word that follows sink deep into your heart and mind like golden rain. While you sleep, every cell of your body, every corner of your mind, every layer of your soul will be re-scripted by divine truth. You will awaken renewed, refreshed, and rich in the consciousness of supply. God's wealth surrounds you, flows through you, and manifests for you in endless ways. Sleep now in perfect peace, knowing that the kingdom is already yours. Breathe again, slowly and deeply, letting peace fill you like a warm, radiant light spreading from your chest to your entire body. With each passing moment, you float deeper into a sea of divine rest, completely safe, completely loved, completely abundant. The voice of Spirit will continue to speak through the night, gently weaving these affirmations into your dreams, and when you rise, you will walk in a world transformed by grace, fully aligned with the wealth and blessings that have always belonged to you. Now rest, beloved. The work is done. Infinite Spirit cradles you as you sleep. Let go, drift, and receive, for divine abundance is yours now and forevermore. Stop. Whatever you are doing, stop. I speak not to your reasoning mind, nor to your fear, nor to the part of you that still believes wealth is earned through toil and tears. I speak to your soul, which has known all along. You were never meant to struggle for money. You were meant to speak to it. Money is not your master. It is not your opponent. It is not a finish line at the end of suffering. It is your obedient servant, awaiting your command. When the tongue aligns with truth, money obeys, not slowly, not someday, not after worthiness has been proven, but instantly, joyfully, and without resistance. One sentence, spoken in spiritual authority, turns lack into overflow. One sentence, when drenched in divine recognition, bends the seen and the unseen. I say it now with power. Money is not my master. It is my obedient servant. This is not poetry. This is not metaphor. This is law, divine law, irrefutable, eternal, perfect. And it is ready to work for you. The law I speak of is older than your doubt, older than your bank account, older than fear itself. It is the law of the spoken word, coupled with the law of instant manifestation. The moment the decree is pure, the moment the tone carries faith instead of fear, heaven responds, "Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee." That is not suggestion. It is legal authority in the court of spirit. When a king speaks, the word becomes law. When a beggar speaks, the wind ignores him. Which voice do you wear when you speak of money? Do you murmur like a victim or decree like a victor? Money does not respond to hope. It responds to command. You may have tried visualizing, affirming, hoping, praying. But if your voice wavers, if your tone trembles, if your word is dipped in doubt, then all your declarations collapse like paper against steel. You must speak not to the problem, but into the atmosphere, as if the problem never existed. That is the great secret. You do not move money by describing your lack. You move it by announcing your rank. Imagine a well-trained animal. It does not move because you need it to. It moves because you issued a clear, confident, consistent command. It hears tone, it hears posture, it hears certainty. So does money. If you say, "Please come," money will hesitate. If you say, "I don't know how," money will reflect your confusion. But when you say, "I command it now," with the conviction of heaven behind you, all of creation hears and obeys. Say it with me again. Money is not my master, it is my obedient servant. Let the old theology collapse. Let the gospel of effort die. Let the law of divine alignment rise in you now. Now we speak the sentence, not as a chant, not as a wish, not as an experiment, but as a verdict, as a spiritual ruling passed down from the throne of dominion. The sentence is this: money, I now speak to you. You are divine substance, and you obey my voice. Let no one rush past these words. Let no seeker dare dilute their power. These are not poetic flourishes to entertain the mind. They are holy instructions for commanding matter through spirit. For wealth is not a number, but a vibration. It is not paper, but presence. It is not earned, but declared. The tongue is the key, and this sentence turns the lock. Let me show you why this sentence works. First, it names money rightly. Not as a human master, not as a wicked temptation, not as an idol to fear, but as what it truly is: divine substance. It is not from banks. It is not from bosses. It is not from clients or contracts or economic conditions. It is divine. It is spiritual. It is born from the invisible realm of law, shaped by voice, and formed through the mold of consciousness. Until you call it divine, you will always fear it. Until you call it obedient, you will always chase it. Second, this sentence removes personification. You do not ask money how it feels. You do not wonder if it will cooperate. You do not shrink before its silence. You command it. You speak to it as a master speaks to a tool. You do not romanticize a hammer. You lift it and strike. So it is with money. You do not worship it. You direct it. And third, this sentence asserts spiritual control. Not through emotion, not through desperation, not through strained begging, but through clear, calm, unshakable authority. This is not theater. This is alignment. This is the tone of the soul that remembers who it is. You are not a hopeful borrower in a long line at the gate of provision. You are the gate. You are the word that opens it. You are the voice that names the amount, declares the timing, and commands its obedience. So now we practice, not just once, but with rhythm, with breath, with the stillness of law behind every word. Breathe in fully. Let the breath reach down to your belly. For shallow breath is the signature of fear, but deep breath is the foundation of certainty. Now, on your next exhale, speak with me slowly and without apology. Money, I now speak to you. You are divine substance, and you obey my voice. Again. Money, I now speak to you. You are divine substance, and you obey my voice. And once more, with every cell in agreement, with your inner court silent before your decree. Money, I now speak to you. You are divine substance, and you obey my voice. This is not performance. This is law. This is not magic. This is dominion. Speak it daily. Speak it before looking at numbers. Speak it before signing contracts. Speak it before checking balances. Speak it until the world bends. Speak it until matter moves. Speak it until the room feels different and your atmosphere shifts from survival to surplus. Speak it not as a suggestion, but as the sentence that shifts all reality. Let us now destroy the idol of hustle, the illusion of strain, the grinding myth that has worn saints down to their bones and taught the spiritually royal to live like beggars. For too long, humanity has labored under the lie that money is made by sweat, that value must bleed out of the brow, that abundance is earned only through sacrifice and exhaustion and the brutal badge of effort. But I tell you now, this is not divine law, it is human programming. This is not spiritual truth, it is carnal hypnosis, and you must decide today whether you will serve hustle or serve harmony, whether you will cling to the sweat-soaked creed of the world or enter the peaceful current of the kingdom, where money comes by decree, not by distress, where wealth flows by vibration, not calculation, where spiritual substance answers voice, not effort, not education, not experience, not endless striving. We begin by replacing the language of bondage with the language of alignment. No longer shall you say, I have to hustle, for the word hustle implies that wealth is elusive, that supply is suspicious, that money is hiding and must be chased down with brute force and anxious cunning. But money is not hiding, it is listening. Money is not a fugitive, it is a soldier awaiting instruction. So we say instead, I have to harmonize. I align with the current of divine flow. I get in rhythm with the law that governs increase. I move with the melody of spiritual abundance, and I let it carry me. When I speak in tune with truth, supply comes not with a fight, but with ease. No longer shall you say, I earn it. This phrase must be torn from your vocabulary like a weed from a garden. It is the chant of the spiritually amnesiac, the mantra of those who have forgotten that all things are given freely to the one who remembers their inheritance. Replace it immediately with, I align with it. Money is not earned, it is permitted. It is not achieved, it is received. And it cannot find you if your speech betrays a consciousness of toil. You do not earn sunlight. You open the curtain. You do not earn gravity. You surrender to its pull. So it is with divine supply. You do not earn it by labor. You receive it by law. And now I cancel every whisper, every inner echo, every generational sermon that said, money is hard. It is not. Money is obedient. Money is responsive. Money is malleable in the hands of the one who speaks with authority. Declare it with me now. Money is obedient. I am the voice it obeys. Say it again until your nervous system believes it, until your ancestors shout in your bloodstream, until every neural groove that worshipped hard labor is overwritten by grace. Money is obedient. I am the voice it obeys. Visualize it now. Truly see it with your inner eye. A contract written in the old tongue of effort, written in sweat and fear and exhaustion, written by your parents, your teachers, your childhood, signed in silence by your younger self. And now, in your imagination, I hand you the pen. I hand you the fire. Tear it, burn it, dissolve it in the presence of spiritual truth. Watch the ash of that false agreement drift away as you speak the new covenant. I now sign my name to ease. I now enter contract with overflow. I now decree that wealth comes not through suffering, but through spiritual symmetry. You are not a workhorse. You are a commander. You are not a laborer in the field of striving. You are a mouthpiece of divine multiplication. Let the labor illusion fall. Let the hustle god die. Let your hands rest and your word rise. The great error of man is not in his desire for wealth, but in his position toward it. He speaks as the seeker. He speaks as the outsider. He speaks as one knocking at a door he does not believe he has the right to enter. And so his voice is faint. His words are riddled with permission-seeking tones. His declarations end in question marks. And the substance of wealth, waiting like a soldier to be instructed, hears no clear command and thus remains still, unmoved, unassigned. But I say to you, rise now in consciousness, for you were never meant to speak as the one who is hoping. You were born to speak as the one who is hosting divine supply. You are not a beggar before the gates of wealth. You are the gate. You are the voice. You are the mouth through which heaven invades the material. You are the sender, not the seeker. You are the decree, not the doubt. And so I give you the command. Speak not from hunger. Speak from heaven. Speak not as the mouth of your bank balance, but as the oracle of divine law. Say with me now, I no longer ask. I authorize, let that sentence rise in you until it changes your posture, until your shoulders lift, until your breath slows with certainty, until the words stop trembling out of your mouth like requests and begin roaring out of your soul like rulings. For your silence is not humility, it is delay. Your timidity is not holiness, it is disobedience to divine law. You were made in the image of a God who speaks galaxies into form. You were made in the image of a Christ who said to the storm, "Peace, be still," and the wind obeyed. And if you are made in that image, your voice must now reflect that same divine certainty. I challenge you now, not tomorrow, not after the next paycheck, not when the anxiety subsides, but now, to stop echoing the contents of your bank account and start echoing the contents of the kingdom. Stop quoting your expenses and start quoting your inheritance. Stop reporting the lack and start reporting the law. Stop praying as one who is trying to be chosen and start decreeing as one who has already been crowned. The only difference between the one who stays broke and the one who multiplies wealth is not talent, not timing, not intelligence, but tone, authority, voice. One speaks as the applicant, the other speaks as the appointer. And the substance of money does not move for applicants. It moves for appointers. Money does not respond to supplication. It responds to summoning. Money does not rise for requests. It rises for rulings. Say this with me now, not from theory, not from curiosity, but from truth that you feel even now rising in your spine. I am not applying for money. I am appointing it. Say it again. I am not applying for money. I am appointing it. And say it again until your voice deepens, until the false humility shatters, until the consciousness of wealth takes up residence in your tone. I am not applying for money. I am appointing it. You are not here to chase money. You are here to channel it. You are not here to beg for overflow. You are here to authorize its release. And every time you speak from source, the entire structure of the unseen bends to bring into form what your voice has permitted. This is not arrogance, it is alignment. This is not delusion, it is dominion. And the world will tell you to be realistic, but I tell you, speak from revelation, for revelation is the only realism recognized in the kingdom. Stand up, lift your head, command with clean tones. Speak from within the treasury of divine abundance. For you are not outside the gate. You are the one heaven has appointed to unlock it with your voice. Now speak these words with me, not as if repeating a mantra, hoping to convince yourself, but as one who recognizes that the moment your tongue moves in rhythm with divine truth, the invisible forces of wealth, increase, and supernatural order rearrange themselves to obey, because divine law is not slow, nor is it forgetful, nor is it hypothetical. It is immediate, living spiritual fire, and your voice is the match that lights the altar of manifestation. Let your breath steady, let your spirit stand upright, and say these with full voltage, full faith, and full finality. Money recognizes my voice. It does not hesitate when I speak. It does not delay when I declare. It hears the frequency of faith woven into the fabric of my words, and it moves because I move. It comes because I call. It answers because I have ceased to whisper and begun to roar. Money recognizes my voice because my voice is backed by law, and law is never ignored. Money is not confused about its instructions. It does not wait to be earned. It waits to be spoken to. And I am speaking now. I speak as the one heaven trusts to govern gold. I command increase, and it obeys. I do not suggest it. I do not beg for it. I do not hope that it finds me someday, somehow, by accident or by the pity of fate. No, I command it, as the rightful heir of all things divine, as the legally authorized mouthpiece of abundance, as the voice who carries the echo of Eden's original design. I command increase, and because I have removed every fearful tone from my mouth, Because I have stopped asking the wind and started ordering the waves, it obeys. Not tomorrow, not eventually, but now. It obeys now. I am not chasing, I am choosing. I no longer run behind opportunity, panting with desperation and shame. I sit in the seat of dominion, and I choose what belongs to me. I choose what aligns with spiritual law. I choose overflow, not because I need it, but because I am the one appointed to distribute it with clean hands and a commanding voice. I am not a spiritual orphan seeking scraps. I am the beloved steward whose voice reshapes the treasury. My word governs my wealth. Not the economy, not the algorithm, not the stock market or the salary range or the predictions of financial analysts or the fears of my past. My word governs my wealth. It builds the structure. It assigns the flow. It calls the numbers. It opens the vaults. It writes the checks. It multiplies what exists and manifests what has not yet been seen. My word governs my wealth because my word is in alignment with divine law, and divine law never returns void. Now speak these affirmations again, slowly, truthfully, and with the boldness of one who knows. You are not repeating words, you are shifting reality. Now stop, breathe, let your soul catch up to the sound you just released. Because this is no longer a theory you're entertaining or a curiosity you're testing. This is now a spiritual engagement, a divine transaction, an invisible covenant being forged between your word and your world, between what you declare and what dares to appear, between your mouth and the miracle it has just magnetized. This is not just a video, and this is not just a teaching. This is an altar of agreement, and your voice is the offering placed upon it, burning with sacred fire, sending up smoke signals to the unseen realms that one of God's own has remembered her power, remembered his law, remembered the ancient truth, that your wealth is not out there waiting, it is in here, sleeping, until your voice awakens it. So I ask you now, not as a passive viewer, but as a participant in divine dominion. Have you ever dared to speak to money like a master, not a servant? Have you ever opened your mouth with no apology, no doubt, no hesitation, and declared, out loud, with all authority, that you are not waiting for wealth to like you, to approve you, to slowly make its way into your account, but that you are the one who commands it, who hosts it, who assigns it, and who multiplies it by decree? Have you ever treated your voice like the vault it truly is, like the ignition key to the treasury of spirit? If so, then this moment is your public declaration. Write it below. Declare it in the comments like you mean it. Say, I just gave money a command. Not a wish, not a weak hope, a command. And if this lit something in you, if the fire has started to crackle in the corner of your soul, then subscribe and return here daily. Because this is not a one-time activation. This is vocal dominion training. This is how you become unshakable, undeniable, and unfailingly funded by the voice of truth. Everything in the universe operates by law, unseen, unstoppable, unfailing law. And the law I now bring before your soul is the law of divine agreement, the metaphysical principle that nothing comes into being, nothing manifests, nothing becomes visible until it has been agreed upon in the invisible realm, until two forces, your word and divine truth, come together and say the same thing, until heaven and earth shake hands through the bridge of your voice, until the truth that is always waiting finds a voice bold enough to give it permission to become flesh. It is written, if two of you shall agree on earth as touching anything they shall ask, it shall be done for them. Matthew 18:19. And while many believe this refers to two people agreeing in prayer, I tell you now, with the full weight of spiritual law, that the most potent agreement is not between two bodies, but between your external voice and your internal belief, between what you speak aloud and what your subconscious silently echoes. Your word must not only be declared, but echoed in the silent chambers of your inner temple. You must not just speak prosperity from your lips. You must remove every whisper of contradiction from the basement of your soul. You must become the second witness to your own decree. The law of divine agreement demands that your inner and outer world say the same thing. Your conscious command and your subconscious expectation must marry in truth, or the seed will not sprout, the vault will not open, the flow will not begin. Your doubt is not neutral, it is spiritual interference. Your hesitation is not harmless, it is a silent veto. And your fear is not passive, it is an unauthorized cosigner on the check of your life. So I ask you now, not with sentiment, but with sacred urgency, what have you been agreeing with in silence? Have you allowed the voice of fear to sit beside your affirmations and nod along? Have you declared increase aloud while secretly expecting delay? Have you said, I receive with your mouth, but said, it won't happen with your hidden mental script? You cannot serve two voices. You cannot water the seeds of overflow while rehearsing the weather forecast of famine in your mind. The soil will spit out contradiction. The spirit will not honor confusion. The law does not bend to double-minded declarations. You must agree within and without, above and below, morning and night. So this is the charge. Align your entire being to the truth you are speaking. Let no cell in your body disagree. Let no part of you remain loyal to lack. If you speak, then let your spine agree. Let your breath agree. Let your bank agree. Let your schedule agree. Let your gaze and your posture and your expectation agree. And when that alignment is reached, when the tuning fork of your spirit resonates without static, then heaven rushes to confirm, money rushes to appear, substance begins to gather, and what was spoken begins to shape itself around you in visible, tangible, irreversible supply. Now listen closely, for this is the pivot point where most fall back into the trap of visible facts, where they rehearse the numbers they see instead of releasing the numbers they are called to create, where they describe lack with great precision, but forget they were never assigned to report the appearance. They were anointed to rewire it with their word, to override it with their decree, to address the number not as a fixed reality, but as a servant of their vibration, a blank figure awaiting instruction from a master consciousness, a shapeless mist waiting to be commanded into form. If you have $7 in your account and you say with trembling voice, I only have $7, you have just cast your vote for stagnation. You have stamped that amount with permanence. You have anointed it with power it never possessed. Because you did not speak to it, you spoke about it, and there is no spiritual authority in commentary, only in command. You must stop narrating the balance and start addressing it like a territory waiting to be filled. You must say, this account now receives divine increase. This number now multiplies under grace. This figure expands to match my spiritual inheritance. Do not say, I hope it grows. Say, I decree expansion now. Say, divine substance, fill this space. Say, I assign wealth to this account. Say, money, obey my voice and pour into this balance in perfect order, divine surplus, and visible confirmation. If you speak about the number, you give it the power to reflect the past. But when you speak to the number, you authorize it to mirror your next reality. Let me tell you the truth that changed everything for a woman I once knew. She came to me with tears in her voice, panic in her breath, and a story that began with, I've only got 14 cents. That was the number in her account. 14 cents, and a wall of bills, and a mountain of fear. But I did not comfort her in that number. I did not teach her how to stretch it. I taught her to speak to it. I said, you will bless that account. You will thank divine substance for its presence. You will not curse it. You will not describe it. You will command it. And she did. Every morning and every night she said, this 14 cents now multiplies under the law of spiritual substance. My account is filled with divine surplus. I do not count coins, I count on God. And on the third day, a check arrived, unexpected, unsolicited, a divine surprise, and her 14 became 4,000, and her voice became a vault, and her fear became praise. So I ask you now, will you be the next one to stop describing and start decreeing? Will you open your banking app not with dread, but with dominion? Will you look at the number on the screen and remember that it is not the truth? It is the echo of past belief? Will you speak to it like a sculptor speaks to stone, not by explaining what it is, but by commanding what it shall become? Will you say, "This number is now flooded with divine deposits. This balance now reflects heaven's math. This figure now bends to the law of my voice. I do not echo the number, I rewrite it." Money is not loyal to the past, it is loyal to your present decree. Speak not about what you see, speak to it as one who owns the vaults of heaven. For your mouth is the manager of your money, and your word is the architect of your increase. And every number you see is just a servant waiting for orders, so give them. There is a secret root that hides beneath so many mouths that speak of money, a hidden vine of fear that twists around the tongue and chokes the decree before it can take form, a fear not of lack, but of increase, not of being broke, but of being blessed beyond measure, not of having too little, but of handling too much. And that fear is subtle, cloaked in spiritual-sounding language, disguised as humility, wrapped in generational guilt, and inherited from voices who told you somewhere along the way that wealth was dangerous, too loud, too prideful, too much to carry without slipping, that money would corrupt your soul or stain your innocence or turn your heart away from God. And because of these silent imprints, you declared abundance with your mouth while fearing it with your nervous system. You wrote affirmations with your hand while bracing for judgment in your chest. You visualized overflow, but flinched at the image of yourself actually holding it. But hear me now, and hear me deeply. Spirit never withholds increase from you. Your own hidden fear does, and that fear is not holy, not virtuous, not protective. It is deception in disguise. It is sabotage dressed as caution. It is the inner saboteur posing as your conscience, whispering things like, "What if I can't manage it? What if people resent me? What if I lose myself in the process?" But let us now speak fire to those lies. Let us cancel them with the breath of truth. For you are not a fraud in overflow. You are a steward of divine inheritance. You are not unworthy of more. You are assigned to receive, multiply, and circulate good in the world. You are not too fragile for financial elevation. You are the exact vessel heaven crafted to carry surplus with spiritual strength and holy responsibility. Now say this with me, in rhythm and in revelation. I erase the inner fear of wealth. I cancel the agreement with not enough. I remove the shame that once wrapped itself around money. I am safe with abundance. I am trusted with overflow. I am called to carry riches with clarity, humility, and divine power. Speak it again. Speak it until the knots untie. Speak it until your nervous system stops flinching. Speak it until the body of your past finally bows to the authority of your voice. Now close your eyes for a moment and see it with me. You, standing before an enormous vault door, not locked, not guarded, but open, wide, silent, waiting. Waiting for you not to knock, but to step forward, not to ask permission, but to walk in. You see stacks of divine provision, contracts, checks, houses, investments, opportunities, and instead of shrinking, you feel calm, grounded, tall. You do not run, you do not stutter, you do not hide, you speak. You say, "I receive this, I was made for this." I do not panic in the presence of blessing, I preside over it. I do not tremble before treasure, I govern it. This is my birthright, and I no longer apologize for wearing it. Let that image become your new default. Let that feeling of peace in the presence of wealth become your new nervous system signature. Let that calm, clear, centered posture become your spiritual muscle memory. Because you must know this: you were never meant to be overwhelmed by overflow. You were meant to be anchored in it. You were never meant to fear large amounts. You were designed to assign them. You were never meant to whisper around wealth. You were born to speak it into proper place. And so the fear must go. The guilt must dissolve. The shame must be washed clean in the river of truth. You are not a beggar who stumbled into blessing. You are a divine authority who finally remembered your inheritance. Now stand tall, breathe deep, and say aloud, Spirit trusts me with large amounts. Heaven has no fear about my wealth, so I have none either. I no longer fear the more, I manage it. I no longer fear the millions, I multiply them. I no longer fear the harvest, I gather it. In me, money finds its right place, and in me, abundance is safe. There comes a moment where the soul must graduate from asking into commanding, from hoping into declaring, from tiptoeing around divine provision into speaking directly to it with the voice of one who has authority, not borrowed, not begged for, not inherited from another human voice, but granted by spiritual law itself. Because money, my dear, does not obey need, it obeys voice. It does not move for desperation, it moves for declaration. And it does not rearrange itself for silence. It responds to the command of the one who finally remembered their role as spiritual initiator, not material victim. This is the moment where you stop calling yourself unlucky, where you stop apologizing for wanting more, where you stop rehearsing the story of, it's not coming yet, and instead, you stand tall in your God-given dominion, and you command the inflow, not as one who is entitled, but as one who is empowered by divine covenant. You must begin to speak to your inflow as you would to a room of employees who have fallen asleep on the job, not with rage, but with authority, not with fear, but with finality, not with doubt, but with a voice so clear it parts the atmosphere. You must say, I give money no option but to arrive. You must say, all channels are now open to me. Every divine appointment, every unseen avenue, every overdue opportunity, every delayed contract, awaken now and obey my word. You must begin to treat your spoken decree as an issuing of spiritual payroll, because heaven does not respond to your emotional frustration, it responds to your vibrational instruction. Speak now, not as one waiting for permission, not as one hoping for scraps, but as one who has stood before the throne of truth and heard these words. Ask, and it is given. Speak, and it shall be done. Decree a thing, and it shall be established. This is not poetry. This is not metaphor. This is law. This is how the unseen is moved into the seen. This is how spiritual energy becomes visible form. This is how divine substance turns into money in your account. But it will not come because you cried. It will not come because you feared. It will not come because you explained your need again and again. It will come because you finally understood the command structure of the kingdom, because you spoke not as a passive recipient, but as a priest of provision, as a general of goodness, as a steward of overflow who does not stutter when ordering what heaven already assigned them. So I ask you now, and I do not ask softly, will you speak as if overflow is owed to you by divine inheritance? Or will you keep speaking like one applying for a miracle instead of activating it? Will you speak with the confidence of covenant, or will you continue hoping your tone will someday sound right to God? Will you use your mouth as an open wound or a spiritual invoice? Because let me tell you, one carries pain, the other carries payment. One keeps you rehearsing lack, the other builds you a ledger of increase, and one delays what was already yours, while the other commands it into your hand now. Say it with me, and do not whisper. Money, I command you now, flow to me in divine order. Arrive in full supply, manifest by spiritual law. I give you no option but obedience. I remove all resistance. I speak, and you obey. I decree, and you respond. My word is your master key. Again, I give money no option but to arrive. I no longer stutter. I no longer apologize. I no longer fear. I speak with the fire of divine authority, and the gates of wealth must open under my voice. Now breathe, feel the shift in the air, feel the atmosphere around you tremble with attention, because your decree just entered the archives of spiritual instruction, and heaven is not confused by it. It is commanded by it. You didn't just speak poetry, you issued payroll. You didn't just hope aloud, you exercised law. You didn't just play with sound, you pulled levers in the unseen. And now, the inflow has no choice but to answer. Let the affirmations now rise, not from your lips alone, but from your belly, from the throne room of your inner temple, from that sacred dimension within where no fear can breathe, where no past failure can echo, where no false authority holds rank, where only truth reigns and only law governs, and where your voice is not a passive instrument of feeling, but an activated rod of command. Because when I say affirm these words, I do not mean whisper them as a ritual. I mean thunder them through every cell of your being until your bones believe, until your breath adjusts to wealth frequency, until your bank account becomes irrelevant because you already moved in spiritual credit. Say it now. I give money divine instruction, not casual suggestion, not polite request, instruction, divine instruction, backed by the authority of spirit, sent out like a decree sealed with fire and holiness, landing not in fantasy but in invisible law, where it immediately begins to rearrange the energetic landscape of your reality. This is not fiction. This is how form bends to faith, how vibration becomes visible. Say, I magnetize wealth by my decree, not through strategy, not through struggle, not through some new tactic that manipulates the outer world, but through the decree that vibrates from divine alignment, because wealth is not pulled through fear, it is magnetized through spiritual certainty, and your word is the magnet, your tone is the force field, your repetition is the current that calls supply from silence into substance. Now say, the unseen rearranges itself at my command. And do not speak it as though you are guessing. Speak it as one who has stood at the edge of lack and shouted abundance into the void and watched it obey. Speak it as one who has stared down delay and refused to blink. Speak it as one who does not wait for the world to change, but whose word changes the world. And now, say this final phrase slowly, with fire and finality. My tongue is the lever that opens all vaults. Not some vaults, not once in a while. All vaults, all gates, all doors, all financial pathways, all client contracts, all investments, all divine assignments marked with your name. Your tongue opens them because your tongue is not flesh and blood. It is spiritual weapon. It is legal key. It is architect's tool. It is divine hammer. Your tongue opens what others think is locked because you were never meant to beg at the gates of provision. You were always meant to command them. Do you feel it? The rhythm? The current? The heat in your spine and the clearing in your chest? That is not emotion. That is evidence. The shift is real. The rearrangement has begun. The vault has heard your voice. Now that the decree has been spoken, now that the tongue has been loosed in truth, now that the atmosphere has been pierced with the frequency of divine wealth, I ask you, will you now return to silence, or will you take your rightful place as one who speaks daily, one who trains the world to obey spiritual rhythm, one who does not beg the heavens but aligns with them? Because this is not entertainment for the ear, it is warfare for the voice. And if you leave here today with stirred emotion but a closed mouth, then you have done nothing but rehearse the pain of lack. But if you take what you've just spoken and repeat it tomorrow, and again the day after, and again when the voice of doubt returns, and again when the numbers in your account mock your faith, then you will prove the truth, that wealth does not belong to those who wait, but to those who instruct. That money does not cling to those who complain, but to those who command. And that divine substance responds not to need, not to logic, not to education or hustle, but to voice, consistent, holy, rhythmic voice. So I ask you now, not gently, but with fire, will you speak daily or keep waiting silently? Will you train your atmosphere to obey, or will you once again let it train you to shrink? Will you be the author of increase or the victim of delay? If this voice you now carry is sacred, and it is, then let the sacred be used, daily, unflinchingly, without apology, until the ground beneath you is no longer made of effort, but of answered decree. Until money moves before you finish your sentence. Until wealth appears because your mouth has made the atmosphere ready. Comment below. Money, I now instruct you. Not tomorrow. Not when I feel better. not when I understand more. Now speak it, and in speaking, shift, declare it, and in declaring, rise. Let heaven record it, and let earth obey it. There is a law, not hidden but ignored, not new but eternally present, not invented by man but built into the fabric of divine reality itself. And that law is this: what you speak already exists, and your voice does not create the supply, it reveals it. It pulls back the veil. It does not summon what is not there. It opens the curtain on what has always been prepared. This is the law of instant supply. And the world will try to tell you time and again that you must wait, that you must earn, that you must be found worthy or work your way up or struggle through enough trials until finally the breakthrough arrives. But I tell you now, by the truth of spiritual law, that none of this is necessary, that none of it is true, that all of it is man's illusion, and that divine source has never been in lack, has never delayed, has never rationed its substance, but waits, silently and completely, for the one who dares to speak in present tense faith. For the one who dares to say, "It is here," before the outer confirms it. For the one who no longer consults the senses for permission, but moves in the rhythm of invisible truth and speaks to what the eye cannot yet verify. For it is written, "Before they call, I will answer, and while they are yet speaking, I will hear." Do you understand what that means? It means there is no such thing as a delayed response in the realm of spirit. It means that your supply is faster than thought, swifter than the mind, more immediate than logic will ever permit. It means the moment your decree is spoken in full alignment with divine law, the thing has already begun moving toward you, or more precisely, it has already been standing at the door, waiting for your voice to open the latch. You do not build the house. It is already built in heaven. You do not fabricate the supply. It has been waiting for assignment. You do not beg the rain. You remove the umbrella. Your word does not invent the thing. It unveils it. Your decree does not force God's hand. It harmonizes with what God has already authored. And so, if you are waiting, if you are lacking, if you are still caught in the loop of wondering when, then the question is not, when will it come, but rather, when will I open my mouth as if it's already here? I have said it before, and I will say it again and again and again until your spirit burns with it. Money does not move for need. It does not move for stress. It does not move for good intentions or quiet suffering. Money moves for law. Money moves for vibration. Money moves for instruction. And instruction is not thought. It is voice. It is sound. It is the alignment of breath, word, and spiritual rhythm, declaring boldly, "It is here." And the moment you dare to declare it as here, despite appearances, despite balance, despite fear, the moment you name the unseen as your reality, you release the floodgates. You don't ask water to come. You remove the dam. You don't hope for a signal. You press the key. Your supply has always been instant, and your word has always been the only thing standing between silence and sound, between lack and overflow, between theory and possession. Speak it, not because you feel it, not because the room agrees, not because the numbers say yes. Speak it because it is law. Speak it because it is already done in the invisible. Speak it because your silence has expired and your command has been due for far too long. The law does not need evidence. The law only needs voice. You must now do the unthinkable, the illogical, the spiritually lawful thing that most never dare to do, not because it is difficult, but because it is so simple, it offends the reasoning mind. You must now declare it present, not hoped for, not prayed over in a posture of lack, not deferred to someday when conditions align. You must declare it present now. You must say it with your whole spirit, with the vibrational certainty of one who no longer makes room for delay, as one who is not bargaining with God but harmonizing with divine law. And you must do it not once in desperation, but repeatedly in dominion, not to prove something to the world, but to prove something to the soil of your own subconscious mind, which is always waiting for a voice of instruction and will obey whoever speaks most consistently. When you say, "I do not wait for money, money waits for my word," you sever yourself from the outdated timeline of toil and trigger the immediate unfolding of spiritual substance into form. When you say, "It arrives now," not from anxious wanting but from spiritual knowing, you align with the frequency that collapses the illusion of time and removes the veil between what is prepared in heaven and what is ready for reception on earth. You are not waiting. You are commanding. You are not hoping. You are claiming. You are not stuck. You are silent. And silence is the only curse left. You must decide, right now, whether your tongue will serve the past or establish the future, whether your voice will echo your fear or shape your fortune. And I say to you with boldness, with sacred fire, declare it present. The invisible is not far. It is here. It is not asleep. It is responsive. The moment your words match its frequency, the moment your decree stops reporting your condition and begins reporting divine completion, the material must obey. Because material is not your source. It is your servant. And it cannot resist spiritual command when that command is spoken with no compromise, no hesitation, and no apology. Stop saying, "I need it to come." Say, "It is here." Stop checking accounts. Start checking tone. Start watching your phrasing. Start noticing whether you're narrating delay or declaring dominion. Begin every sentence as if the vault is open. Walk through the room as if the check has cleared. Sit at your desk as if your name is already on the door. And speak to the invisible with such steady rhythm that it has no choice but to take shape. Here is your divine formula. Use it. Let it become breath. Let it become rhythm. Let it become the melody of your being. I do not wait for money. Money waits for my word. My decree moves divine supply. My tone carries the wealth of God. My sentence is wealth's instruction. And I speak as one whose word is law. Say it until it replaces every tired script. Say it until the room agrees. Say it until the atmosphere trembles. Say it until your bank account aligns. Say it until your nervous system calms. Say it until your house knows the sound of spiritual certainty. Because it is not the thing that moves first, it is your voice. And once your voice moves, once your word is settled, once your decree is set, the substance has no option but to materialize. Do not delay with your declarations. Do not wait to feel ready. Do not wait for better circumstances. You are not a reporter of your bank statement. You are the author of your spiritual account. Declare the shift. Declare it now. And do not look back. Now we turn to the final thread that has quietly stitched itself into your spiritual garments, invisible but destructive, woven into the very lining of your identity. Delay language. These are the subtle phrases, the innocent-sounding sentences, the culturally accepted murmurs that flow from your mouth like water but act like glue. One day I'll be rich. It's not here yet. Maybe it's just not my time. If it's meant to be, it will come. These are not phrases of neutrality. These are not harmless expressions. These are unconscious agreements with stagnation. They are contracts with the timeline of the fallen world. They are veiled refusals to activate the law of now. And every time you speak one of these delay scripts, you extend the distance between your decree and its delivery, not because the substance isn't ready, but because your voice is holding the manifestation in spiritual quarantine, quarantined by caution, quarantined by fear of disappointment, quarantined by learned helplessness that has worn the mask of humility. You must cancel them now. You must cast out these delay demons by name, by breath, by tone, and by fire. You must say, I cancel every phrase that agreed with later. I revoke every sentence that allowed delay to take root in my subconscious garden. I evict every whisper that told me to wait my turn, to lower my expectations, to temper my declaration with worldly realism. I cleanse my tongue of every word that acted as a doorstop to divine speed. Yes, you must cleanse the mouth before you claim the mansion. You must purify the phrasing before you command the provision. And you must realize that every time you casually postpone your prosperity with a sentence that begins with someday or hopefully or when it finally happens, you are pushing away the very supply that is trying to land in your present moment. Instead, speak like this. This is my season of immediate response. Speak. What I speak shows up now. Speak. Divine wealth has already arrived, and I am the one who declares it seen. Speak. Delay is no longer my doctrine. I believe in the now. Speak. I am no longer mentally waiting for what is already spiritually available. Speak until the old language system breaks, crumbles, burns, and melts into the new architecture of divine immediacy. Visualize this. Your tongue dipped in golden oil, anointed for command, coated in light, slippery with speed, gliding into dimensions of supply that are unlocked only by those who no longer flirt with later, who no longer consult appearances, who no longer budget faith to please logic. See your tongue like a flaming rod, searing away every phrase that once seduced you into delay. Let it be done. Let it be over. Let it be cleansed. From this moment forward, you speak from the realm of now. You speak as one who governs time, not as one who negotiates with it. You speak not as one who wonders if it's their moment, but as one who declares that it is. Do not let your mouth be a museum of old belief. Do not let your tone carry the hesitation of the orphaned past. Let your voice be freshly anointed, tuned to the frequency of already done. Let every word you speak be pregnant with the vibration of immediacy, and let your sentence be law. Now that the poison of delay has been purged from your mouth and your memory, you are ready to speak not only to the presence of wealth, but to the motion of wealth. For money does not exist merely to be seen, stored, or saved. It exists to circulate, to move, to multiply by movement, to reflect the nature of spirit itself, which never stagnates, never hoards, never hesitates. Divine substance is not a pond, it is a river. And until you command it to move, it remains still not by limitation, but by your own silence. You must now rise into your role as the commander of current, as the voice that calls circulation into being. You must not speak about flow. You must speak to the flow. You must not wonder if wealth will arrive. You must direct it, like Moses lifted his rod to part the Red Sea, not asking the waters to kindly shift, but commanding their obedience with the vibration of faith backed by divine appointment. Speak now. Money, flow in rivers, not in drops, not in delays, not in trickles, not in crumbs, but in cascading, continuous, confident rivers of ease and multiplication. Say it again. Money, flow in rivers. And again. Money, flow in rivers. For the tongue is not just the organ of speech. It is the rudder of your wealth, the captain of your circulation, the baton of your financial orchestra. Do you not know that your accounts obey your instructions? That your clients, customers, and contracts are invisible servants waiting to be assigned a task? Do you not see that your bank balance is not awaiting your labor? It is awaiting your legislation? That every deposit begins with a decree. Every increase begins with a voice that dares to vibrate higher than the fear, higher than the forecast, higher than the financial history that has tried to train your tongue to be polite when it should be prophetic? So I ask you, will you train your voice to carry current, or will you continue to echo the economy? Will you declare your divine flow, or merely describe your financial drought? Will you speak into motion, or will you mentally rehearse stillness and call it being realistic? This is the dividing line, beloved. This is the moment where your mouth becomes either the faucet or the filter, either the speaker of streams or the solicitor of sympathy. Speak. I move the market with my mouth. Yes, say it again. I move the market with my mouth. Not through manipulation, not through strategy alone, but through spiritual alignment. For when your speech matches divine substance, When your command is spoken with clean motive and consecrated boldness, money hears you, not just as a person, but as a principle, not just as a voice, but as a vortex of authority. You are the one the flow has been waiting for. You are the mouthpiece of spiritual liquidity. You are not the bucket begging for rain. You are the cloud releasing overflow. So speak circulation as command, not suggestion. Do not narrate your way into lack. Do not commentate on your constriction. Stand in the middle of the dam and break it with your word. Break it with your breath. Break it with your tone. Say it. I speak flow now. I speak movement now. I speak financial rivers now. And don't just say it once, say it daily, say it hourly, say it until your subconscious becomes fluent in liquidity, until your spirit no longer entertains the voice of lack, until your entire vibration becomes synonymous with movement, flow, and increase. This is the moment you become the stream. Now speak these words with a tongue that no longer trembles, with breath that no longer hesitates, with posture lifted and soul aware that the vaults of heaven are voice-activated and law-bound to respond, not to begging, not to budgeting, not to the emotional winds of doubt, but to bold and rhythmic decree spoken from one who knows that they are not trying to become rich. They are returning to the wealth of their original divine identity. These are not mere affirmations, they are spiritual instructions, financial legislation, vibrational coordinates that summon divine order into earthly matter. Speak not as one rehearsing, but as one releasing law. Say, I am funded by divine decree. Do not whisper this. Let it move through your vocal cords like thunder wrapped in velvet. Let it stir your cells. Let it disrupt every false agreement you ever made with lack. Say it again. I am funded by divine decree. And now this. My command is clear, and supply obeys. Speak it like the architect of your next miracle, like the commander of your next contract, like the priest of your own inner treasury. For clarity is not a luxury in the spiritual realm, it is currency. Confused speech produces confused results, but clear decree rearranges reality. Speak. My command is clear, and supply obeys. Let the memory of every former doubt be dissolved in the vibration of that sentence. Let it echo through every timeline where you once questioned if you were worthy, if it was allowed, if it was spiritual, if you had to struggle first. Let this sentence rewrite those timelines with sovereign sound. Now speak this. I am the voice of wealth alignment. Let it break the sound barrier between you and your provision. Let it go before you into every meeting, every inbox, every open door not yet seen. Let it fill the atmosphere around your business, your brand, your bank. You are not applying to be blessed. You are announcing your alignment. You are not wishing for overflow. You are releasing it by sound. Speak again. I am the voice of wealth alignment. And now, with the boldness of the lion and the rhythm of heaven's own declaration, close with this. The spiritual economy listens when I speak. Yes, let that be the final affirmation of this round. Let it enter your bones, your breath, your bloodstream. For this is not an economic cycle you are tapping into. It is a spiritual inheritance that responds to your voice and your voice alone. Not your resume, not your worry, not your weight, your word. Say it again. The spiritual economy listens when I speak. Now I turn to you, not to your doubts, not to your background, not to your fears, not to your bank balance or your budget spreadsheet or your anxious timeline. I turn to you, the spiritual listener, the one who has been holding the seed of dominion in their belly, but forgot that it blooms only through sound. This is the moment where theory ends and transaction begins, not a transaction of money, but of energy, commitment, and dominion. You have heard the law, you have felt the shift, you have tasted the vibration of wealth responding to your tone. But now comes the true invitation, the sacred threshold that separates those who watch and wait from those who rise and speak. And so I ask you, soul to soul, spirit to spirit, command to command, did your instruction go out, or did it stay trapped inside you, hidden in the folds of fear and hesitation? Did you simply hear these words and nod quietly? Or did you rise into your own voice like a prophet to your own house, like a governor to your own land, like a king to your own kingdom? Because nothing changes until your mouth does. Nothing rearranges until your tone is heard in the halls of spiritual order. The universe is not moved by your mood. It is moved by your mouth. So I charge you, not softly, not sweetly, but divinely, comment below and let the world, the spirit, the system, and the unseen forces that obey law and not luck know that your silence is over. Speak in writing, speak aloud, speak to your own hand or wallet or account if you must, but speak and declare, I rule money by divine voice. That's not a slogan. That's not a hashtag. That is a holy legal statement. It is the record you enter into the atmosphere that cannot return void. And if you've been moved, stirred, or activated by this divine transmission, don't just vanish into silence again. Subscribe, not because I am asking, but because your spiritual atmosphere must be sustained. You don't visit vibration, you abide in it. You don't attend dominion, you become it. This is not entertainment, this is recreation. This is the architecture of wealth, built one spoken decree at a time, over days, weeks, and months, until your entire life becomes the visible fruit of invisible obedience. This is your sacred invitation, not to watch again, but to speak as one who commands again and again and again until the mountain moves, the check clears, the deal signs, and the floodgates of overflow are no longer theory, but form. Now, we arrive at the sacred seal, the final activation, the final vibration, the moment where every word that has come before becomes flesh by the decree of your own tongue. For without your voice, none of this means anything. Without your sound, this is merely theory, and I did not come to hand you theory. I came to awaken the law in your bones, to strike the match of dominion in your mouth, to remind you that you are not the echo of your circumstances, but the echo of God's voice, made flesh and crowned with spiritual authority. And you, beloved soul, are not here to beg wealth. You are not here to plead for a breakthrough. You are not here to negotiate with appearances. You are here to declare, to govern, to assign, to command, and to speak as one sent, appointed, and anointed by divine law itself. So I ask you now, slow your breath, steady your spirit, loosen your jaw, and feel the throne beneath your ribs rise up to meet your voice, because you are about to speak not as a personality, but as a principle, not as a person, but as a portal, not as a worker of the world, but as a word in the world, sent to rearrange the material by the authority of the invisible. And when you say this sentence, say it not like a hope, not like a chant, not like a wish, but like a command backed by heaven's full military force, like a royal edict sent forth with angels on assignment, like a spiritual memo that cannot be returned void. Speak with me now. Money, I now speak to you. You are divine substance, and you obey my voice. Again, slower, louder, and clearer, like every molecule in the atmosphere is listening for the vibration that makes them move. Money, I now speak to you. You are divine substance, and you obey my voice. And again, with your shoulders rolled back, your head lifted high, and your energy anchored in dominion. Money, I now speak to you. You are divine substance, and you obey my voice. Now we layer it with variations that enforce spiritual specificity, and these you may speak morning and night, standing or seated, under breath or aloud, because tone is more important than volume and conviction more vital than noise. Say now, money, I now speak to you. Come now. Say, money, I now speak to you. Expand without resistance. Say, money, I now speak to you. Multiply under grace and in perfect ways. And now, beloved, we end where the highest vibration always ends, with a decree not from fear or franticness, but from spiritual calm, which is the posture of the one who has spoken and knows that what has been spoken must appear. Speak this: my word is law, my wealth obeys, My time is now. Again. My word is law, my wealth obeys, my time is now. One last time. My word is law, my wealth obeys, my time is now. Let that ring through your bones. Let that take root in your subconscious. Let that override every whisper of scarcity, every echo of delay, every leftover script of unworthiness. Let this be the moment your tongue becomes the key that opens every vault, the wand that parts every sea, the staff that turns stone into fountain. This is not just a close, this is your coronation. Speak the sentence daily, not as ritual, but as royalty. Write it, chant it, declare it, whisper it, shout it, live it. Because now you know, one sentence makes money respond immediately, not because the sentence is magic, but because the law behind the sentence is eternal, and the voice that dares to speak it becomes the cause of all increase. You are that voice. You are that cause. It is done. You cannot resurrect what you refuse to bury. That is the first law. That is the first sword. That is the first flame. I have seen people cry out for change while clinging to the corpse of who they used to be. And so I ask you plainly, what are you still trying to keep alive that God already called finished? The struggle you feel, the stuckness, the slow suffocation in the same patterns is not because you are weak. It is not because you are broken. It is not because you lack discipline or drive or faith. It is because you are over-identified with the old garment. You are dressed in delay, cloaked in shame, wearing the robe of someone who once thought they had to earn love, hustle for acceptance, or bow to scarcity. But that garment has become grave clothes. You are not stuck. You are still calling yourself by a name you were never meant to keep. I speak with the voice of spiritual law now, with the fire of divine remembrance, with the sword of metaphysical truth. And I say this with holy love. Your false identity must be buried. It must be spoken dead. It must be surrendered so violently to truth that the lie cannot find a place to return. No more patching old wineskins. No more repeating decrees of defeat. No more dragging the story of your suffering into the sanctuary of your rising. The altar is ready. The tomb is waiting. The Spirit of God is hovering. And it asks one thing. Will you let the old you die? Do not say you want wealth while you speak as one who fears increase. Do not cry out for love while you carry the voice of rejection. Do not beg for peace while making war with yourself every morning. What must die for your wealth to rise? What must be buried for your love to awaken? What must you burn so your peace can be born? This is not self-help. This is soul surgery. This is not motivation. This is the resurrection. I do not come to comfort your ego. I come to call forth your spirit. You were never meant to adjust to lack, to manage pain, or to memorize failure as identity. You were called, carved, and crowned with glory. And anything that does not agree with the I am must fall away, not slowly, not someday, but now. Declare it with me. I now lay down the false. I bury the old. I rise in the name of my new. This is the beginning, the sentence that starts the separation, the word that swings the sword. For as long as you believe you are your past, your patterns, your personality, you will repeat them. But when you speak from the high place, from the secret door, from the fire of the word, then even death must obey. You are not becoming someone new. You are remembering who you were before the world told you who to be. And that holy self, the true self, the God-named self, is not waiting. It is rising. Two selves cannot rule the same body. Just as light and shadow cannot hold dominion in the same place at the same time, so too the false self and the Christ self cannot share the throne of your consciousness. Either the ego rules with its chains of fear, or Christ speaks with the scepter of truth. But one must speak louder. One must be lifted up. One must be dethroned. I have watched many souls try to serve two masters, on the surface declaring truth, yet in the secret chambers of their mind, still bowing to the voice of limitation, fear, pride, and control. That is the voice of the ego, the small self, the identity built from wounds, memories, and the illusion of separation. It is the part of you that says, "Protect yourself when love arrives." It whispers, "Who do you think you are?" when opportunity calls. It screams, "Be realistic," when spirit begins to unfold the miraculous. And so I teach you the law of substitution, not as theory but as spiritual surgery. You must speak one down and speak the other up. You must choose which voice will live through your mouth. Will you speak as one rejected or as one redeemed? Will you affirm what the world taught you or what heaven already wrote of you? You cannot say, "I am unworthy," and "I am divine," in the same breath without splitting your energy and fracturing your field. The ego is not cast out with force. It is starved with silence. It is replaced with word. It is substituted with rhythm. Every time you say, "I am poor," you crown the ego king. But when you say, "I am abundance made manifest," you resurrect Christ in you. When you say, "I am broken," the old self weeps. But when you say, "I am whole by the word of God," the tomb begins to shake. You do not fight the old self. You do not argue with the false voice. You do not wrestle with shadows. You replace them with light. You lift up the truth until the lie has no air to breathe. You speak as if heaven is already inside you because it is. You declare as if God is your breath because He is. You substitute every sentence born of fear with one forged in faith. You override the old recording with a new decree. This is why I give affirmations. This is why I demand repetition. Not to encourage shallow parroting, but to establish dominion. For repetition is rhythm, and rhythm is reprogramming. The law of substitution is the law of spoken exchange, and it begins with one sentence, said with conviction, repeated until it becomes flesh. I am not the old, I am the risen. Speak this not once but daily, not as a chant, but as command. For the voice you lift is the self you resurrect, and the Christ self in you waits not for permission, but for declaration. Will you give it voice today? Will you name it true? Then speak. For what you say must live, and what you silence must die. What you call yourself becomes your life, not someday, not eventually, immediately. Your word creates your world. Your declaration builds the structure your spirit must live inside. Your identity is not shaped by circumstances. It is sculpted by speech. The most sacred question you must answer is not, "What happened to me?" but rather, "What do I call myself now?" For identity is not remembered, it is pronounced. It is not inherited from man. It is inherited from spirit and activated through the mouth. The word says, "Let the weak say, I am strong." Not, "Let the strong boast of their strength," but let the weak, those in deficit, in brokenness, in depletion, speak forth the very opposite of their appearance. Why? Because truth is not reactive. Truth is not based on condition. Truth is creative. Truth calls things that be not as though they were. And when you speak from truth, you are not lying, you are resurrecting. When you say, "I am strong," you are not denying your weakness, you are displacing it. You are letting it die. You are summoning the you that God already finished before the world began. The old self clings to titles forged in pain. I'm not enough. I'm the black sheep. I'm always behind. I'm the anxious one. I'm the failure. These are not identities. They are spiritual contracts written in fear and shame. And every time you repeat them, you renew the lease of the old self. You give the tomb permission to stay sealed. You make the false name your address. But the moment you say, "I am chosen, I am free, I am divinely guided, I am wealth in form, I am radiant love," the old self trembles. Its contract is broken. The name tag falls off. A new you begins to emerge. Let me say it with fire in my bones. Your mouth is your resurrection tool. Your sentence is your spiritual scaffolding. If you want to become someone new, do not wait for the world to confirm it. Speak it until your cells agree. Speak it until heaven echoes back. Speak it until the mirror smiles in recognition. This is why every healing, every miracle, every awakening I have seen began not with effort, but with utterance. A woman who said, "I am the head and not the tail," and watched her finances reverse. A man who said, "I am forgiven," and walked out of addiction. A child who said, "I am wanted," and felt peace for the first time. These weren't affirmations. They were identity shifts, decrees, announcements of the eternal self stepping forward and the old self stepping down. So I ask you now, beloved soul, what have you called yourself lately? And more importantly, what will you call yourself next? The answer is not far. It is as close as your breath. For the word is nigh thee, even in thy mouth. Speak, say, declare. For what you call yourself, you become. And what you refuse to speak cannot rise. You are not healed by hiding wounds. You are healed by speaking death to the lie that those wounds define you. The law of release is not gentle. It is not therapeutic. It is not halfway, and it does not negotiate with the old self. It crucifies it. For there can be no resurrection without a burial, no crown without a cross, no transformation without the tearing down of the false identity. The lie must die. The mask must fall. The voice of fear must be silenced, not with passivity, but with divine authority. What is the lie that has ruled your life? That you will always struggle, that love is not for you, that success belongs to others, that your past disqualifies your future? These are not just thoughts. These are spiritual agreements. And every time you repeat them, you crucify your true self and enthrone your limitation. But I tell you now, by spiritual law, you can reverse the crucifixion. You can speak the death of the lie and resurrect the truth. You can break the agreement with the old voice and sign a new covenant with divine identity. But first, you must release. Release is not repression. Release is not spiritual denial. It is declaration. It is crucifixion by the word. It is looking at the face of the false self and saying, "You are not who I am. You are the projection of fear, and I no longer serve you. I release the need to be wounded. I release the identity of lack. I release the repetition of the story. I release the crown of thorns I kept wearing in shame. I lay it down now." Jesus did not climb down from the cross. He surrendered to it, knowing that surrender was the doorway to dominion. So must you. You must choose with holy bravery to let the old voice die, not patch it, not medicate it, not explain it, but speak its death with fire. Say, "This self no longer rules me. This pattern no longer feeds me. This fear no longer names me. I speak the death of every false story. I crucify the counterfeit, and I rise in the power of who I truly am." This is the law of release, not by hiding, not by hoping, but by hurling the old self onto the altar of truth and watching it burn. You are not what happened to you. You are not your lowest moment. You are not the false identity you crafted to survive. That self must go, and it does not leave quietly. It leaves when it is told to. It leaves when it is named and denied. It leaves when your word says, "Enough." If you're still clinging, still repeating, still justifying the old story, you are not yet free. You are still in the tomb. But if today you feel the tremble, the righteous revolt within, then open your mouth and speak its ending. Declare it. Not to your mind, not to your journal, but to the spirit realm that responds to every word. Speak death to the lie. Speak life to the truth. Speak as one who is not afraid to bury what no longer belongs. For until something dies, nothing new can live. Until you release the lie, you cannot wear the truth. And until you crucify the counterfeit, your crown will wait unworn. Let it die, beloved, let it die now, and watch what rises. I now speak to every listener whose soul has grown weary from carrying the weight of an identity that was never divinely authored. You have been loyal to a version of yourself shaped by fear, built in the shadows of lack, trained in the language of doubt. That self has spoken over your finances, dictated your relationships, governed your decisions, and now it must die. I do not say this with sentimentality. I say it with divine force. Your resurrection begins with a funeral, and the one to be buried is the small, afraid, double-minded self you've mistakenly called me. You have obeyed its voice, agreed with its verdicts, and rehearsed its lines until your subconscious wore them as truth. I always mess it up. I'm not good with money. People always leave. These are not harmless phrases. These are spiritual contracts. And today, by divine law, I instruct you to break them. You must declare, I no longer serve the voice of fear. I no longer walk in agreement with the defeated self. I do not carry the corpse of an expired identity into a future ordained for glory. The word says, let the weak say, I am strong. It does not say, let the weak explain why they are weak. Your freedom begins not in therapy, not in introspection, but in declaration. I speak the word of release. I call out the old names: failure, addict, broken, unlucky, unwanted, behind, unworthy, and I say, die. You are no longer permitted to live in the house of my being. I nullify the curses I have spoken, and I sever the spell of every word that did not originate in divine love. If you knew the power of your voice, you would never again speak idly about yourself. The spiritual world responds not to emotion, but to authority. And authority is expressed in rhythm, in precision, in spoken truth. You must call your old self what it is: a counterfeit, an imposter formed by the ego, trained by survival, and enforced by repetition. But repetition does not make something true. It makes it familiar. And what is familiar is not always aligned. I ask you now, which phrases have you repeated in fear that you must now declare dead by the sword of the word? Name them, face them, and then speak. I render you powerless. I erase you with light. I bury you in truth. And I rise. I rise as one born of divine DNA, authorized by heaven to walk in dominion. This is not just self-talk. This is resurrection language. The old self cannot follow you where the blessing lives. The vibration of fear cannot stand at the gates of provision. Let the dead bury the dead. You walk forward. If you feel resistance in your body, if your mind tries to negotiate a compromise with the old patterns, remind it. That self is gone. That mind was ruled by fear. That pattern was upheld by agreement. And I no longer agree. I agree with God. I agree with divine justice. I agree with multiplication, healing, overflow, perfect timing, perfect love, and my perfect place in it all. I release the agreements of delay, of shame, of poverty, of unworthiness. I cancel them by the blood of truth. This is your moment of release, and not a quiet release, a spoken one. Speak the release aloud because the body follows the voice. Say it with me now. I do not mourn the old self, I bury it. I do not negotiate with fear, I silence it. I do not delay my rising, I declare it. This is not a suggestion, this is spiritual law. Speak it, and the wall falls. Speak it, and the new self emerges. Speak it, and the dead will know you are no longer their home. Every morning is a resurrection, and every morning requires a funeral. You cannot rise in new power until you speak death to the old lie. The soul does not evolve by accident, it ascends by decree. Therefore, the first business of the morning is not coffee, not headlines, not scrolling through the world's hypnosis. It is the burial of the false self, the one who failed yesterday, the one who feared, the one who flinched in the face of opportunity and crawled back into the familiar grave of shame. That self is not allowed to rise with you. That self must be declared dead. I bury yesterday's defeat. I release yesterday's doubt. I cast out the voice that told me I am not ready. This is not sentiment. It is surgery. And spiritual surgery is done by the spoken word. The power of the tongue is not limited to healing. It is also the scalpel that cuts away the false identity. The moment you open your eyes, you must open your mouth. You must speak before the world speaks over you. You must command before circumstance begins to whisper. You must claim the altar of identity before fear sets fire to your day. And so I say every morning, today I rise. Today the old dies. Today the lie is laid to rest, and I ascend as the truth. Let this become your morning drumbeat. Let it become the rhythm of your rising. Your voice is the trumpet at Jericho. The walls fall when the decree is spoken. Do not wait for the world to validate your rising. Do not wait for the absence of fear to act in faith. Do not wait for the feeling of power to speak from your dominion. You are not buried by failure. You are buried by silence. And you are not raised by circumstances. You are raised by the word. Speak it before you see it. Say it before you feel it. Decree it before you believe it. That is how the divine law works. The subconscious is not moved by theory. It is moved by repetition. Rhythm is the language of the body, and your word must become the rhythm of resurrection. Not once, not twice, but daily, faithfully, audibly. This is not motivational language. This is metaphysical law. What you repeat, you resurrect. What you bless, you breathe life into. And what you bury in silence, you are condemned to relive. Therefore, I say again, and I say it loud, today I rise. Today, the old dies. Today I walk as the new creature, and nothing of yesterday may follow me. Speak it. Live it. Rise. You must now learn to speak not from your wounds, not from your history, not from your lack, but from the throne. You must learn to speak from dominion. For when I say, speak as the risen, I do not mean to pretend. I do not mean to mimic what you are not. I mean to step boldly into the voice of the new creation and speak the world into alignment with your true self. You do not rise by wishing. You rise by word. Let there be light was not a plea. It was a decree. And until your mouth stops echoing the language of the grave, the stone will not roll away. You may be breathing, yes, but if your words are still saturated with fear, with loss, with I can't and I don't know how, then you are still speaking from the tomb. You are not stuck. You are not behind. You are simply out of sync with the rhythm of resurrection. So what is the rhythm? It is this. I am the new self and I walk as the risen. I do not beg. I bless. I do not chase. I magnetize. I do not fear. I decree. When I say I speak from the throne, I mean this. I speak from authority, not emotionalism, not reaction, not anxiety. I speak from the invisible seat of dominion that has already been given me. You must speak from the place where nothing is missing. The risen self lacks nothing. It is not trying to earn. It is not trying to prove. It is not trying to survive. It is here to rule. It is here to declare the unseen as seen, the impossible as inevitable, the new as now. Speak not as a seeker, speak as one sent. Now listen to me. Your life is not waiting for you to earn more, heal more, journal more, beg more. Your life is waiting for your tongue to align with truth. Your new name is the key. Your new identity is the weapon, and your word is the seed. Until you call yourself what God calls you, you will keep circling the wilderness of half-manifested good. You say, I'm trying. Number speak, I am doing. You say, I'm healing. Number speak, I am whole. You say, I hope. Number speak, I decree. The tomb rolls open for the one who speaks from the throne. And no man, no circumstance, no appearance can shut what your mouth has opened in faith. Do not walk as the wounded. Walk as the Word made flesh. I have seen the impossible bow to one spoken line. I have seen dead finances breathe again when one man said, I am abundance walking. I have seen sick bodies shift at the name, I am the healed of the Lord. Your word is not a wish, it is a spiritual sword. And when wielded from the risen self, it divides between lie and truth, lack and supply, death and dominion. Speak now as the new creation. Speak now as one who has already walked out of the grave. And when you speak, do not look for confirmation in the outer. Look to the inner witness. Look to the unshakable knowing that your word is the law of your life. Say it. I walk as the risen. I speak from the throne, and nothing can stand against my word. Let this be the new language of your life. Let this be your mouth's eternal resurrection. You must learn to hear the difference between the voice of affliction and the voice of ascension. One is a beggar, the other a king. The voice of affliction always starts with fear. It says, what if this doesn't work? What if they leave? What if I fail? It is the soundtrack of Egypt, the moan of the old man carrying burdens he was never meant to bear. It echoes with the cadence of bondage, convincing you that suffering is permanent, that your struggle is sacred, that delay is noble. It wraps the soul in drama and calls it destiny. But I say to you, no man rises while his mouth agrees with affliction. The tongue is the rudder. You cannot speak defeat and arrive at dominion. The Israelites did not enter the promised land until the old generation, the murmurers, had died off. Even God would not allow a complaining tongue to inherit his promise. Your words must match your resurrection, or you will wander in circles, praying with one hand and cursing with the other. Train your mouth, therefore, to only know the tone of blessing. Speak from the risen seat of self. Speak as one who already reigns. You must learn to recognize the difference. Affliction says, it's hard, it's unfair, it's too late. But ascension says, all things are now being added unto me. Affliction says, nothing ever works for me. Ascension says, everything is working together for my good. Affliction is loud and rehearsed, familiar like an old hymn of worry. Ascension is still, firm, and magnetic. One contracts, the other expands. One curses the field, the other sows the seed. You must not let affliction write the script of your life with your own tongue. The mouth is a temple. Do not offer the sacrifice of complaint on its altar. Let no unclean word proceed from it. Speak not what your fear believes. Speak what your Christ knows. For I tell you, the resurrection does not begin in the grave. It begins in the mouth. So now I ask you, what is the dominant vibration of your voice? Do you speak as the risen man or the afflicted one? Do you cast yourself down with subtle self-pity, or do you cast mountains into the sea with a whisper of truth? The word is not neutral. It either multiplies your heaven or lengthens your wilderness. Every time you open your mouth, you choose which world you live in. So open it carefully. Open it like a gate. Let it release honey, not poison. Let it open tombs, not seal them. For life and death are in the power of the tongue, and you will eat its fruit. Bitter or blessed, choose. Let the weak say, I am strong. Let the poor say, I am rich. Let the fearful say, I am bold. Not because of what they see, but because of who they are now aligned with. For when your words match your ascension, your reality must rise to meet them. Your mouth was never meant to report appearances. Your mouth was meant to create them. So stop describing the cross. Speak the resurrection. Speak the throne. Speak the inheritance. Speak as if the stone has already rolled away, because in truth, it has. There is a sound that chains make when they rattle in the soul. It is the tone of affliction. I have heard it in the words of men who speak defeat before the day has begun. I have seen it in the mouths of women who whisper sickness over their children. I have heard it in church pews, in drawing rooms, in meetings of business and family, in the trembling confessions of those who do not know they are prophesying their own bondage. They say, I can't make it. It's always been this way. Money slips through my fingers. People don't love like they used to. The world is getting darker. It never works for me. These are the phrases of affliction. These are the hymns of Egypt. They do not come from heaven. They come from history. They do not proceed from the Christ within. They proceed from the wounded echo of former selves who never dared to die and therefore never rose. Affliction has a voice, and so does ascension. I ask you now, which tone have you trained your mouth to carry? Do you speak as one who is still buried in the tomb of lack, loss, illness, and confusion? Or do you speak as one who has rolled away the stone and walked into a morning of miracles? The mouth does not lie. You may claim to believe in abundance, yet speak of expenses. You may say you trust divine timing and still curse delays. You may kneel in prayer for healing, but rise with the tone of complaining. This is not resurrection. This is rehearsal. Rehearsing the life you no longer want with the words that keep it alive. The word is a resurrection instrument. With it, Jesus called forth Lazarus. With it, you call forth your true self. The grave clothes are removed by the word, not by effort. Loose him and let him go, said Jesus. The resurrected tone does not plead, it commands. It does not describe the tomb, it names the promise. It does not echo history, it heralds heaven. Speak as one who has already risen. Speak as one who cannot die. Speak as one whose treasure is not in the hands of men, but in the vaults of divine law. Speak the blessing before the miracle arrives, for the blessing is the miracle's oxygen. To those who ask, how will I know if I am speaking from affliction or from ascension? I say this. When you speak from affliction, your words close in on you. They shrink your vision. They dim the light. They chain your thoughts and reduce your days. But when you speak from ascension, you rise in your own hearing. Your soul stands tall within you. Your chest opens. Your spine straightens. Your tone becomes clear. You feel your divine authority reawaken. For you are not a beggar, you are an heir. You are not waiting to be delivered. You are the one who speaks deliverance. I do not tolerate the language of defeat in my world. I do not negotiate with lack. I do not entertain the tone of affliction. I train the mouth to carry blessing. I train the lips to name what God has promised. I anoint my language with heaven. I bless before the harvest. I decree before the deposit. I call before I see. For this is the pattern of the risen life. Speak blessing until your bones believe it. Speak truth until your atmosphere shifts. Speak life until every tomb in your soul cracks open and light rushes in. Let this be your daily discipline. Listen to your voice. Hear your tone. Do not just ask what you say. Ask how you say it. Correct your own cadence. When affliction sneaks into your speech, arrest it. When defeat creeps into your declarations, cast it out. When fear finds its way to your lips, substitute it with faith. For the word is a two-edged sword, and you are either using it to sever your chains or to slit your future. Today, I say aloud, and I invite you to say with me, my tone is resurrected. My mouth is holy. My voice is the voice of dominion. And so it is. You must be ruthless in your rewriting. The past is not your identity unless your tongue keeps dragging it forward. I say unto you, stop embalming your past with your words. Stop breathing life into what no longer serves your kingdom. Every time you say, I've always been anxious, you appoint anxiety as ruler of your present. Every time you say, I've never been good with money, you nail your own finances to a cross of limitation. You were not called to echo bondage. You were called to declare liberty. You must make a break in the invisible before the visible can shift. And so I instruct you, stand before your inner tribunal and speak judgment upon every false label you've ever worn. Say aloud, I am no longer small. I am no longer the wounded one. I am no longer the afterthought, the broken branch, the almost success. Every one of these phrases is a shovel to bury the corpse of the counterfeit self, and unless it is buried, it shall keep rising to haunt your harvest. I have said in my teachings, the subconscious mind records like a phonographic plate. Every word is etched into the soul like a groove in wax. If you do not break the old record, it shall keep playing its melody of misfortune. So I say, take up the hammer of the word and shatter it. Say, I am no longer the one who lacks. I am no longer the one who fears. I am no longer the one who waits. You must not simply think these phrases, you must proclaim them. The word is God in action, and what you speak into the law shall return unto you pressed down, shaken together, and running over. I said in the game of life and how to play it, speak these words aloud with power and conviction, for it is not silent wishing that moves mountains, but spoken dominion. When the Israelites crossed the Red Sea, they left behind the chains of Pharaoh. They did not drag the memory of Egypt into their new land. But you, many of you, try to enter your promised future while still speaking the tongue of bondage. You say, I'm trying to change. Stop trying. Begin declaring. You say, I'm healing. Say instead, I am whole now. You say, I don't know if I can. Say instead, I am backed by the infinite. I can do all things through the Christ within. This is how you burn the false record with truth. Not by sentiment, not by journaling, not by endlessly analyzing the old tape, but by setting fire to it with the matchstick of the word. Your mouth is the altar, your phrase is the offering, and your faith is the fire. Say it, I am no longer living under the old name. Say it again until the vibration becomes your new skin, until the labels peel away, until the atmosphere changes. Say it until the heavenlies rearrange themselves to mirror your courage. I once said, let the weak say, I am strong. I did not say, let the weak analyze their weakness. I did not say, let the weak get validated. No, I said say. The word is the gateway. The word is the weapon. The word is the rewiring. So now, beloved listener, take up your divine pen and write. I am no longer afraid of my own power. I am no longer loyal to struggle. I am no longer at war with myself. And once you have written, speak it aloud until the atmosphere shudders, until your old self hears it from its grave and trembles, until only the truth remains. This is how resurrection begins, with a tongue that buries the lie and an identity born from flame. Speak now. The old self is on trial, and only the word shall judge. Let it be guilty, and let the new self rise. You cannot walk in dominion while wearing the rags of your former name. The tongue is the chiseler of reality, and what you say about yourself becomes the image etched upon your life. The law is simple and inescapable. What you name, you become. If you say, I'm always late, the law bows to that command and ensures delay. If you say, I'm just not consistent, then inconsistency is made flesh. Words are not passive. They are projectiles. They are blueprints. They are summons. The subconscious does not argue. It obeys. And so long as you call yourself by the names of weakness, so long shall your life walk in the garments of delay, disorder, and disappointment. What you decree about yourself builds the temple or the tomb of your identity. You must choose which it shall be. The old self will offer you phrases like comfortable chains. It will say, I'm a procrastinator, and you will nod in agreement, not realizing you've just invoked delay into your destiny. But I tell you now, there is no such thing as a harmless label. Every phrase you attach to your I am either glorifies God or magnifies limitation. There is no neutral speech. There is no idle word. To say I'm shy, or I'm unlucky, or I'm broke is not just self-description. It is spiritual self-sabotage. You are throwing down altars to error and kneeling before them in ignorance. But the moment you awaken, the moment you renounce the false names and reclaim your true title, everything changes. The spiritual man knows to declare, I speak, and it is done. He does not say, I'm trying. He does not say, I'm hoping. He says, I am the resurrection and the life of every buried promise in my soul. When the old self whispers, you always mess it up, the spiritual man replies, I am order, I am precision, I am the voice of completion. When the lie arises, you've never followed through, the truth rises higher and says, I walk in divine discipline and perfect execution. I am led, I am obedient, I am crowned. Scripture does not say, let the weak say, I'm trying to get stronger. It says, let the weak say, I am strong. This is not spiritual suggestion, it is law. It is identity through declaration. It is the spiritual crucifixion of the false self through the spoken word of God. You must say what Spirit says about you, even when the evidence mocks you. Even when the outer world screams contradiction, your inner world must remain anchored in divine description. You are not your habits, you are not your past, you are not your trauma, you are what you call yourself today. So I ask you now, what names must die? What self-labels must be buried that the Christ identity may rise in you? Take inventory of the phrases you say when you are frustrated, when you are tired, when you are hurt. Do you say, that's just how I am? Or do you say, that's who I was, but I speak a new name over myself now? The Israelites could not inherit the promised land while calling themselves grasshoppers, and neither can you inherit wealth, love, dominion, or divine assignment while calling yourself small. Speak up. Speak true. Speak strong. You are not waiting to become something. You are naming what already is, and the universe obeys. The law is this: what I name, I claim. What I bless becomes bold. What I decree becomes me. Speak no longer as a victim of delay, fear, or failure. Say instead, I am the image and likeness of divine completion. I am the spoken success of heaven made visible. I speak, and it is done. My beloved, you must understand the secret law of death that gives way to resurrection. You are not waiting for a new self to be delivered unto you. You are called to bury the old self first. You cannot resurrect what you refuse to declare dead. Most people linger in suffering, not because they are bound by circumstance, but because they are still in covenant with their former self-image. They speak to it daily. They feed it their attention. They rehearse its wounds, its disappointments, its narrative of limitation. But today I say to you, speak to the old self as if it were a stranger trespassing in your house of truth. Turn to it in bold authority and say, you are no longer needed. I release you. I no longer serve your memory, your shame, or your fear. You were a costume for my learning, but I am no longer cast in that part. This is not poetic metaphor. It is spiritual surgery. The old man must die, and you must be the one to write his eulogy with your words of truth. For the old self lives in the tomb of your repetition. It survives only because you keep visiting its grave, dressing it with flowers of nostalgia and mourning. But I tell you now, the grave is empty unless you fill it with life again. The body of your past identity is lifeless unless your word resurrects it. So I instruct you to go to that inner grave and speak a final word over it. Declare, I am not who I was. I no longer answer to the voice of fear, lack, or self-hatred. That version of me is buried in divine silence. I walk in newness of identity. The Christ within you never calls you by your history. He calls you by your destiny. He says, Lazarus, come forth. And Lazarus cannot rise unless death first claims the shroud. You must allow what no longer serves you to stink, to decay, to fall from memory, not with bitterness, but with divine finality. In my teachings I have said, man must prepare for the good he desires. But preparation also means making room. You cannot pour new wine into old skins. You cannot live resurrected while dragging the carcass of your old self behind you. Your good is waiting for a name it can attach to, and the name must be renewed. Let the weak say, I am strong. That is not denial. That is replacement. That is resurrection speech. Speak not about what happened. Speak to it. Address it like a fading spirit in the shadow and say, your purpose is fulfilled. You have no power here. When you speak like this, heaven records your courage, and the cells of your being begin to reconfigure around the word you have spoken. Many speak of healing, but they avoid crucifixion. They want resurrection without burial. But I tell you, there is no rebirth without relinquishment, no transformation without a tomb. If you want to rise, you must declare the burial complete. Not someday, but today. Not once emotionally, but repeatedly with your spoken word. Speak to the wound and say, you are no longer necessary. Speak to the shame and say, you are no longer my name. Speak to the fearful voice and say, you may go in peace, for I no longer live where you reside. This is not spiritual warfare, it is spiritual clearance. The old self cannot argue with a word spoken in spiritual dominion. And when you speak, speak without apology. Let the dead bury their dead. You must rise and walk as a new creature in Christ. You are not your memories, your failures, or the projections of those who never saw your truth. You are the word you now declare. So let that word be bold, be final, and be filled with light. The grave is ready. Your new life is not waiting for a miracle, it is waiting for a burial. Speak it, declare it, and watch how heaven begins to move. I have said it before, and I will say it again with power. What you behold, you become. The mirror does not lie, but it reflects what you command. Most people look into the mirror and repeat their defeats. They say, I am tired. They say, I don't have enough. They say, I am aging. And so they reinforce the picture of the dying self. They reinforce the husk, not the seed. They mirror the curse, not the blessing. But I declare to you this hour, that mirror has no power until you give it a prophecy. When you speak to your reflection in truth, you do not see a body. You see the resurrection of your word. I tell you plainly, the mirror is not your judge, it is your altar. And every altar requires a declaration. The false self, born of fear, shame, lack, and memory, must die. It must die daily. It must die in every glance that would repeat its old narrative. It must die when you look into your own eyes and choose not to rehearse failure, but to prophesy glory. I have looked at faces drained of light, and I have said, that is not you, that is the lie wearing your features. And I have commanded them to speak resurrection into their gaze. I see the risen one. Not someday, not after healing. Now, because you are not resurrected by time. You are resurrected by truth. You are not made new by progress. You are made new by pronouncement. What you speak over your reflection, you engrave into your soul. It is written, behold, I make all things new. But to behold means to see beyond the mask, to look again, to pierce the appearance and declare the resurrection. So I ask you now, as I have asked my students 1,000 times, who do you see? Are you still prophesying the one who doubts? Are you still reflecting the one who fears? Or have you made a final break with that mask? Have you spoken the funeral words over your old self? Or are you still letting that corpse call the shots? Look again. The mirror is waiting, and the law is listening. Say it with holy audacity. I see the risen one. I see the air. I see the new creation. I see the living word. And then pause. And then receive. You do not need to fix yourself first. You do not need to deserve what you see. You need only to behold with faith, and the Spirit will do the rest. You are not manifesting a better version of your ego. You are not upgrading the caterpillar. You are pronouncing the wings, even while the cocoon still clings to your shoulders, and the law will obey. Many avoid this mirror moment because it feels like madness, because the old self screams to stay alive. But the moment you speak resurrection, heaven records it, and hell trembles. For the one who can look into the mirror and call forth the Christ within, he has already crossed over. She has already risen. The mirror no longer shows a victim, a struggler, a debtor, a doubter. It shows the eternal image, full of glory, power, supply, and peace. That is who you are, but only your word can unveil it. So take your stand today. Pick up the mirror, not as a ritual, but as a scepter. Take $1 and hold it before your face if you must. Take a photograph of your youth. Take your tears if they are all you have. And speak. I see the risen one. Do not whisper it. Do not hope it. Declare it with rhythm, with thunder, with finality. I see the risen one. Say it again until your soul vibrates, until your nervous system yields, until the image in the glass shifts, until your heart knows it to be true. That is the spiritual resurrection. Not after the grave, not after the diagnosis, not after the bank clears. Now for every day you delay this declaration, you empower the mask to rule. But when you speak the resurrection into your own reflection, you have already risen above the grave of your past. And now, beloved, the law is ready, the mirror is ready. Speak, look, rise. There are those who believe that the presence of pain, difficulty, or resistance is proof they are doing something wrong. But I say unto you, it is the opposite. Pain is proof that the lie is breaking. Resistance is the sound of chains rattling as they prepare to fall. Every blow from the adversary is confirmation of your nearness to spiritual birth. The enemy does not roar until you stand at the gate. The furnace is not heated 7 times hotter unless the 4th man is about to appear. When your body trembles and your mind protests, when the old identity begins to panic and scream, it is because the false self is being dethroned by truth. That is not the time to back down or become silent. That is the time to speak louder, to declare more boldly, to stand more still in spiritual authority and say, "This is my hour. I do not retreat. I reign." For too long, the soul has misread the signs. It has mistook discomfort for misalignment, when discomfort is often the shaking of dry bones at the sound of the word. When Lazarus came forth, he did not rise without resistance. He rose wrapped in grave clothes. But Jesus did not say, "Oh dear, he's still bound." Number, he said, "Loose him and let him go." I say the same to you. Loose yourself. Do not interpret resistance as rejection. Do not interpret spiritual contractions as defeat. They are proof that the womb of your becoming is opening. Speak louder. Declare even while the appearance is unmoved, even while the bill is unpaid, even while the fear still whispers. Declare, "This is holy ground, and I am giving birth to the new. I will not mislabel my pain again. I will not retreat from resurrection." The lie wants your silence. The lie wants your reversal. The lie wants your agreement with appearances. But I say, agree with truth and keep speaking. If the tide roars higher, let your voice rise with it. If the flames lick closer, let your praise burn hotter. When the resistance grows, so must the declaration. For the law of reversal states that every outward pressure can become inner power when the word is spoken. No weapon formed against me shall prosper, not because it was never formed, but because I never gave it my agreement. I never crowned it with speech. I never bowed my tongue to its illusion. The enemy cannot hold what I bless. The appearance cannot survive what I decree dead. And resistance cannot stop the rising of a soul who knows its origin in God. I do not argue with fear. I do not debate with doubt. I do not negotiate with appearances. I speak the word, and I walk forward, even if I walk through fire. Because I know what Daniel knew, that lions become pillows in the presence of divine authority. I know what the widow knew, that the empty vessel multiplies when the word is obeyed. I know what Mary knew, that even when the world sees no man, the word can still take flesh. So when resistance roars, I do not panic, I prophesy. I speak not as one under trial, but as one who governs trial by truth. I do not flinch, I do not freeze, I do not flee. I fix my eyes upon the invisible, and I say with authority, "You are evidence that I am near. You are proof that I must not stop. You are the final guardian at the tomb of my old self, and I now roll away the stone." Let the resistance rage, it is nothing compared to the word I carry, and the word I carry shall not return void. Every time you spoke lack, you signed a contract. Every time you entertained fear, you signed your name in agreement with bondage. Every time you declared, "I can't, I never, I don't," you bound yourself by invisible oath to an inferior identity. But I tell you, no soul is bound unless they speak it so. The spirit does not recognize the scribbles of fear. It only recognizes the bold ink of truth. Every old belief, every sentence of limitation, every story of defeat you have ever repeated to yourself is nothing more than a spiritual contract drawn up by the enemy of your own making, and I declare it is null and void by the power of your word. I have said before, and I say again, you must speak death to the lie before you can speak life to the truth. If you do not renounce the false identity, you give it power, and what you give power to, you must then serve. You may have believed you were the victim, the failure, the always late, the never picked, the one who gets close but not quite. But these were only lines handed to you by fear, memorized by habit, and recited in the theater of appearances. They were never written by the hand of God. The divine self cannot rise while the false self is still performing. Tear the script, cancel the scene, burn the old contract and declare, "That is not my name. That is not my covenant. That is not my inheritance." The law is always waiting for your command. It does not argue. It does not discriminate. It does not hesitate. It acts. So when you say, "I am tired," the law says, "So be it." When you say, "I never win," the law does not comfort you, it confirms you. But the moment you say, "I now rip every false agreement with lack, with delay, with defeat," you break the back of the bondage you once called normal. What is normalized in speech becomes legalized in spirit. What is permitted in language becomes permission in the realm of demonstration. Therefore, speak this moment with sacred violence. Every old belief is a signed contract, and I rip it with my word. I dissolve it with my voice. I disown it with my authority. You are not under the law of man, but under the law of the Spirit. And in spiritual court, only one thing has jurisdiction: your word. Not your feelings, not your history, not your trauma, your word. That is the pen that writes your fate. That is the signature that holds divine standing. So if you want to see what your tomorrow holds, ask not your mood, ask your mouth. If you want to rise into new wealth, new love, new power, you must renounce the inheritance of the old self with fire on your tongue. I no longer sign for struggle. I no longer agree with delay. I no longer answer to the name of fear. Say it. Say it until your bones obey it. Say it until the unseen world registers it. Say it until the old contract curls in ash at your feet. He who signed in fear must now speak in fire. He who agreed with suffering must now declare dominion. For you cannot live in truth while cohabiting with lies. You cannot ascend in spirit while anchoring yourself to shame. Tear it up, cancel the covenant, and speak aloud. I walk under no curse. I renew no bondage. I confirm no sentence but the sentence of freedom. The old self dies with a word, and the new self rises on its ashes. Speak now. Burn the old contract, and say only what heaven is allowed to echo. You are not waiting on time. You are not waiting on money. You are not waiting on people. You are waiting on the death of who you used to be, the lie you rehearsed, the fear you obeyed, the image you protected. Every delay in demonstration is a mercy from divine law, for if your blessing arrived while you were still carrying the dead self, it would be swallowed up in confusion, guilt, sabotage, or loss. Your word is not designed to decorate the ego. Your word is the flame that burns it. And so I say, there comes a time in spiritual maturity where you must command the burial. The old self does not die quietly. It bargains, it rehearses, it panics. But I do not allow you to comfort what God has commanded you to crucify. The cross always precedes the crown, and so I give you now a 7-day command, 7 days of sacred spoken substitution, where the death of the lie becomes the birth of the new life. Day 1. Speak this aloud. I revoke every word, every vow, every identity that kept me small, stuck, or in fear. I am no longer in covenant with who I was. Feel that declaration slice the cords of the past. Do not argue with the remnants, just keep speaking. Day 2. I no longer serve my struggle. I no longer perform for approval. I am not my wound. I am the word. This is the day your soul begins to surface. Speak it even through trembling lips. Day 3. I am unavailable to be who I was. I bury the ego with joy. My resurrection has already begun. This is your holy turning. The energy of resistance will flare up to keep your former self alive, but speak louder than it. Walk in circles if you must. Weep if you must. But do not stop. Declare it until your atmosphere shifts. Then, Day 4. Now you begin to speak the rising. The old has passed, the new has come. I rise today in perfect union with divine law. Say this as you rise from sleep, as you walk to work, as you hand over money. Let this phrase saturate your system until it echoes in silence. Day 5. I walk as the risen one. I magnetize by identity, not by effort. I release the residue of every old cycle. As you speak this, your field begins to reorder itself. New people, new ideas, new instructions begin to appear, not because you earned it, but because you aligned with it. Day 6. I am not trying to change. I am already made new. And let that be your refrain. You are not fixing what was. You are obeying what is. You are not begging for transformation. You are agreeing with it. Day 7. I am the living proof of resurrection. The old me is unrecognizable. The new me is undeniable. I walk in final authority. This is not repetition, it is resurrection. The word spoken 7 times with full surrender dismantles every fortress of delay. Speak as though you mean it. Speak as though you've already risen. For the only thing standing between your present and your promise is a mouth too timid to command the burial. 7 days, 7 decrees, 1 death, 1 rising. Do not rehearse the dead man's fear. Do not negotiate with the tomb. Speak it, bury it, rise. You must carry the cross before you ever wear the crown. That is the law, and the cross is never outside. It is always inner. It is not what people say, not what life takes, but what the false self screams when it is no longer worshipped. The cross is the burning of pride, the death of old identification, the agony of yielding every idol and every lie we've built our lives around. And yet, it is through that death that the crown descends, not by struggle, but by surrender. I have said it before, and I will say it again. Man suffers because he clings to old habits, false roles, outworn labels, and inherited fears. But truth cannot crown a divided soul. You cannot hold on to the old name and expect to walk in a new nature. The crown rests only on the head that has bowed to spiritual law. The world teaches people to avoid the cross. Take the path of least resistance, it says. Protect your image, feed your ego, shield yourself from discomfort. But I say unto you, the discomfort is sacred when it leads to divine transformation. The cross must be carried daily. It is the discipline of the tongue, the rejection of appearances, the refusal to curse what looks like lack. Every time you bless what bruises you, every time you declare truth over what contradicts it, you are bearing the cross and forging the crown. You are laying down the noisy, anxious, personality-driven self and calling forth the I am, the Christ, the true identity that knows no lack, no defeat, no fear. Christ carried his cross publicly and was mocked for it. So will you be. If you choose truth over performance, surrender over striving, declaration over doubt, you will be misunderstood. But I tell you, beloved, the cross precedes the coronation. Do not resist it. Do not explain it away. The old self will cry out, "This is death," and I say, "Yes, and it is resurrection." When you speak the word over your cross, when you say, "This situation cannot defeat me, it can only reveal me," then you lift the burden into glory. You rise with it. You no longer suffer under it. You ascend. I have seen those who looked defeated on the outside, cast down, rejected, forgotten by man, but they bore their crosses with honor. They blessed the dry ground. They thanked God for the empty cupboard. They spoke wealth while holding pennies. And one day, the crown came, not always in ways the world recognized, but they ruled. They ruled their emotions, they ruled their circumstances, and they ruled their reality through the spoken word of truth. This is the mystery of the cross. What feels like loss is really the path of dominion. What feels like death is the threshold of divine kingship. Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus, who, though crowned with divinity, chose the cross to reveal his resurrection. The cross is your transformation. The cross is your refinement. The cross is the death of the old name and the rise of the I am. Speak it daily, carry it boldly, and wear your crown in silence, knowing that you did not earn it by striving. You received it by spiritual law. The word was spoken, the self was surrendered, and the throne appeared. That is how the kingdom is revealed. I die to fear, I rise in faith. I say it again, with the thunder of heaven and the joy of resurrection. I die to fear, I rise in faith. For fear is not mine, it is a garment of dust, a voice of the grave, a shadow that flees when I speak light. I rise because I speak. I ascend because I declare. I refuse to walk beneath the burden of false appearances. I speak the word that lifts me. I speak the word that frees me. And in my speaking, the fetters fall, the tombstone rolls back, and I emerge, not as I was, but as I am. Born anew by declaration, birthed in truth, washed in the silence of divine remembrance. I no longer walk with the dead thoughts of doubt. I no longer feast with the ghosts of guilt. I die to fear. I rise in faith. My words bury bondage. Every syllable I release is a shovelful of power thrown onto the grave of my former chains. Every declaration is a hammer blow against the lock. Every truth spoken is a burial cloth wrapped around deception. I no longer entertain the idea that bondage is real, for it only lived in the unspoken places. Now I speak. I speak until every shackle trembles. I speak until every lie dissolves in the fire of my certainty. I speak the burial of limitation. I speak the funeral of fear. I speak the silence of every false name ever assigned to me. My words are not suggestions. They are sentences, final and binding, uttered with the authority of divine law. My words bury bondage. My mouth is the tomb and the trumpet. Out of this mouth comes death to error and resurrection to truth. It is both the grave and the gate. What I speak, I entomb. What I declare, I resurrect. With one breath I bury shame, and with the next I raise dignity. I have seen the power of this mouth. It has spoken itself into darkness, but now it speaks itself into light. It is no longer a mirror of the world. It is the mover of the world. I trumpet justice. I trumpet increase. I trumpet health, joy, love, and divine right outcomes. This mouth is not neutral, it is not idle, it is holy, it is dangerous to all that is false and dormant. My mouth is the tomb and the trumpet. I speak the funeral of failure. I will not weep over what never belonged to me. I will not eulogize the lie. I gather no flowers for what God never planted. I speak ashes over every betrayal, every collapse, every almost that haunted my soul. I lay them to rest, not with sorrow, but with song. For I have learned that failure is not an enemy, but a fallen mask. And I now speak the funeral, not in sadness, but in spiritual finality. No memory may resurrect it. No echo may call it back. The tomb is sealed. The stone is rolled. The obituary is written. Here lies failure, unclaimed, unnamed, undone. I speak the funeral of failure, and I rise as the heir of divine success. Old names no longer reach me, not the name I was called by those in fear, not the name I answered to in seasons of compromise. I am no longer accessible to insult, to limitation, to inherited shame. The mail of judgment is returned unopened. The voice of ridicule finds no audience. I have moved beyond the reach of old names. You may call, but I no longer come. I dwell in the high tower of I am. I reside in the mansion of divine remembrance. I have no allegiance to the mask. I answer only to truth. I bow only to God. I am not who I was called. I am who I call myself. Old names no longer reach me. I walk in divine dominion. This path beneath my feet is not random. It is paved with intention, lit by intuition, and guarded by angels. I do not walk alone, nor do I walk in circles. I walk as one who knows. I walk as one who commands. I do not request, I declare. I do not negotiate, I decree. For I have been given authority, not to dominate others, but to dominate appearances, not to control men, but to control thought. Every step I take is ordered. Every word I speak is honored. Every desire I voice is fulfilled. I am not a wanderer. I am a walker in divine dominion. The grave clothes are off. I will not carry yesterday's narrative into today's rising. I strip off the linen of limitation. I cast away the bandages of borrowed belief. I no longer smell of the tomb. I no longer look like the dead. I walk out fresh, whole, clean, clothed in power, draped in destiny. I do not need to explain my resurrection. I do not owe the past a final word. The grave clothes are off. Let every accusation fall silent. Let every former role be burned. I have been called forth. I have been unbound. I have been loosed. And I now walk, not as the wounded, but as the wonder. The grave clothes are off. I speak and I rise. It is as simple and as sacred as that. No striving, no forcing, no begging. I open my mouth in truth and up I go. The lower law collapses. The former reality unravels. I speak from the throne and all of heaven rushes to perform it. I speak and I rise. Higher than logic, higher than memory, higher than doubt, higher than every whispered curse. I speak and I rise, not because I am strong, but because I am surrendered. I speak and I rise, not because I earned it, but because I inherited it. I speak and I rise, not because of me, but because I am aligned with truth. There is no more delay, no more permission to be granted, no more waiting room. My soul has heard my mouth, and now the bones are moving. The tomb is shaking, the heavens are opening. I speak and I rise. I say to you now, lift your voice, lift your spine, lift your soul, for this is not the hour of retreat, this is the hour of resurrection. Speak after me, not timidly, not analytically, not philosophically, but as one who has seen the grave of the old self and dared to rise without it. I am not interested in the version of you that keeps waiting. I am not speaking to the one rehearsing lack, delay, and explanation. I call forth the one who knows, the one who remembers, the one who dares to say, I am risen, I am released, I am returned to divine design. Let us walk together in rhythm now, for the word spoken in cadence strikes the chains of the subconscious. It unlocks the prison of inertia. It turns mourning into marching. Repeat me now. Feel it move through your mouth, into your body, across your timeline. Every phrase is a chisel. Every echo is a key. I release the self that fears. I rise in the self that knows. I release the self that delays. I rise in the self that declares. I release the self that clings. I rise in the self that circulates. I release the self that hides. I rise in the self that shines. I release the self that obeys fear. I rise in the self that commands. I release the self that pleads. I rise in the self that proclaims. I release the self that needs permission. I rise in the self that walks in dominion. I release the self that waits for signs. I rise in the self that is the sign. I release the self that apologizes. I rise in the self that authorizes. I release the self that hoards. I rise in the self that multiplies. I release the self that is unsure. I rise in the self that is unshakable. I release the self that is tired. I rise in the self that is timeless. I release the self that doubts. I rise in the self that declares, this is the hour. This is the hour of resurrection. This is the hour of return. This is the hour of light. Let your very blood remember. Let your bones awaken. Let your mouth become the gate of your resurrection. The old you has been buried beneath opinions, confusion, compromise, and delay. And yet the true self waits like a lion at the gate, not waiting to be worthy, but waiting to be spoken. I tell you, this is not just a sequence. This is a sentence breaker. This is a rhythm that ruptures what's false. I do not care how many times you've tried. You are not here to try. You are here to rise. Again, we declare, I release the self that resists. I rise in the self that rejoices. I release the self that recoils. I rise in the self that reigns. I release the self that conforms. I rise in the self that creates. I release the self that complains. I rise in the self that commands the storm. I release the self that rehearses loss. I rise in the self that multiplies life. I release the self that obeys fear's voice. I rise in the self that knows only truth. I release the self that withers. I rise in the self that waters. I release the self that fears lack. I rise in the self that lives in the flow. I release the self that bends. I rise in the self that builds. I release the self that doubts divine timing. I rise in the self that knows it is now. I release the self that dies daily by fear. I rise in the self that resurrects daily by the word. I release the self that fears the tomb. I rise in the self that rolls away the stone. And now we seal it. Seal it not with passive belief, but with the fire of authority, the voice that speaks from the mountaintop, the garden and the furnace alike. Repeat now 3 times until the atmosphere shifts. This is my hour. I bury the false. I rise in truth. This is my hour. I bury the false. I rise in truth. This is my hour. I bury the false. I rise in truth. Let no one say they did not hear. Let no fear say it was not rebuked. Let no dream say it was not called forth. The word has been spoken. The resurrection has begun. And it begins where it always begins, in the mouth of the awakened, the daring, the faithful, the free. Now rise. The old self cannot wear the garments of glory. I once met a man crushed under the heavy garments of shame. He had spoken over himself again and again, I am weak. I always fail. I am not enough. And as surely as the farmer plants his seed and reaps a harvest, This man had reaped ruin. His relationships withered, his finances collapsed, and the world seemed to mirror back his unspoken belief: "You do not belong in dominion." But I said to him, "You are not who the world has named. You are not the bruised label the past placed on your back. Speak a new name, rewrite your decree, bury that name in the tomb it belongs." And I handed him the divine trowel, words soaked in power. I told him to speak aloud each day: "I am the structure of strength. I am built with God's law in my bones. My tongue resurrects power. My past has no permission to speak." For 7 days he fasted from the old phrases. Every time the lie tried to rise, he crucified it with truth. And as surely as seed breaks forth under divine pressure, his strength returned. Not a weak imitation, but a holy, unshakable, masculine stillness. He began to walk with calm, his voice lowered, his back straightened. He no longer shrank in shame, for he had spoken shame into the ground and called forth structure in its place. Friends said, "You've changed." But it wasn't change, it was resurrection. He did not become someone else, he became the real man, buried beneath borrowed labels. I tell you now, if the tomb of shame has held you captive, speak like he spoke. Look shame in the face and say, "You are not me. You are the old name, and I bury you with full authority." Say it now. "I do not carry shame, I carry strength. I do not echo weakness, I originate structure. I am not the past, I am the Word made flesh." And watch what begins to rise. There was a woman who came to me burdened not by visible chains, but by the words she had sewn into the fabric of her being. Her name, as she knew it, was not what was written on paper. It was what she had spoken in secret, in suffering, and in silence. She called herself broke. She called herself too much. She whispered behind her smile, "It's too late for me." And though no man had imprisoned her, her life bore all the symptoms of confinement. For the name she answered to in spirit was a name never given by God. The name she answered to was lack. The name she bowed to was shame. And the word says, "Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain." Yet every time she denied her divine inheritance, she broke that law. For to be made in the image of God is to be spoken of with power, and she had let the world name her with poverty's mouth. I said to her, "Daughter, the lie cannot live unless you lend it breath. And you've been breathing life into false names long enough." I instructed her to no longer respond to broke. If someone spoke it, she was to treat it as if it were never said. When her bank account tempted her with emptiness, she was to speak aloud, "My name is not lack, my name is supply, the name my Father gave me." She was to answer no more to "too late." Instead, she declared daily, "I walk in divine timing, and nothing is behind." She was to silence the echo of too much with the rhythm of, "I am the perfect expression of divine abundance. There is nothing excessive in the image of God." And oh, how swiftly the Spirit moves when the lie is cast down. Within weeks, her countenance changed. Her voice no longer trembled when she prayed. Her requests became declarations. Her apologies turned into decrees. And the miracle was not that she received more, but that she finally stopped refusing what had always been hers. For your wealth, your wholeness, your wonder are not waiting to be earned. They are waiting for you to agree with your real name. She said to me, "I did not add anything to my life. I simply removed what I was never meant to carry. I laid down every cursed label and picked up my divine title." So I ask you now, what names have you worn that do not belong to you? What titles have you accepted from fear, from family, from failure? Rip them off, speak them dead, and declare, "I am named by God. I answer only to increase. I respond only to truth. I reject the name of lack, delay, drama, and defeat. I rise when called by favor, by fullness, by power." Your old name must die for your real one to rise. You cannot call yourself not enough and expect a full harvest. The name you wear is the life you build. So wear abundance, answer to joy, and let every word spoken over you that is not of God fall to the ground without root or return. The curse breaks when you stop repeating it. The shame ends when you stop answering to it. The rise begins the moment you stop claiming a life that never belonged to you. A man came to me many years ago who could not understand why his work stagnated, his business delayed, and his contracts slipped through his hands like sand through fingers. He had skill. He had strategy. He had offers lined up, but they always disappeared before they bore fruit. "I don't understand," he said. "I show up, I prepare, I negotiate, but nothing ever crosses the line." And I said to him with clarity, "You do not have a business problem, you have a self-declaration problem." You see, he had not stepped into the self that delivers. He was still speaking from the old man, the one who delays, who doubts, who hopes, but never commands. He was showing up in form, but not in word. And so I asked him, "What do you call yourself before you walk into a meeting?" He paused. He confessed that he often rehearsed failure. What if they don't choose me? What if they say no again? What if this isn't the right time? These are not business thoughts. These are death thoughts. These are not declarations of dominion. These are shadows in the mouth. I gave him a new word, a new mantle. I no longer delay. I now deliver. I told him to speak it every morning. Speak it while lacing his shoes. Speak it while driving to meet a client. Speak it under his breath while shaking hands. Not as a trick, not as a sales tactic, but as a resurrection. Because you cannot deliver contracts if you still embody delay. You cannot unlock abundance if your mouth is still the mouth of postponement. You must declare yourself new before the world will respond. You must take your place as already risen. And what happened next? One by one, clients who had gone cold reached back out. Invoices that had stalled were suddenly released. A client he thought had ghosted him entirely sent a message saying, "We're ready. Let's move." Why? Because he moved first. He spoke from a new identity, and all things responded. You see, the outer world is never late. Your inner word is what leads the dance. And when your identity shifts, supply follows. The truth is this: the old version of you cannot receive what the new version is designed for. Speak the new self, or the new supply will never recognize your address. That man now speaks these words over his calendar, over his emails, over his own thoughts. I no longer delay. I now deliver. My presence closes every open loop. My word finishes what fear began. I am the end of confusion and the beginning of clarity. I no longer stall. I circulate. I release. I multiply. I deliver. And so I say to you, stop calling yourself trying. Stop calling yourself waiting. Stop naming yourself almost. Life does not respond to almost. Heaven does not pour out for maybe. You must speak like one who already is. Your identity must match your assignment. You must call yourself risen or remain among the unchosen. Speak it now. Speak it boldly. Say, I no longer delay. I now deliver. And it shall be done unto you. I remember the woman who stood before me, trembling not with fear, but with the reverberation of a decision that shook her entire bloodline. She said, "It ends with me." And I say, what begins? That was not poetry. That was power. That was spoken dominion. Her words were not formed out of human pride, nor emotional drama. They came from the altar. For she had suffered long, and she had suffered silently, as many women do, swallowing lack, inheriting fear, recycling patterns of survival so deeply coded into her speech that even her laughter was laced with apology. Her mother had spoken poverty as if it were prayer. Her grandmother had spoken silence as if it were safety. And now here she stood, weary from the war but weaponized by truth. She had learned the law, that the mouth is generational real estate, that curses can run through family lines not as superstitions, but as speech. And she had seen it, how one woman's shame becomes the next woman's scarcity, how what her mother feared, she inherited, how what her grandmother swallowed, she too digested. But this woman did not come to me for comfort. She came for combustion. She came to burn the bridge between the old and the new, and she asked, "How do I become the resurrection in my family tree?" And I said, "You must speak the funeral first. You must give death to the lie that says, 'This runs in our blood.' You must bury the myth that says, 'We've always been this way.' You must declare that your DNA is not your destiny unless your mouth agrees." So she walked through her house, through every room where memory had settled like dust, and she said out loud, "I release the speech of struggle. I release the loyalty to limitation. I release the inherited fear of men, of money, of miracles. I release the weight of what was never mine to carry. I declare, it ends with me. I declare, I no longer eat the bread of sorrow. I declare, my children will never hear me speak the language of lack again." And the atmosphere changed, not with fanfare, not with lightning, but with authority. Something shifted in the silence, because silence had been the language of suppression, and now the sound of truth, released through the spoken word, shattered the spell. Beloved, I tell you this plainly. Your past does not possess the power to perpetuate itself unless you give it voice. If you are still repeating the words your parents spoke in fear, you are still tethered to their experience. If you are still rehearsing old narratives of suffering, you are not honoring your lineage, you are extending its bondage. Let the dead bury the dead. Let the fearful keep their stories. But you must speak as the resurrection and the life. For the curse ends not by therapy, not by thought, but by declaration. It is the word that breaks the yoke. It is the word that severs the inheritance of shame. And it is the word, spoken with boldness, that initiates a new bloodline of boldness, of blessing, of divine supply. Do not say, "But I come from nothing." Say, "I come from God, and through me all things are made new." Do not say, "But we've always struggled." Say, "This household now lives under grace, not generational grief." Do not say, "But I don't know how." Say, "I am taught of the Lord, and great is the peace of my children." If you knew what your words activated, you would never again let your mouth wander into fear. Speak not what was, speak what must now be. Declare daily, "I am the first fruits of freedom in my family. I speak as one delivered. I speak as one chosen. I speak as one through whom God plants a new garden. And this time, we will not be cast out. This time, we are home." For every curse must bow to the woman who knows who she is. For every bondage breaks when one voice rises above the pattern. And if you are that voice, then say it with me now. It ends with me. And I say, what begins? You must not search for the living among the dead. You must not beg life from the grave of your past. He is not here, he is risen. The Christ walked out of the tomb, but he left the grave clothes behind. And so must you. There is no resurrection without a burial. There is no rising without relinquishing the remnants of bondage, the opinions, the names, the fears, the self-images that once swaddled your identity in death. I tell you now, the old self must die, and it must be spoken dead with bold command. The tomb is empty because the lie is over. The story of lack is over. The cycle of self-betrayal, submission, and spiritual smallness is over. But you must stop dragging the linens of loss into your new life. You cannot resurrect while wearing grave clothes. Many cry out, "Where is my demonstration? Where is my answered prayer?" Yet they sit inside the tomb of doubt, clinging to the very identity that crucified their supply, their peace, their self-expression. You cannot enter the kingdom while clinging to a corpse. You must roll away the stone with your word. Declare now, I speak death to the former me. I release every version of myself that ever settled, begged, shrank, or feared. That self is not here. That self is finished. That self has no breath, no authority, no place in the kingdom of the risen word. Even the angels at the tomb said, "Why seek ye the living among the dead?" The voice of heaven will never answer you inside the vocabulary of fear. The voice of spirit will not speak to the name you gave yourself in defeat. God never called you unworthy. God never gave you the identity of not enough. Those garments were given to you by error, fear, karma, family, and misbelief. And now they must be folded, left behind, and burned by the fire of truth. When Jesus rose, he was recognized not by appearance, but by presence, and so it shall be with you. When you release the former costume of your struggle, your friends will say, "Is it you?" And you shall answer, "It is the I am in me that lives. The former things are passed away." Do not pray to be comforted in the tomb. Do not ask me to decorate your place of spiritual death. Do not cry for a resurrection while defending the old name. If you want new life, speak new life. Lazarus, come forth, was not a polite suggestion. It was a violent word of extraction. It was the voice of dominion calling spirit out of entombed identity. And the same command must go forth from your mouth. Speak to yourself as Christ spoke to Lazarus. Speak to your finances, your worth, your mission. Call them forth. But first, roll away the stone. First, open your mouth and command the death of the old agreement. Until then, the resurrection is blocked. Until then, the angels remain unanswered. Until then, the tomb stays full of excuses, and the linens of the old identity stay wrapped around your future. So I ask you now, what is still buried that must be spoken dead? What costume of defeat are you still wearing? What old self still clings to you like grave clothes around a body that longs to rise? Leave it. Lay it down. Speak the word of separation and cross over into your own spiritual resurrection. The tomb is empty. But the question remains, will you be, or will you stay entangled in what is already dead? This is the way of dominion. Not to manage the old identity, not to reform the grave clothes, not to negotiate with fear, but to leave it all behind with a final declaration. I am no longer the one who dies. I am the risen self. I am the Christed word in motion. The tomb has no light for you, only the word does. Step into it, speak from it, and rise. I do not speak in metaphor, I speak in law. The raising of Lazarus is not a miracle bound by history. It is not a relic of scripture for the pious to recite. It is the living pattern of resurrection by the spoken word. Lazarus was not raised by effort. He was not stirred by weeping. He was not lifted by sympathy. He responded to command. He heard his name called through the tomb of limitation, and by that call, he was loosed from the grip of death. And so I say to you, if there is any part of your life that appears bound, any dream you have buried, any identity you have wrapped in cloth and declared too late, you do not heal it with emotion. You do not negotiate with decay. You do not rationalize the grave. You call it by name and you say, "Come forth." The words of Jesus were not decorative, they were directive. Lazarus, come forth. He did not say, "Please." He did not ask, "If it be thy will." He did not hold a healing circle or search for permission. He spoke with dominion, and the dead obeyed. So must you speak over your dead finances, over the body declared terminal, over the marriage labeled unrecoverable, over the gifts and callings you have entombed under the weight of fear. You speak, not to the condition, but to the identity. You speak to the true self, the God-appointed Lazarus within, and you summon it. You do not bury what heaven has named. You do not mourn what you have the authority to resurrect. But listen carefully. Jesus did not roll the stone. He told the others to do it. This means your word will raise the dead, but your willingness must roll the stone. If your heart is hardened, your excuses too large, your fears too familiar, your stone too heavy with false beliefs, your Lazarus will stay bound. The word is power, but you must participate in your own resurrection. There is no neutral speech in the realm of the Spirit. Every word is either calling Lazarus forth or sealing his tomb. The question is not whether you are speaking. The question is what your words are doing. Are they embalming the old self or commanding the new to rise? Are you rewrapping the grave cloths of identity, or are you shouting over the tomb? Life and death are not distant judgments. They are in your tongue. You are not a victim of time. You are not waiting for divine pity. You are the mouthpiece of God, and what you say must echo resurrection or prolong decay. When I hear someone say, "I'll never recover," I say to them, "Then you have made it law." When I hear, "It's too late for me," I say, "Then you have sealed your own grave." But when a man, bankrupt and broken, says, "This is not the end, my good comes forth," I see the stone roll. I see movement in the darkness. I see linen unwrap. Because the name of the true self has been called, and the name was not loser, it was not addict, it was not failure. The name was life. Let me give you a new instruction. Instead of rehearsing what you've lost, start declaring what is rising. Instead of defining yourself by what has died, begin speaking to what must come alive. I do not care how long it has been buried. 4 days, 4 decades. The moment you speak from the Christ within, the grave loses its grip. The ego cannot hold what the Spirit has summoned. The lie cannot linger when the truth is declared. Say aloud, even now, "I am not what I lost. I am what God raises." Say it again, not from emotion, but from identity. I am not what I lost. I am what God raises. You do not resurrect through grief. You resurrect through governance, and you have been given dominion. You have been entrusted with the power to raise dead things. So stop weeping, stop explaining, stop waiting for the conditions to change. Face the tomb, open your mouth, and call the life back by name. Come forth, come forth, come forth. The old self is buried, the true self is rising. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. This is not poetry. It is blueprint. It is law. It is your divine inheritance written in the vibration of eternity. When I speak of the Word, I do not speak of idle chatter or emotional outbursts. I speak of the force that formed light out of void, land out of sea, abundance out of chaos. When the Spirit of God moved upon the waters, it did not weep, plead, or wish. It spoke, and the speaking divided light from darkness, life from death, manifestation from void. This same word is in your mouth, dear listener. Not a future version of you, not a version that has healed enough, or learned enough, or read enough. I mean you, the one listening now, breathing now, aching now. The word is in your mouth. And the moment you understand that your mouth is not an emotional valve but a spiritual weapon, you will never again speak like a victim, live like a beggar, or wait like an orphan. You have spoken as if you are God's employee, waiting on assignment, approval, or payment. But I say to you, you are the heir, not the hireling. Speak accordingly. The word does not describe life, it divides it. The word does not report reality, it releases it. So long as you continue to use your mouth to confirm appearance instead of command spirit, you will be ruled by what you could dominate. When you say, "I am tired," you are commanding weariness to anchor itself in your bones. When you say, "I never get ahead," you are licensing stagnation to set up shop in your affairs. You are not speaking about your life, you are speaking as your life, because the Word was not just with God, the Word was God. And you, created in the image and likeness of the Most High, are also endowed with the authority to separate light from darkness with your tongue. The word you speak is the world you live in. If you want a new world, you must release a new word. When I say God, I speak of principle, law, spirit, pure power, and that power never lies dormant. It is always listening for the voice of command. But too many speak the language of confusion, uncertainty, and self-deprecation, and then call it humility. But let me tell you, humility is not self-doubt cloaked in reverence. True humility is bold agreement with God's idea of you. To say, I am what He says I am, is not arrogance, it is alignment. To say, my word is law unto my world, is not pride, it is participation. It is joining your voice to the voice of creation. You are not a bystander. You are not here to merely interpret your life. You are here to create it, with your word, with your declaration, with your holy insistence on truth. If you wish to see a new life, you must stop worshiping the old one. Stop rehearsing its wounds. Stop memorializing its drama. Stop narrating it as if it holds power. Death only reigns when the word is silent. But the moment you speak in the name of truth, death loses its grip. When Jesus stood before Lazarus's tomb, He did not negotiate with decay. He did not analyze the past. He did not require anyone's permission. He simply spoke, "Lazarus, come forth." That is what the word does. It calls the living thing to rise. It calls the buried dream to awaken. It calls the divine blueprint to take form. And when you know that your voice is no less anointed, you will stop whispering fear and begin thundering faith. So I say unto you now, resurrect your voice. Strip it of sarcasm, strip it of smallness, strip it of self-pity, and dress it in the garment of divine command. Speak not what you feel, speak what is true. Say, I am the light of my world. Say, I decree new life where death once ruled. Say, my word is the womb of the new. Because you do not beg God to intervene. You speak God into the situation. The word was God, and the word is in you. Say it now. I separate myself from the grave by the word. I speak, and it is so. I release, and it is done. And remember this. When you speak from your divine identity, all of heaven backs your voice. You are not echoing hope. You are embodying authority. So do not wait for permission, do not consult the appearance, and do not doubt the echo. Speak, and let the word divide your light from darkness. Speak, and let the new thing rise. I stood one night, alone, before the mirror in the dark. The world was asleep. No spotlight of reason shone on me. No voice of logic interrupted. The chatter of the day had died. In that holy silence, I spoke. I said, by morning I rise. And heaven heard me, for it is in the darkness, when nothing appears to change, that everything is commanded to change. Man is not resurrected in crowds. He is not reborn under applause. The new self rises in secret, in the tomb of stillness, under the Word. And the Word was with God, and the Word was God. I knew in that moment I was not waiting on conditions to improve. I was not begging for new evidence. I was birthing the evidence by speaking it. That mirror did not show me my past. It showed me my power. I looked myself in the eyes and said, this is not who I was. This is who I am becoming. My old identity is a corpse. I am no longer embalming it with fear. I am no longer eulogizing it with excuses. I speak the death of delay, the death of doubt, the death of that voice that told me I was not enough. I am risen. This is the midnight resurrection, the silent deliverance, the womb of the spoken word. You do not need permission from the world to rise. You do not need proof. You need only the mirror and the word. By morning, I rise. Not maybe, not hopefully, not eventually, but by divine law, by the command of truth, I rise. The subconscious receives the word in darkness. It obeys it like seed planted in midnight soil. The soil does not argue, the mirror does not debate, the law does not ask how. It asks if you will speak, and I have spoken. I did not say, I wish to change. I said, I am changed. I did not say, I hope things get better. I said, I walk in resurrection now. And though the outer world still resembled a tomb, the stone had already rolled away. The shift had already occurred in spirit. Because I do not wait for conditions to rise, I command them to. I declare, and so it is. And to all who dare speak with me in the night, I say, meet yourself in the mirror of midnight. Look not at your history, but at your holiness. Touch not your wounds, but your word. And say aloud, by morning I rise, and all that has held me is broken. This is not metaphor. This is spiritual law. Resurrection is not a story. It is your inheritance. But you must speak it while the world sleeps. You must prophesy to the bones while nothing moves. You must become the trumpet in your own tomb. And when you do, the grave cannot hold you, because I have learned. The midnight mirror hears more than daylight minds ever will. And when I speak there, I rise. There comes a sacred moment in every soul's unfolding where it must speak words not of embellishment or improvement, but of absolute renunciation. For no one rises into the Christ consciousness by negotiation with the ego. It must be dethroned, dismantled, declared dead, and in its place must stand a voice so rooted in spiritual knowing, so certain of its divine identity, that it dares to say, "This is not who I am anymore." That phrase is not a confession of guilt or a tender appeal to change. It is a spiritual sword. It is a dismissal of the false self, a spoken crucifixion of every lie you once called life. I have seen it pierce through years of stagnation, dissolving stories, attachments, and identities in an instant when spoken with unwavering faith. For in the moment you declare that who you have been is no longer acceptable to your spirit, heaven responds. The word does not return void. Angels marshal. Circumstances reorder. The walls of Jericho crumble. But hear me. This phrase cannot be whispered. It cannot be entertained in theory or muttered in doubt. It must thunder from the center of your being with the same power Christ used when he said, "Lazarus, come forth." When you speak this phrase, you are not describing a goal, you are announcing a spiritual verdict. You are ending the reign of limitation in your life. You are burying the scarcity identity, the victim identity, the anxious identity. You are canceling the former script and returning to the author and finisher of your faith. And when the soul speaks with finality, the world must comply. Appearances may linger like shadows, but they are no longer real to you. They are echoes, shells, phantoms without power. For once you say, "This is not who I am anymore," you enter into covenant with a higher identity. You step under new authority. You no longer answer to fear, to addiction, to rejection. You report only to truth. You respond only to the Spirit of God, declaring, "Behold, I make all things new." And what of the past? What of the memories and regrets? Let them rise, but only so they may be dismissed. You do not argue with the corpse. You do not debate with the grave. You speak resurrection, not rationalization. You say to every image of your former self, "Depart, you have no power here," and the spell breaks. That is the mystery of dominion. Not that we fix the old self, but that we bury it. Not that we heal what never belonged to us, but that we deny it permission to speak again. For when I speak the words, "This is not who I am anymore," I am not trying to become someone new. I am agreeing with the eternal self I have always been in God. I am remembering heaven's original idea of me, and in that memory is fire, is power, is peace. The true self needs no defense, no performance, no apology. It simply waits for your authority to say the phrase that heaven cannot ignore, "This is not who I am anymore." And when you say it not as a wish, but as a verdict, not as a hope, but as a sentence passed on all limitation. And let that word, like the stone rolled away from the tomb, declare to all creation, a new life has begun. I now speak to those who are tired of circling the same desert, tired of calling the corpse of their former self their identity, tired of defending the pain that was only meant to pass through. Hear me. Your deliverance is not delayed. It is only disguised behind a door you refuse to shut. You cannot walk into your resurrection with the name tag of your crucifixion still pinned to your chest. You must renounce it. You must bury it. You must take your word like a sword and sever the lie from your life. I tell you again, the old self does not die by time. The old self dies by declaration. And there are 3 sentences that open the tomb and call forth the new. The first is this: I no longer answer to that name. For many are still bound because they keep answering to identities that no longer belong to them. You said you were the anxious one, the broken one, the poor one, the black sheep, the victim of betrayal, the one who never gets chosen. And every time you answered to that vibration, you renewed your lease in a prison that heaven already unlocked. But I tell you now, when you stop answering to the wrong name, the lie withers. Every time the world calls you lack and you say, I no longer answer to that name, you are denying the flesh and choosing the Christ within. Every time your memory calls you failure and you say, I no longer answer to that name, you are casting out the unclean spirit of self-pity. This is the spoken death. This is the beginning of spiritual crucifixion, the spoken disidentification from the false identity. For as it is written, he that loseth his life shall find it, and that life begins not in feeling, but in speech. When you speak against the old name, you break its agreement. And all of hell trembles when a woman who once said, I'm just this way, begins to say, I no longer answer to that name. She is not confused. She is crowning herself with truth. The second sentence is this: I cancel that role. Oh, how many are trapped in unconscious performances. You have played the savior, the struggler, the scapegoat, the quiet one, the fighter, the forgotten. You have worn these roles for so long that you mistake them for character. But your soul was never meant to act. It was meant to declare. I tell you now, every false role is a contract written by fear and sustained by silence. But when you speak the words, I cancel that role, you dissolve the stage, you tear down the set, you release every person who kept you there, including yourself. This is not fantasy. This is law. As surely as an actor may walk off the set and never return, so too may you. But you must say it aloud, with the dignity of one who sees themselves as divine. I cancel that role. I do not play the one who is always late, always too much, always not enough. That part is finished. That play is closed. You may feel empty at first, but the vacancy is holy. It is the space through which the Christ consciousness enters. For until you vacate the throne of the false self, the spirit cannot sit down in power. And the third sentence is this: that agreement is broken. For some have spoken the first 2, yet find the chains still clinking in the corner of their mind. Why? Because an agreement was made. You agreed with a word spoken over you. You agreed with the curse of a parent, the label of a diagnosis, the limit of a teacher, the script of your culture. And even if you never spoke it aloud, you signed it in silence. But here is the holy truth. What you agreed to by fear, you can break by faith. And the power lies in your tongue. That agreement is broken. I tear the contract. I dissolve the vibration. I erase the name. Say it, declare it, decree it. For thou shalt also decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee. Every spell must be broken by a stronger word, and there is no word stronger than a word spoken in the authority of Christ within. So I tell you, speak boldly, not as the one who is trying to get free, but as the one who is free and now claims it. I no longer answer to that name. I cancel that role. That agreement is broken. Say them aloud. Whisper them in the dark if you must. Roar them when you're ready. Write them in the air with your tongue of fire. And as surely as the tomb cracked and the stone rolled away, so too will your old self fall and your true self rise. Let the mouth be your blade. Let the word be your resurrection. Let the death be spoken, that the Christ may rise. Beloved, if you would rise into your true self, you must first rise in word. Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and I tell you now, resurrection begins not with struggle, but with speech. Many try to reform the self through effort, through penance, through years of self-study and striving, but the soul is not born through effort. The soul is born through utterance. It is the word that raises Lazarus, not the hand. It is the word that parts the Red Sea, not the foot. The word of God is your resurrection stone, and when it is laid upon the tomb of your past, the old shall fall back, and the new shall rise. When you speak from the Christ mind, when you speak from divine memory, when you speak as one who has already overcome, the grave clothes unravel, and your former identity dissolves like smoke in the presence of fire. Say it with me now. I live in full divine memory. Not the memory of wounds, delays, betrayals, or what man said you could never be, but the memory of heaven, the memory of completion, the memory of your eternal name, the memory of who you were before you were born and who you remain in spirit even now. The world trained you to forget your power, to forget your source, to forget your dominion. But the Christ within you never forgets. The Christ within you remembers the divine plan. The Christ within you remembers the spoken blueprint of your fulfillment, and when you align your tongue with His word, you draw it into the scene. I live in full divine memory. I remember who I am. I remember that I am supplied. I remember that I am chosen. I remember that I am complete. Every time you remember your divine identity, you erase a curse from the human one. Every time you remember your oneness with God, you disarm the machinery of fear and spin the wheel of divine fortune. The floodgates open not because you begged, but because you remembered. Say it again. I live in full divine memory. And now the scroll unrolls. And now your days rearrange. And now your name is cleared, your health is restored, your money flows like a river unblocked, all because you remembered. Now say the second word. I act as if I've already won. This is no pretend game. This is not performance, this is prophecy. To act as if you have already won is to stand in the position of divine finality. It is to walk as the victor, not the victim. To prepare the house as if the guest has already accepted the invitation. Faith is not waiting. Faith is arrangement. Faith is not hesitation. It is choreography. To act as if you've already won is to reject the delay. It is to reject the discussion. It is to reject the lie that your good still hangs in the balance. I never teach hesitation. I teach fulfillment. In the kingdom, nothing is on the way. It is either spoken or it is withheld by silence. When you move as one who has already received, you collapse the distance between the invisible and the visible. When you move as one who already possesses, you enter divine jurisdiction. When you dine like a queen, even in a hut, heaven must supply the palace. Say it with me again. I act as if I've already won. And by that word, every conditional contract is cancelled, and a new decree is issued from heaven's high court. No more begging, no more hoping, no more living as if your answer is pending. It is finished. Move accordingly. And now, the third word, the highest word. I am now who God says I am. Not who your history says, not who the report says, not who your mother feared or your father failed to bless. You are now who God says you are. Do you hear me? Not later. Now for the I am never operates in the future. The I am is always now. If you say, I will be, you delay heaven. If you say, I'm becoming, you empower process and sabotage miracle. But when you say, I am now who God says I am, you summon the thunder of the eternal to reconfigure your present hour. Let the weak say, I am strong, not when the symptoms go, not when the boss sees your worth, not when the funds appear. The strength is activated in the saying, not in the seeing. The title is bestowed in the declaration, not in the resume. The healing is born in the word, not in the scan. When you say it, you become it. When you say it, you shed the lie. When you say it, the veil is torn and the Christ is revealed in you. So say it until every cell in your body kneels to it. Say it until your name changes. Say it until your life obeys. I am now who God says I am. Let these three be your sword. Let them be your ladder. Let them be your morning, your banner, your breath. Speak them over your sleep. Declare them over your bank account. Whisper them over your shadow self until it dissolves in holy light. These are not affirmations. These are recreations. And every time you speak them, the dust of delay is shaken off, the chains of condition break, and you are ushered into the dimension where your divine self lives, rules, and reigns forever. Say them again. I live in full divine memory. I act as if I've already won. I am now who God says I am. This is your resurrection script. This is your scroll of dominion. And this, beloved, is the word that calls you forth from every tomb you thought you could not escape. You are not healing. You are resurrecting. The old self was never meant to be rehabilitated, negotiated with, pitied, or preserved. It was meant to be buried. The old patterns, the old limitations, the old names you called yourself, the old roles you accepted, all of it was a garment of death. And I say to you now, in the name of truth, take off the grave clothes. You are not a work in progress. You are a living word, and the moment you speak from your Christ identity, the tomb cannot hold you. You may have tried therapy, effort, striving, waiting for a feeling to change, but that is not resurrection. Resurrection is not a process, it is a decree. When Jesus stood before the tomb of Lazarus, he did not counsel the corpse. He called him out. So too must you do now. The self you have known, the one that felt abandoned, broke, rejected, overwhelmed, that self has had enough airtime. That identity has played its final role. The curtain must fall on that act of fear, for the next scene requires a new actor, the true you. And who is this true you? It is the one who says, I and the Father are one. It is the one who no longer accepts delay, drama, or disorder as part of their story. It is the one who says, I walk in dominion now, not someday, not after enough healing, but now. For the truth about you is not developing. It is done. The Christ within you is not growing stronger. It is already perfect and only waits for your recognition. Let the weak say, I am strong. Let the broke say, I am rich. Let the forgotten say, I am favored and known. You do not wait to feel it. You speak it and the feeling aligns. You decree it and the world obeys. The old self tries to be realistic, but the risen self is prophetic. It speaks from the end. It declares from the promised land even while the wilderness still surrounds. I charge you, beloved soul. Do not decorate your tomb any longer. Do not make your excuses sacred. Do not keep memorializing what God has already called dead. You are not meant to manage the old self. You are meant to bury it with the word, and once it is buried, do not look back. The woman who touched the hem of Christ did not return to the doctors. The man at the pool of Bethesda did not go back to his mat. And you, now that the word has made you whole, must not speak again as if you are still waiting. Speak as the risen one, walk as the risen one, declare as the risen one. Do not look in the mirror for evidence. Look in the word, look in the law. Look in the eternal covenant that says, Behold, I make all things new. So rise, not because you feel like it, but because it is already written. Rise, not because you earned it, but because it is your name. Rise, not to impress anyone, but to fulfill your divine decree. And when doubt whispers from the shadow of your former self, answer boldly. That one is no longer available. That name has been retired. That story has been closed. Behold, all things are new, and I speak now as the one who has risen. Amen. I do not offer you content. I offer you cadence, rhythm, revelation, the divine tempo of truth. And now, my friend, as we reach the edge of this spiritual journey, I invite you not to end, but to begin again. For every end is but a resurrection in disguise. Let this moment be the breath between death and dominion. You have walked with me through fire, through sword, through the grave of the old self and the crown of the new. Do not step back into silence now. Speak. For the word spoken is the key that reopens the tomb. Comment below, not with opinion, but with declaration. Seal this hour with the word. The old is gone. I rise by word. Do not explain it. Do not dilute it. Just declare it. As surely as Lazarus rose, your life is called forth by your mouth. You have no need of motivation, affirmation, or explanation. You need rhythm. You need to return to the sound of spiritual law and spiritual certainty. Subscribe not for more videos, but to align with the spoken life. For when you return here tomorrow and speak again, you are not consuming content. You are consecrating your mind. Let each day be a funeral for the lie and a feast for the truth. Let your very breath be a rebuke to fear and a celebration of divine remembrance. You are not here to remember who you were. You are here to remember what God has already spoken. And the word is still alive, still multiplying, still making flesh. You need not feel ready. You only need to return, to die again, to speak again, to rise again. Let the grave lose you, and let your mouth restore you. Your resurrection is not on a date, it is on your lips. The old is gone. I rise by word. Write it, speak it, live it, return tomorrow, and again the next. This is not a conclusion. This is your commission.
You were never meant to chase money. You were never meant to strain, grasp, or barter your soul to barely keep afloat. That belief, that wealth is a scarce reward for hard labor or rare luck, is not divine law. It is hypnotism. And today I come to break the spell. You are not a beggar. You are not a gambler hoping for favor. You are the living vessel of infinite supply. Your good is not out there, dangling beyond reach. Your wealth is not held back by the economy, your background, your education, or your past. It is held only by your belief. I speak to the part of you that has been quietly suffering, the one who believes they must earn worthiness, deserve support, or prove themselves before abundance arrives. That voice is not of God. That voice is not of truth. It is the voice of collective illusion. But I come bearing a higher tone, a rhythm of certainty, a frequency of divine provision. The moment you align your word with truth, the substance of wealth begins to form. Not by might, not by manipulation, but by spiritual law. You do not draw wealth by worry. You do not unlock prosperity through panic. You command it by declaring your oneness with the source. Your mind has been trained to scan for lack, to monitor the absence of money, the delay of results, the rising fear that it may never change. But that training is not fixed. It is not law. It is simply repetition. And what was trained by fear can now be retrained by truth. You are not a servant of money. You are the master of it when you walk in divine identity. When your words align with the vibration of spirit, money must appear, not as a favor, but as a reflection, not as a transaction, but as a demonstration. So I say to you now, in the authority of spiritual law, your wealth is not waiting in the world. It is waiting in your word. Your bank account cannot reveal what you have not declared. Your job cannot deliver what your soul has not claimed. Your circumstances are not supply. They are the result of your consciousness of supply. Train the mind, and the world rearranges. align the word, and substance rushes to meet it. I speak from experience. I have seen the tide of wealth turn with a single declaration. I have watched the gates of supply open in response to one bold word of faith. I have seen the miraculous become ordinary when someone dared to say, I no longer chase money. I attract it. I magnetize it. I speak it. And because I do, it comes. This is not a game of luck. This is a science of spirit, a spiritual system governed by exact law, a law that never fails when spoken in faith. So prepare yourself, for in the next 30 minutes, I will teach you to train your mind, not through willpower or effort, but through spiritual dominion. I will show you how to speak in rhythm with abundance, how to dissolve the patterns of poverty, and how to open your storehouse of divine wealth. This is not theory, this is truth, this is not motivation, this is law. And if you walk with me, if you declare what I instruct, believe what I reveal, and act as one who already receives, then your wealth will no longer be a question. It will be a consequence. Are you ready? Then let us begin. Wealth is not a reward. Wealth is not a prize at the end of effort. Wealth is law, and law does not require emotion, struggle, or worthiness. It requires agreement. You cannot earn spiritual supply, for it was already yours before you were born. What you call money is only the visible form of an invisible truth, and that truth is this: God is your supply, not your employer, not your family, not your talent. God alone is your source, and every stream, every channel, every manifestation of wealth must obey that truth when you speak it with authority. This is the law of prosperity. It is not a wish. It is not a hope. It is a divine structure, a covenant that cannot be broken. The law of prosperity states that what you affirm in spirit must appear in substance. When you declare your wealth in faith, the vibration is set and the manifestation begins. But the law does not move until you speak. It does not rearrange until you declare. There is no wealth without word, no abundance without affirmation, no prosperity without possession of thought. You must take it in the invisible before it appears in the visible. Let us also remember the law of substitution. This is the law that governs thought. It states that you cannot think two thoughts at once. If you are thinking of lack, you cannot simultaneously think of abundance. Therefore, to eliminate poverty, you do not fight it. You replace it. You substitute the thought. You deny the appearance. You install the truth. When fear of bills rises, you do not spiral. You declare, every bill is paid by divine supply. When doubt whispers, you'll never have enough, you answer, my wealth is unlimited, for God is my inexhaustible source. And the law obeys your higher thought. What you dwell upon grows. What you fear, you feed. What you declare, you demonstrate. There is no neutral ground in spirit. Every word is a seed, and every thought is soil. You cannot declare abundance in the morning and worry about money by noon and expect results. That is double-mindedness. And the scripture says clearly, a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. So you must become single-minded in wealth. You must become loyal to your declaration. You must choose the vibration of riches and deny the suggestion of lack, not once, but constantly, rhythmically, boldly. Now hear the word. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Do you see? The very nature of divine guidance is provision. If God is leading, then lack cannot follow. Want is not part of the divine equation. So if you are living in constant financial strain, it is not because you are cursed. It is because your mind has not been trained to expect supply. Your words have not yet taken root in truth. But that ends today. For the moment you say, I shall not want, and say it with holy certainty, the law activates, the storehouse opens, the vibration shifts, and money begins to come. I must tell you plainly, your lack is not because you are undeserving, your delay is not divine punishment, your struggle is not spiritual warfare, it is simply a misalignment with law. You have unknowingly accepted the world's hypnosis. You must work harder, you must wait longer, you must get lucky. You must speak, you must align, you must train your mind to expect what is already yours in spirit. Think of it like a radio frequency. The wealth you desire is already playing. But if your mental dial is set to worry, fear, or unworthiness, you cannot hear it. You must tune yourself to the channel of divine provision. And the way you tune is with your tongue. Your declarations are your tuning fork. Your affirmations are your alignment. And when you stay on frequency, wealth flows, not in trickles, but in waves. Not through effort, but through expression. From this moment on, I want you to replace every complaint with a command, every fear with a formula, every doubt with a declaration. When the voice of the world says, "Be realistic," you say, "I walk in supernatural supply." When your bank account reports lack, you do not react in panic. You declare, "This is already resolved in the invisible." When you hear of inflation, recession, or decline, you say, "God is my banker, and he never fails." This is how you begin to train your mind for wealth, not by logic, not by hustle, but by the law of substitution and the law of prosperity, spoken in faith and sealed with rhythm. So now I ask you, what law have you been serving? The law of man or the law of God? The law of appearances or the law of abundance? If your mind has been loyal to limitation, it is time to break that loyalty. If your tongue has repeated lack, it is time to declare a new economy, one built not on effort, but on essence, not on savings, but on spirit, not on markets, but on mind. The wealth you desire already exists. The money you need is already accounted for. The supply you seek is already stored in the invisible, and your only work is to speak the word that releases it. Now that the law is clear, let us begin the training, for it is not enough to agree with truth. You must practice it. Not occasionally, not emotionally, but daily, rhythmically. Just as the body is trained through repetition, so too the soul must be brought into divine discipline. I give you now your morning wealth ritual, for what you speak at sunrise will command the substance of your day. Your declarations in the morning do not simply motivate you, they instruct the invisible to rise in obedience. The first words of your day should never be complaint. They should never be, "I'm tired," or "I'm behind," or "I hope today goes better." These are not harmless phrases. They are miscreations. The law responds not to mood, but to command. Therefore, you must rise and speak your wealth into motion. You must tell the spirit what kind of day you are walking into. You must call your supply out of hiding, not because it resists you, but because it waits for your voice. So I give you this phrase. Let it be your foundation. Unexpected channels of supply now open to me. Speak it aloud before your feet touch the floor. Say it while brushing your teeth. Say it while pouring your coffee. Let it become the first vibration your house hears. You are not asking, you are authorizing. You are saying to divine mind, I am ready for the new. I am ready for the unseen. I release all limitations and welcome the miraculous. You must understand, money is not your source. It is a vehicle. It is a form. The true supply is invisible, infinite, and immediate, but it takes the shape of your belief. The clearer your command, the faster the form arrives. So when your physical eyes see an empty account, you do not bow to the appearance. You deny it. You speak over it. You say, though this number looks low, I know my storehouse is full. You do not wait for proof to feel wealthy. You declare wealth until proof must appear. Let me tell you of a woman who was deeply behind on her rent. Her eyes were on the deadline. Her heart was heavy with fear. But I instructed her to release the panic and begin to declare, divine supply is never late. She said it morning and night. She refused to argue with the appearance. And 2 days before the rent was due, A relative she hadn't spoken to in years called to send her money for no reason. The world will call this coincidence, but I call it spiritual alignment. She spoke, and the law obeyed. Now you must begin the same. For the next 3 days, speak the following affirmations each morning, not as a ritual, not with doubt, but as one who knows the law is in motion the moment the word is spoken. Day 1. Every bill is paid by divine mind, even if the due date looms, even if the money is not in hand, even if fear tries to mock you. Say it louder, say it firmer. This is your spiritual signature. When you say, every bill is paid by divine mind, you are placing your trust not in income, but in infinite supply. Day 2. I welcome unexpected wealth. This is how you open the unseen gates. Do not limit yourself to salary, to clients, to business. Wealth can come from any direction when your mind is trained to receive. Say this until you feel the atmosphere shift. Say it until the tension releases. Say it until the unexpected becomes your norm. Day 3. Money is not my master. I am money's commander. You are not here to be enslaved by expense. You are not here to survive. You are here to govern. You are here to direct energy. Money is not a god. It is a tool. And when you speak as one who walks in dominion, money hears your voice. It moves. It flows. It arrives, not to test you, but to serve you. Let these declarations become the architecture of your mornings. They will do more than soothe. They will summon. They will break old patterns and build new paths. They will train your subconscious to expect wealth as natural, as daily, as inevitable. For what you call into each day will rise to meet you, and the world that seemed closed will begin to open, not by coincidence, but by law. Speak. Train, declare. The mind that is ruled by spirit becomes a magnet for substance, and the soul that refuses to speak lack becomes a lighthouse for supply. The evening is as sacred as the morning. What you impress upon your mind before sleep goes directly into the subconscious, where it multiplies silently through the night. If you end your day rehearsing fear, worry, or scarcity, you are planting seeds of limitation while your conscious defenses are down. And so, I tell you plainly, guard the gate at sundown. The hours before sleep are the workshop of your future. Do not let them be overtaken by dread or doubt. Do not let the appearances of the day cast long shadows into your dreams. Instead, end every evening with a declaration of divine wealth. Speak into the silence, release the vibration, and let spirit do its hidden work while you rest. As you lay your head upon the pillow, do not review what is missing. Do not relive what went wrong. Speak only what you choose to multiply. Wealth is not only attracted by daytime declarations, it is installed in the secret hours by the word that lingers after the world has gone quiet. So begin by forgiving the day. Forgive the appearance of delay. Forgive yourself for any anxious thought, and replace it all with this line. Every appearance of lack is a lie. I forgive it and replace it. This is your nightly cleansing. It is not passive, it is powerful. It scrubs the soul of scarcity and prepares the mind for spiritual impression. Then you speak this. Tonight, divine supply multiplies in silence. Say it gently, but with certainty. This is not a wish. It is an activation. While you sleep, the subconscious does not rest. It creates. It attracts. It arranges. And the thoughts you handed in the final minutes of wakefulness become the blueprint it builds from. If you say, I don't know how I'll make it, then it builds more confusion. But if you say, supply multiplies while I sleep, then the law goes to work, shaping form around your faith. Now I give you 4 declarations, one for each night of this next phase of training. These are not bedtime affirmations to soothe the mind. These are spiritual commands to reprogram the soil. Day 4. I now receive lavish abundance, not small relief, not barely enough. lavish, overflowing, extravagant. There is no virtue in scraping by. Spirit does not delight in your struggle. The universe holds more wealth than you could spend in 1,000 lifetimes, and it moves in response to your vibration. Say this line until every cell of your being believes it is safe to receive more than you've ever imagined. Day 5. The doors of wealth are always open to me. Do not believe the lie of limited opportunity. Do not submit to the illusion of closed doors. When one shuts, another opens, but only to those who keep speaking. Wealth does not operate by man's schedule. It operates by spiritual receptivity. The doors are open when your faith is open. Speak this until you no longer look for permission. Say it until you feel the air shift, the channel widen, the room expand. Day 6. What I need comes quickly and freely. Stop expecting delay. Stop rehearsing difficulty. Spirit is not slow and supply is not stingy. Declare that your needs are already met. Say it before your eyes see it. Declare it when the deadline looms. This affirmation breaks the addiction to struggle. It removes the pride of earning and replaces it with the humility of receiving. Day 7. I am aligned with the law of increase. This is not a momentary fix, it is a permanent rhythm. Your entire being must walk in increase. Speak this line as your signature. Let it become your identity. Let it echo through every transaction, every decision, every encounter. When you align with increase, decrease becomes impossible. When you declare expansion, contraction cannot stay. Let these nighttime declarations become your spiritual lullabies. Let them sing you into abundance. Let them cradle you in expectancy. You are not drifting into sleep. You are being programmed for prosperity. You are not winding down. You are winding up the divine machinery of manifestation. And when you rise, the wealth will begin to show itself, not because it was newly created, but because your mind finally became a worthy host. You are not waiting on money. Money is waiting on your word, and your word must now govern both the rising and the resting, morning and night. Command and receive. Speak it, sleep in it, and let the law work while you dream. Now we descend beneath the words and into the roots. For what you speak with the mouth must also be believed by the subconscious mind. The tongue initiates the command, but it is the subconscious that shapes the form. And many of you have been speaking truth while still rooted in lies. You have declared wealth, but believed in struggle. You have spoken increase, yet still expected lack. You have said, I receive, but prepared for rejection. This is not failure, it is programming. And what was programmed by repetition can be reprogrammed by truth. You were taught that money is hard to earn, that riches come to the few, that good people struggle and only the greedy prosper. But I say to you, none of these ideas come from divine mind. They are cultural spells, family echoes, societal myths. And now they must be broken. You do not inherit your financial future from your bloodline. You inherit it from your belief line, and your belief must now change. Let us take an old phrase you may have heard 1,000 times. Money doesn't grow on trees. This was meant to teach you caution, but it taught you contraction. It whispered lack into your young spirit. It etched the illusion of limitation into your soul. But let us now substitute it with spiritual reality. Money grows from spiritual law, and the law is rooted in me. This is the new tree. This is the true growth. This is the shift from superstition to substance, from folklore to faith. Another deadly phrase, I can't afford that. You say it casually, thoughtlessly. You use it to explain decisions, to justify denial. But every time you speak it, you are engraving scarcity into your mind. You are announcing to the universe that you are unsupported, that you are undernourished, that your source is small. So replace it immediately and permanently with, if this is mine by divine right, the supply appears now. Do not argue, do not calculate, just declare. and the law will arrange itself to either bring it or replace it with something greater. There is one more belief we must address: the hidden shame around wanting money. So many spiritual souls whisper their desires as if wealth were sinful or selfish. But I say again, there is no virtue in lack. There is no holiness in insufficiency. You cannot serve the world in fullness while living in fear of bills. You cannot pour into others when your own cup is empty. You must walk in abundance, not for greed, but for God. For when the righteous prosper, the world is blessed. Now I give you a tool. Use it every time a thought of lack arises. I call it the CRC formula: cancel, replace, command. Cancel the lie. Say aloud, I cancel that. Speak it with force. Interrupt the old mental groove. Replace the thought. Install a higher truth. For example, there's never enough becomes, I walk in more than enough. Command the atmosphere. Seal it with a final declaration. Every cell of my being attracts divine wealth. You will use this formula not once, but repeatedly. You will override, override, override. Just as a worn path in the forest can be abandoned and replaced by a new trail, so too can your mental roads be reformed, but it will take consistency, reverence, faith. Let me give you a holy picture. Your mind is a field. Every thought is a seed. The field does not care whether you plant wheat or weeds. It grows what you plant. And the harvest always arrives in proportion to the belief. If you sow doubt, you reap delay. If you sow truth, you reap demonstration. The subconscious is not your enemy. It is your servant, but it serves whatever master is loudest and most consistent. So, begin now. Say it aloud. Say it often. Say it until your voice becomes your vibration. I cancel the thought of lack. I replace it with divine wealth. I command the atmosphere to yield my supply. This is not emotionalism. This is reprogramming. This is spiritual neurology. This is law applied through rhythm and word. Do not fear the old patterns. Speak over them. Do not mourn the years spent in mental poverty. Redeem them by declaring wealth now. The mind is not fixed. It is fertile, and today you plant riches in its soil. Now that you've exposed and canceled the beliefs of lack, the time has come to replace them entirely with the rhythm of divine wealth. Reprogramming is not a one-time epiphany. It is a daily, hourly, moment-by-moment dedication to truth. You must saturate the mind with divine increase until fear cannot breathe, until doubt withers from lack of attention, until the old grooves are smoothed out and overwritten with the gold-lined tracks of spiritual dominion. You do not wait for your emotions to agree. You do not delay until circumstances shift. You begin now, with repetition as your vehicle and truth as your driver. I tell you again, the subconscious accepts repetition as reality. It does not argue. It does not reason. It receives. And once it receives a command spoken with rhythm, it begins to shape your outer world to match it. This is the secret of all demonstration, not effort, but alignment. Let us begin with this powerful affirmation. The wealth I expect, I receive. Speak it slowly. Speak it again. You are no longer begging for money. You are no longer wondering how or when. You are expecting, and that expectation becomes the mold for your manifestation. You are the vessel, and expectation is the open top. When you expect in truth, you receive in form. Now we go deeper. Say this with me. Money comes easily and constantly. This declaration breaks the ancient spell of financial strain. It dissolves the belief that money only comes through exhaustion or chance. It tells the subconscious that wealth is not rare. It is rhythmic. It is a flow, a movement, a vibration. And when spoken often enough, the mind begins to agree. The body begins to relax, and the world begins to rearrange. Then say, my wealth flows from divine favor, not force. This is the rebalancing of your energetic economy. You are no longer relying on hustle, performance, or perfection. You are relying on divine law, and law never needs to be pushed, it needs only to be obeyed. Favor is not luck, favor is alignment. When you walk in spiritual rhythm, things begin to open for you. People offer, money finds, opportunities locate you, not because you earned them, but because you declared them. Here is a sacred truth. I deserve abundance because I am divine idea made manifest. Say this until the shame breaks, until the resistance softens, until the guilt of receiving dissolves into light. You are not manipulating the law, you are fulfilling it. You are not taking what is not yours, you are claiming what has been waiting for your voice. When you declare your divine identity, the world begins to mirror your majesty. Let me tell you a living parable. A man once came to me discouraged. He had tried every method, worked long hours, said affirmations, but always with doubt behind them. I told him, stop begging and start commanding. Stop rehearsing fear and start rehearsing favor. I gave him this simple shift. Every time he worried, he was to say, all my needs are now met by divine supply. He wrote it, spoke it, slept with it. Within weeks, he was offered a position he hadn't applied for, at double the salary. Why? Because the law does not delay when the word is established. He trained his mind into expectancy, and expectancy pulled the form into view. Now you must do the same. The next time you feel fear about money, do not react. Respond with command. Say, I walk in supernatural provision. The next time you feel overlooked, say, I am divinely remembered and richly rewarded. The next time you feel behind, say, I am on divine schedule and all things flow to me now. Write these affirmations, speak them hourly, set alarms on your phone, whisper them while walking, declare them while working. These are not empty words. They are signals to spirit. They are frequencies that shape form. They are your covenant, your contract, your code. And above all, remember this, speak until the old voice of lack has no air left. Do not wait for the doubt to disappear, drown it in declaration. Do not ask, is this working? Ask, am I obeying the law? Because the law never forgets a command. The moment your vibration matches your desire, wealth appears. The moment your mind stays faithful to truth, manifestation becomes motion. You are not cursed, you are not behind, you are not invisible, you are now tuned to the frequency of favor. You are now walking in the rhythm of wealth, and your world is beginning to reflect the word you've been speaking. Now comes the line in the sand. Now comes the moment where inspiration becomes instruction, where you decide whether this word becomes your new way of being or fades into another forgotten truth. The law does not respond to curiosity. It responds to command. Spirit does not move because you are inspired. Spirit moves because you are in alignment. And alignment is action. Alignment is agreement. Alignment is repetition. You must not only believe the law works, you must live as if it already has. You cannot go back to neutral speech. You cannot drift into casual complaint. You cannot afford the luxury of declaring lack and calling it honesty. There is no honesty in illusion. There is only agreement. And if you speak lack even for a moment, you re-enter a contract with the old world. But if you remain in your covenant of wealth, your words will become substance, your belief will become form, and your atmosphere will rise to meet the vibration of your voice. So I give you this charge. For the next 14 days, you will train your mind with fire. You will not entertain scarcity, not even silently. You will not discuss your problems unless it is to declare their resolution. You will not look at your bank account and say, this isn't enough. You will say, this is a temporary appearance, and it is now replaced by divine surplus. You will walk as one who is already funded. You will talk as one who is already supplied. Each morning, you will rise and say, my channels are open. You will say it before checking your phone, before speaking to another soul. You will give the law its instruction. And because you do, new ideas, new income, new favor will be magnetized to you, not because you manipulated the system, but because you obeyed the rhythm. Each midday, whether at work, at home, or in stillness, you will speak this line: money follows me. Let it interrupt your old pattern. Let it cancel the thought of strain. Say it aloud in the car. Whisper it in the hallway. Write it in your journal. Because what you say consistently, you become magnetically aligned to. Each night before sleep, you will say, all is provided. This closes your day in spiritual certainty. It ends the wandering. It seals your frequency. The subconscious will take this line and go to work while you rest. Angels will be dispatched. Ideas will be born. Circumstances will shift. All because you ended the day with a divine decree. Let me say this clearly. The next 2 weeks are not about trying. They are about training, not about wishing, about walking. You will not say, I'm going to try this and see what happens. You will say, for 14 days, I speak wealth. I reject lack. I walk in covenant. I demonstrate divine substance. You are not small. You are not stuck. You are not someone who merely hopes. You are someone who commands. You are not a follower of trends. You are a master of law, and law responds to boldness. Law follows instruction. Law bends to the one who refuses to bend back into limitation. So go forward now, not cautiously, but prophetically. Speak the end from the beginning. Call in the riches. Deny the lie. Enforce the covenant. For the wealth has already been created, and it now waits on one thing, the voice that dares to declare. Let us now seal this truth with fire. Let us speak as lawgivers, not beggars. Let us summon the unseen with rhythm and authority. These are not affirmations for your journal. These are declarations for your soul. Each one is a hammer breaking the shell of limitation. Each one is a seed that guarantees harvest. You will not whisper them. You will roar them in spirit. You will say them not to feel better, but to call the law into motion. Now speak this with your whole being. I am a magnet for divine money. You are not waiting to deserve. You are not hoping to receive. You are magnetizing supply through the purity of your word. You are drawing wealth not by charm, but by covenant. Say it again. I receive wealth from seen and unseen sources. You are no longer limited to one income stream. You are no longer confined to what the mind can track. Spirit will send money through strangers, refunds, inheritance, ideas, favor, and miracles. You will be surprised, but never unprepared. Say this: all that I need, I now possess. Not tomorrow, not once the invoice clears. Now the substance of your good exists in the invisible and moves toward form the moment you speak it. You are not speaking to create, you are speaking to reveal. Now declare, there is no delay in divine supply. Whatever appears slow is only the rearrangement of form. Divine supply is never late, never stuck, never reluctant. When you say, now, the law responds, yes. Say this with command. I walk in supernatural provision. You are not here to make ends meet. You are here to walk in overflow. The supernatural is your normal. The uncommon is your rhythm. The law is your economy. And now, the final affirmation. Say it slowly. Let it echo in the chambers of your being. Let it uproot every remaining remnant of fear. My wealth is unlimited, because my source is infinite. Let this be your conclusion. Let this be your song. Let this be the new currency of your mind. You are no longer hoping. You are no longer asking. You are no longer proving. You are walking. You are receiving. You are becoming. And the law says yes. If this message lit something inside you, if it cracked a shell, if it silenced a lie, if it stirred the knowing that you were never meant to struggle, then let it not pass through you and fade. Let it become your new rhythm. Let it be your covenant of increase. You are not a visitor to this truth. You are its keeper. You are its steward. And wealth is not something you wait for anymore. It is something you walk in, declare in, and live in from this moment forward. If this word met you in your wilderness, if it reminded you that the fog of lack was never yours to begin with, then let your voice echo back. Write your declaration in the comments, not for me, but for you. Let the universe hear your word made visible. Type it, speak it, declare it. I now walk in divine wealth, or my wealth is unlimited, or whatever line became your sword today. When you write it, you anchor it. When you share it, you affirm it. And when you do, others are lifted into the same remembrance. If this channel feels like your sanctuary, your upper room of truth, then remain close. Subscribe not out of habit, but as a declaration of alignment. Let every video be your training. Let every word be your rehearsal. Let this space be your daily immersion in spiritual law. There are many voices in the world, but few speak the pure rhythm of divine substance. If you found it here, then guard it, nurture it, return to it, and above all, come back tomorrow. Each day for the next 14 days, return to this teaching. Watch it again if you must. Re-speak the affirmations, reinstall the declarations. Do not let the momentum fade. This is not entertainment. This is initiation. This is not inspiration. This is instruction. This is your divine wealth reformation, and you must treat it like the holy work it is. You are not random. You are not behind. You are not outside the covenant. You are the demonstration of divine supply in motion. You are the living proof that God is not limited, that law is not partial, that wealth is not withheld. You are the voice through which abundance becomes visible, and every time you speak in rhythm with truth, the universe says, "So it is." You are not becoming wealthy. You are now aligned with wealth, and everything you need is already yours.
I have heard it said, "Your world rises or falls by your mouth." And I say to you now, there is only one poverty on this earth, and that is the poverty of the spoken word. You do not suffer lack because of a missing opportunity, a collapsed market, or an empty bank account. No, you suffer lack because you have trained your tongue to speak it. You have said, "I can't afford it," and the world said, "So be it." You have said, "Money is tight," and the universe tightened the stream. You have muttered, "Things never go my way," and the law said, "As thou hast spoken, so shall it be done unto thee." Let me ask you, what if the real enemy was not your job, your debt, or your economy, but the very words that pass through your lips each morning? What if the limit is not in your account, but in your vocabulary? I say this with fire. The most expensive thing you will ever do is complain. One sentence of doubt, one whisper of fear, one habitual sigh of "not enough" invites the entire realm of limitation to your doorstep. You see, every word you speak is a decree. Every phrase you utter builds form in the unseen. You are a spiritual architect. You are always commanding, always creating. But what are you creating? A palace of plenty or a prison of lack? Too many build daily with bricks of worry and mortar of fear, then cry at the outcome of their own spiritual design. I remember once a woman saying to me, "I've done every affirmation in the book, Florence, but my situation hasn't changed." I asked her plainly, "What do you say when no one's listening?" She paused. "Well, I guess I still say, 'I don't know how I'll make it.'" And I told her the truth. That sentence alone has canceled every affirmation you've ever spoken. You cannot affirm abundance for 10 minutes in the morning and then speak defeat all afternoon. The law is not mocked. The universe responds to rhythm, not rehearsal. So I give you this revelation at the start of our time together. Train your mouth, and you train your life. If you desire unlimited supply, you must become incapable of speaking anything less. If you seek abundance, you must outlaw every phrase of poverty from your lips. As it is written, death and life are in the power of the tongue, and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. Your fruits have not failed you. Your tongue has. You may have inherited a family of worriers. You may have learned to vent, to fret, to joke about being broke. But you are not bound to that tongue. You can retrain it. You can cleanse it. You can awaken it to speak only supply, only surplus, only sufficiency, and more. You are not at the mercy of the world. You are at the mercy of your own mouth. And your words, yes, even the ones spoken in frustration, are writing the next chapter of your life. So the question is not, where will I get my provision? But, what am I speaking into the law today? Let every other voice be silenced now. Let doubt and debt bow before the throne of your command. For you are about to retrain the most powerful tool God gave you, your tongue, and align it with the river of unlimited supply. Speak rightly, and all things are added unto you. Let the mouth that cursed you now bless you. Let the tongue that bound you now set you free. And let the sentence you speak next be one that ends lack forever. The tongue is not flesh. The tongue is not bone. The tongue is law in motion. The tongue is a wand, a rudder, a spiritual key that unlocks or binds. Scripture declares, "The tongue is a small member, yet it boasts of great things. With it we bless God, and with it we curse men." But I say to you, the greatest curse ever released is not against another, but against oneself, when a man curses his own supply with his mouth. It is written in the book of James that the tongue is like the helm of a great ship, tiny, but it turns the whole vessel. That vessel is your life, and your tongue is steering it right now. Where is it going? Toward overflow, or toward famine? Toward divine provision, or toward man-made struggle? Your tongue is not an accessory. It is not decoration. It is an instrument of causation. What you continually say becomes what you eventually see. What you speak becomes. You may fast, you may pray, you may tithe, you may hustle, but if your mouth is full of contradiction, your harvest will collapse under the weight of your own undoing. The universe was spoken into existence. Let there be light, and there was light. God did not negotiate it. He did not explain it. He did not qualify it. He spoke, and the law obeyed. So why then do you imagine that you, made in the image and likeness of God, can speak of debt, of disaster, of delay, and expect divine supply to arrive anyway? Every time you say, "I can't afford that," you are worshiping limitation. Every time you say, "I'm broke," you are prophesying bondage. And every time you say, "It's hard to make money," you are enshrining that difficulty into law. The law of the tongue is no respecter of persons. It obeys whoever speaks. I have seen the most talented men remain poor because their mouths were lazy. I have seen humble women walk into wealth because their mouths were faithful. The question is not, do I deserve it? The question is, have I spoken it? You see, the spoken word is a spiritual seed. It never disappears. It enters the invisible and attaches itself to form. And like all seeds, it brings forth after its kind. The word struggle births struggle. The word overflow births overflow. The word never enough becomes an atmosphere. The word unlimited supply becomes a magnetic field. There is no neutral word. All speech is charged. It is either a decree of dominion or a declaration of defeat. And so I say to you again, your tongue is your instrument of wealth. Train it to play the music of abundance. Speak these now with me. My words are my wealth. My mouth is a magnet for divine supply. I no longer partner with poverty, not even in jest. I bless my life with every sentence. Do you feel the shift? The law responds to rhythm, not repetition. Speak like the one who holds the keys to the kingdom. Speak like the heir you already are. Speak like God is listening, because He is. And more than listening, He is multiplying what you say. So then, do not throw away your inheritance with one more careless phrase. Retrain the tongue, guard it like gold, because it is your first treasury. And the moment your mouth aligns with heaven, earth must obey. The first war is never in the wallet. It is never in the paycheck. It is never in the price of gold, the collapse of a market, or the state of the nation. The first war is not in the facts. The first war is in the mouth. Every battle of supply begins with a sentence. Every financial shift begins with a whisper. And every collapse begins with a careless tongue. You do not wake up in lack. You speak your way there. Before money leaves your hands, it leaves your words. The adversary is subtle. He does not take your abundance by force. He tricks you into speaking it away. He waits for the moment you say, "I don't know how I'll pay for this." And then he agrees with you. He waits for the sigh, the sarcastic remark, the casual curse over your own life, and he writes it into reality. You must understand, the enemy of divine supply does not need your body. He needs your agreement. And the fastest way he gets it is through your mouth. Think of the phrases you have heard since childhood. Money doesn't grow on trees. We can't afford that. Don't get your hopes up. That's for rich people. These phrases were not just innocent sayings, they were installations. They were verbal spells that wrote themselves onto your subconscious. And without knowing it, you memorized them, you inherited them, you even repeated them. And in repeating them, you began to build a life of agreement with lack. But now, beloved soul, the time has come to make war with the lie. Not with emotion, not with effort, but with the spoken word of truth. Every time you open your mouth, you are either reinforcing the lie or collapsing it. And if you will not rebuke it with words, the lie will remain on the throne. The battlefield is not on your doorstep. It is on your tongue. The enemy comes to tempt you into defeat speech, and you must train your mouth to reject it like poison. You may feel it rise in you, fear, frustration, complaint. But you must not let it reach your lips. You must intercept it mid-thought and declare, "I am not available for lack. My mouth does not serve fear. I no longer speak against my own wealth." Because hear me now, what you do not refuse with your words, you silently invite. Some of you are fighting for your supply with effort, with stress, with sleepless nights, but you are still speaking defeat. And so the supply withholds itself, not out of cruelty, but out of law. You cannot speak against your desire and expect it to obey. Train your mouth to speak only what you want multiplied, and refuse to fight this battle in silence. Speak boldly, speak deliberately, speak with sacred discipline, because once your mouth is trained, the battlefield dissolves. You no longer war for abundance. You speak it into place. Now prepare yourself. In the next section, we step into instruction in truth, how to actually speak only unlimited supply. You must now become the master of your tongue, the guardian of your gates, the overseer of your own spiritual speech. For it is not enough to silence doubt, you must replace it. It is not enough to stop speaking lack, you must speak supply. Truth must take up residence in your mouth, not as a Sunday ritual, not as a temporary affirmation, but as a permanent dialect of divine inheritance. Here is your instruction in truth. Never speak of money as though it is separate from God. Never speak of bills as though they are burdens. Never speak of supply as though it is scarce. Never speak of lack as though it is real. When someone says, "It's too expensive," you respond within yourself, "Nothing is too expensive for divine substance." When the voice of worry rises up, where will it come from? You answer, "It will come from wherever it is now, by divine law." When you look at your balance and feel the pinch, do not echo that fear, speak abundance in its place. Here is the great reversal. What you want but do not yet see must become what you speak. And what you fear but currently face must never cross your lips. Say with me now, every dollar I touch is divine substance in motion. There is no delay in divine supply. My wealth is not waiting. It is obeying my word. I speak increase and increase answers. You must become so practiced in speaking only supply that even under pressure, even in uncertainty, even in the shadow of debt, your tongue refuses to betray you. Your mouth must become unavailable to fear. You must speak of money with reverence, not resistance. You must bless the bills you pay and speak multiplication over every transaction. You must cease to vent about money with others who walk in doubt. Your mouth is not a garbage can for anxiety. It is an altar, a spiritual microphone broadcasting into the field of divine form. In your conversations, speak only overflow. In your self-talk, speak only provision. In your silent moments, whisper only truth. Do not rehearse your old situation. Replace it. Speak as one already rich, already favored, already sourced, not to pretend, but to align. Because the universe is not responding to your need. It is responding to your word. And your word must now speak only unlimited supply. Let us continue. You are now ready to begin the training of the tongue. In the next section, I will walk you step by step through the daily rhythm that reprograms your speech for abundance. You cannot tame the tongue by willpower. You cannot retrain it with silence. You must replace the rhythm of fear with the rhythm of law. Just as the pianist trains their fingers and the singer trains their voice, you must train your mouth, daily, deliberately, and with reverence. Here is how you begin. Step 1. Cleanse the mouth of poverty speech. You cannot build a temple with broken bricks. The first step is to cleanse the tongue of every phrase that dishonors divine supply. Write them down, the sentences you hear yourself speak when you're under stress. I'm broke. I can't afford that. Money goes out faster than it comes in. I don't know how I'll pay for this. It's always something. This is just how it is. These phrases are not facts, they are vows, vows of bondage wrapped in casual language. Renounce them now. Say aloud, I cancel every word I have spoken against my supply. I release every sentence of fear and replace it with truth. My tongue no longer cooperates with lack. Let the inner cleansing begin, not through silence, but through substitution. Step 2. Choose 3 supply sentences and speak them, morning, noon, and night. The subconscious is reprogrammed by rhythm, not effort. You must speak truth often, not just emotionally. Select 3 declarations that vibrate with truth and speak them with focus. I walk in divine supply. Every need is met before I speak it. Unexpected wealth flows to me with ease. Say these out loud 3 times each morning before you check a phone or think a thought. Say them again before lunch. Say them again at night, especially if fear tries to visit. You are creating a new oral economy, one where wealth is attracted by the voice of law, not the noise of worry. Step 3. Reject sympathy-based speech. There will come a moment, at work, with family, in casual conversation, when someone will invite you back into old speech. They will say, we're all struggling right now. They'll joke, we're poor but happy. They'll sigh, this economy is killing us. And in that moment, you must not participate. You must bless their speech in silence and respond with law. You can say, I've learned to trust divine supply. Or simply speak no further. Do not align with poverty, even for approval. Your mouth is not a mood ring. It is a manifestation tool. Step 4. Speak to your wallet and bank account. Do not avoid them. Do not dread them. Speak to them. Open your wallet. Look at the bills, the cards, the compartments. Say aloud, you are always full. You overflow with divine money. Where you once held lack, you now hold law. Log into your bank account, even if the numbers disappoint you, and declare, this is not final. This is temporary appearance. I speak increase over you now. Money multiplies in this account by divine decree. Money is not repelled by truth. It is magnetized by command. Step 5. End. Each day with supply speech. Just before sleep, when the veil is thinnest and your subconscious is listening without resistance, declare, there is no end to God's supply. While I sleep, provision is preparing. I rise into new wealth because I speak new truth. Let these be the final vibrations your body hears. You will wake up aligned. You will move differently. You will speak with quiet authority, and money will know where to go, to the one who speaks like a spiritual heir. You are not weak. You are not behind. You have simply been untrained. And now you are being retrained. You are taking the mouth that once cursed your flow and turning it into a river of divine release. Continue. The training has begun. Poverty is not first an experience, it is a language, and for many it has become a native tongue. You learned it in your household, you practiced it in school, you reinforced it in conversation. And now, without even realizing, you've become fluent in verbal limitation. But I tell you boldly, the habit of verbal poverty must be broken, or wealth will fear your mouth. Wealth listens for invitation. It listens for praise. It listens for confident, law-anchored speech. But when it hears worry, sarcasm, complaint, or scarcity dressed up as a joke, it withdraws. Not out of punishment, but by divine law. What you mock, you block. What you rehearse, you remanifest. The most dangerous sentences are not the loudest. They are the subtle ones. I'll never be rich, but that's okay. I'm just not good with money. That's above my pay grade. I always get stuck right before breakthrough. You may think you're being humble, you're being real, you're just being honest. But what you're actually doing is carving lack into the walls of your mind with your own mouth. And the law is always listening. To break this habit, you must first observe it. Watch what you say when you're not watching. Listen to yourself in casual speech. Take inventory of every phrase that bends toward lack, frustration, or limitation. Then, interrupt it. Immediately, audibly. If you catch yourself saying, "I can't afford that," replace it instantly with, "All that is mine by divine right is now released to me." If you start to say, "I never have enough," interrupt yourself with, "God is my instant and constant supply." Do not let these phrases finish themselves. Do not give them the breath of completion. Cut them off with truth. Slice them down with scripture. Replace the groove of poverty with the groove of power. You are not a victim of speech. You are a steward. And just as a gardener removes weeds before they spread, you must now remove every weed of worry, every root of resignation, every vine of verbal defeat. The habit may try to come back. You may feel it rise in your throat. But each time you intercept it, you gain strength. Each time you replace it, you widen the channel. Each time you refuse it, you honor the law of abundance. You are not here to describe life. You are here to create it. So speak not what you've seen. Speak what God has already declared. Say this now. I am breaking the habit of poverty speech. I speak only what I want multiplied. My words no longer echo fear, they release supply. And so it is. She came to me weary. Her shoulders held the weight of 2 years of effort without reward, a business that had promise, but no profit. She said, "Miss Shinn, I do all the things. I advertise, I hustle, I pray, I network. But the money trickles in like a faucet with rusted pipes. I don't understand." I listened not to her business plan, but to her words. In the span of 10 minutes, she said, "Business is slow right now. It's hard to stand out. I guess people just don't have money. Maybe I'm not cut out for this." And there it was. The leak wasn't in her strategy. It was in her speech. Her mouth had become a mirror of the outer world instead of a command to the unseen. I said to her, "You are not tired from work. You are tired from agreeing with appearances. You are not blocked by market forces. You are blocked by your own tongue." I gave her one decree. I do not serve the economy. I serve divine supply. And I instructed her, speak it before every call. Speak it before checking your bank balance. Speak it before writing a post, making an offer, setting a price. And most importantly, do not ever again say what is not happening. She obeyed. She rewired her tongue. She kept a written list of every sentence that slipped into fear, and she replaced it with one of truth. Within a week, she received an unexpected inquiry from a former client, who not only hired her back, but referred her to 3 others. Within 2 weeks, she raised her prices, not with fear, but with faith. And by the end of the month, her income had doubled. Not because she worked harder, not because she changed her logo or rewrote her funnel, but because she trained her mouth to bless her business instead of bind it. Hear me now. It is not your job to figure out how the supply comes. It is your job to speak as one who knows it is already here. That woman did not manifest success. She stopped speaking failure. She ceased to curse her own vine, and suddenly the fruit appeared. There is no hustle more powerful than a sanctified tongue. There is no marketing plan greater than a mouth aligned with God. Say this with me now. I speak life to my business. I call in overflow by my decree. My words are the first transaction of wealth. I do not hustle. I harmonize with supply. Now watch what happens when your tongue becomes your first investor. There are 3 phrases I call forbidden, not because they offend people, but because they violate law. They do not align with truth. They do not honor divine supply. They speak defeat into form. And if you wish to walk in abundance, you must never let them pass your lips again. Forbidden phrase number 1. I can't afford it. This phrase is not a budget, it's a curse. It shuts the door to divine channels. It tells your subconscious, we live in a world of limits, and it commands the universe to match that frequency. Instead, if something is not for you at the moment, say, if it is mine by divine right, it will come to me with ease. This affirms truth without denying appearance. It leaves the gate open for provision to arrive through unexpected channels. Remember, you don't serve the number in your account. You serve infinite supply. Forbidden phrase number 2. That's too expensive. When you say this, you are not judging the item. You are judging yourself. You are announcing to heaven, I do not believe I'm worthy of increase. You are affirming lack consciousness every time you put a price tag above your identity. Replace it with, divine substance meets all desires. If this is for me, it is already paid for in full. This removes the limitation and aligns you with receptivity. The kingdom is not cheap, but it is rich in supply. There is no virtue in staying small to survive the price. Forbidden phrase number 3. Money is tight. This one slips out of so many mouths during stress, bills, or business lulls, but it is one of the most spiritually dangerous phrases you can speak. Why? Because it implies that money is the source and God is not. It projects restriction, which creates resistance. Instead, say, money flows freely and multiplies wherever I speak blessing. You are not here to measure your provision. You are here to declare it, to speak it, to align with it. Speak as one who knows the faucet of God cannot run dry. These 3 phrases are not harmless. They are agreements, spoken covenants with lack. And every time you say them, you reset your vibration to deficiency. You must now decide, will you speak from fear or from faith? Will you repeat the language of the world or the law of the Spirit? Let this be your new decree. I no longer serve these phrases. My mouth is reserved for supply. My speech multiplies what I want, not what I fear. Now walk forward with a sanctified tongue and refuse to rent your voice to the enemy of increase. You cannot speak abundance from a mouth that has not first beheld it in the mirror. The mirror is not just a surface of glass. It is the gate of agreement. It is where you must come face to face with the creator of your financial reality. Not your job, not your bank, not your past. You. The mirror reveals what the mouth has accepted, and the mouth reveals what the mirror still believes. If you cannot look yourself in the eyes and declare, I am the vessel of unlimited supply, then every other affirmation will be hollow. I tell you now with authority, you must look yourself in the face and align your identity with your declarations, not once, not weekly, but daily. Here is your instruction. Stand before the mirror. Let no fear linger behind your eyes. Let no shame hover in your posture. Let no doubt whisper from the corners of your mouth. Look boldly and say, You are not a beggar. You are a builder of worlds. You are not waiting on provision. You are walking in it. Your reflection is not debt. It is dominion. Your face is the face God finances. Supply flows to you because you have finally agreed. Say it until your face changes. Say it until your voice deepens. Say it until the old image shatters and the truth of who you are emerges. This is not vanity. This is vibration. You will not attract what you do not believe belongs in your reflection. Speak to the mirror like it is the mouth of God. Because when you do, your body begins to believe. Your subconscious reprograms. Your vibration realigns. Your gate opens. The mirror is not a passive surface. It is a spiritual witness. And it is waiting for you to say, I no longer speak from fear, I speak from truth. My supply is not somewhere out there. My supply is spoken, aligned, and activated. Say it again, this time, like you mean it, like your reflection is listening. Because it is. You do not wait for wealth. You declare it. You do not ask for increase. You agree with it. The tongue is the gate, and the declaration is the key. If you want to see what has never appeared before, you must speak what you've never dared to say. Let these words pass not only through your lips, but through your cells, your organs, your finances, your future. Speak each line slowly, with rhythm, with reverence, with full authority. I walk in unlimited supply, for I speak from unlimited source. Divine substance is the only economy I serve, and it knows no restriction. I cast the burden of financial struggle on the Christ within, and I go free to receive all that is mine. I speak wealth, and wealth responds. Every time I open my mouth, heaven opens a channel. Money is not my master. It is my messenger. I call it in by decree. My voice is a spiritual magnet for provision, profit, and prosperity. My words are no longer casual. They are causal. I have trained my mouth to multiply, not measure. The more I bless my supply, the more it reveals itself to me. Now pause. Breathe. Let the vibration settle. These are not affirmations for the sake of repetition. These are spoken contracts with the invisible realm. Every line you speak carves a new pathway in the subconscious. Every decree you make reorganizes the atmosphere around you. Speak them in the morning. Speak them while walking. Speak them while handling money. Speak them in the mirror. Speak them when fear rises. Speak them even when your eyes see lack, especially then. The tongue of a trained spiritual being does not reflect conditions. It commands them. You are not describing your life anymore. You are designing it. So speak boldly, speak rhythmically, speak daily. For it is written, Thou shalt also decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee. Job 22:28. Your word is your wand, and every sentence is shaping the form of your fortune. There is a sacred law that governs all mental transformation, the law of substitution. You cannot hold two opposing thoughts in the same space at the same time. One must give way. The stronger vibration takes dominion. So when a thought of lack appears, when your mind says, I can't, I won't, there isn't enough, you do not argue with it. You do not analyze it. You replace it. You substitute the false with the true. This is not denial. This is dominion. You do not pretend lack isn't knocking. You just don't invite it in. Instead, you open the door to truth, and truth always displaces the lie. Let me give you examples. When the thought arises, there's not enough money for rent. You speak, my supply is infinite, and my rent is already paid by divine channels now in motion. When the fear whispers, what if this client doesn't pay? You substitute, God is the source of my income, not man. All owed to me is paid in full through divine law. When the anxiety trembles, I'll never get ahead. You speak the truth. I walk in divine timing, and nothing is withheld from me. My progress is guaranteed by spiritual law. You see, you must be quicker than fear. You must be more rehearsed in truth than in panic. When a lack thought appears, do not sit with it. Substitute immediately. Why? Because every thought left unchecked becomes a word, and every word becomes a world. You must train your mind not just to react, but to replace. That is the law, that is the victory. So declare this now. I do not dwell in thoughts of lack. I substitute fear with faith. I substitute panic with power. My mind obeys my word, and my word obeys the law. Only truth is spoken, only truth is housed, only truth remains. You are not at the mercy of thoughts. You are the ruler of the inner court. And what you allow to remain is what you have chosen to reign. You do not drift into spiritual mastery. You decree your way into it. And if your mouth has for years been trained by fear, lack, frustration, sarcasm, or worldly defeat, then it must now be retrained by spirit. For the next 7 days, I give you this command. Speak as one who walks with God, or do not speak at all. Every day you will select 3 declarations. You will say them in the mirror. You will say them before you touch money. You will say them when fear tries to enter. You will say them before sleep. And you will speak them until your cells believe. Here is your 7-day spoken supply challenge. Day 1. My words are gates of wealth. I no longer prophesy poverty. Everything I speak multiplies. Day 2. I now receive unexpected supply from unseen channels. There is no limit in divine mind, and I think in divine rhythm. My tongue is trained in truth. Day 3. Lack no longer recognizes me. I dissolve the lie of not enough. God finances my ideas, my needs, and my joy. Day 4. My voice magnetizes miracles. I speak, and provision obeys. All that I desire now comes clothed in divine timing. Day 5. I cast the burden of worry on the Christ within. My supply is secure, immediate, and constant. I speak increase, and increase arrives. Day 6. Every time I open my mouth, heaven moves. I no longer curse my life with casual words. My daily speech is a wealth frequency. Day 7. My language is divine. My declarations build my world. I am the voice of abundance made flesh. Say them when you rise. Say them before each transaction. Say them when the world tries to speak doubt into your ear. Your mouth is no longer rented by fear. It is owned by truth. 7 days. That is your command. Not perfection, practice, not performance, power. At the end of 7 days, your outer world may still look the same, but your spiritual authority will have shifted, and what you've planted by word must return to you by law. Say this now. I accept the 7-day word challenge. My mouth is under divine authority. I will speak as the rich speak, and I will walk as the rich walk. It is done. It is sealed. It is law. Jesus Christ never begged. He never bartered. He never lacked. And he never waited to speak until conditions were perfect. He spoke to command perfection into place. The Christ did not describe appearances. He declared dominion. At the wedding in Cana, when the wine ran out, he didn't say, "There's not enough." He didn't ask how much was left. He didn't analyze the economics. He simply gave a spiritual instruction: fill the jars with water. And then he spoke, "Draw some out now." And it became wine. He spoke, and it became. In the wilderness with the multitudes, when the disciples cried, "We have only 5 loaves and 2 fish," Jesus did not repeat that lack. He did not speak agreement with what the eyes saw. He looked up, he blessed, he broke, and he distributed. And what happened? Multiplication. And in that multiplication, no one went without. There were even baskets left over. That is divine law in motion, through spoken faith. Even when facing the tomb of Lazarus, when the stench of death and the sorrow of mourners filled the air, Jesus did not say, "It is too late." He lifted his voice. He said, "Father, I thank thee that thou hast heard me." And then he called into the darkness, "Lazarus, come forth." And the dead obeyed. You see, Christ always spoke from supply, never from shortage. And he said, "Greater works shall ye do." But you cannot do his works while speaking man's words. You cannot perform miracles while repeating murmurs. You cannot multiply while speaking mediocrity. The Jesus model is not passive, it is proclamatory. It moves the unseen with sound. It commands order out of chaos. It calls what is not as though it is until it is. Say this now with holy fire. I speak from Christ mind, not carnal mind. I speak as he spoke, with certainty, not with strain. My words do not return void. They return multiplied. As Christ multiplied loaves, so I multiply provision with my voice. You are not trying to imitate a religious figure. You are awakening the Christ within, and that Christ always speaks from abundance. He was a man like many others, disciplined, responsible, worn thin by labor, and swallowed by the belief that toil was the price for survival. He earned just enough to stay afloat, but never enough to rise. And when I met him, he said, "Miss Shinn, I can't afford to leave this job, but I feel dead staying in it." His mouth was filled with respectable defeat. He spoke facts, but never truth. He described his income, his expenses, his boss, the market. But nowhere in his speech was there faith. Nowhere in his language did the law of supply have a place to land. I gave him a single instruction. For the next 21 days, say nothing about money unless it aligns with divine supply. He was to stop confessing lack. He was to stop repeating the narrative of exhaustion. He was to train his mouth to speak wealth, even when his paycheck whispered otherwise. He chose this declaration: God is my instant and constant supply. I speak wealth and walk in provision. At first, it felt like lying. His lips stuttered. His mind resisted. But he kept going. He spoke it brushing his teeth. He spoke it before opening his banking app. He spoke it when coworkers complained. He spoke it when he received bills. He spoke it when nothing seemed to change. But the change had already begun. His vibration shifted, his expectation lifted, and soon clients outside his job began asking for help. Side projects turned into contracts. The same mouth that once echoed fear now magnetized favor. One morning, he stood in his room, looked in the mirror, and said, "I do not work for a paycheck. I work for divine purpose, and I am paid in overflow." That week, he resigned, with no panic, no regret. He walked into his new work as an independent consultant, fully supported by spiritual law. And when asked how he had the courage to leave, he simply said, "My mouth made the decision before my body did." Beloved, you don't walk out of bondage. You speak out. You don't beg for better conditions. You create them with your word. Your job is not your source. Your habits are not your sentence. Your mouth has already chosen your future. All that's left is for you to say it and follow. Say it now. God is my instant and constant supply. I no longer serve the clock, I serve the kingdom. My words prepare the way for my wealth. What I speak today, I shall walk in tomorrow. There comes a time in every spiritual walk where declaration becomes not just a tool, but a temple, when your daily words evolve into prophecy. And prophecy, dear soul, is not prediction. It is the spoken shaping of spiritual fact into visible form. This is the advanced path. This is the financial prophecy ritual. And I give it to you now, not as a curiosity, but as a command to those who are ready to stop circling lack and start installing heaven's economy into earth's hour. Each morning for the next 7 days, before speaking to another human voice, you will prophesy aloud your financial truth. Not your goals, not your budget, not your business forecast, your divine inheritance. Stand alone, face the mirror or your open palms. Speak with rhythm and authority. Speak with honor and fire. I now prophesy divine supply into my day. Money moves toward me freely and multiplies in my hands. I do not serve time, I command it. I am paid in full by unseen sources working now on my behalf. Every conversation today carries currency. Every action today plants profit. Every hour today overflows with favor. I walk through this day spiritually funded. When done consistently, this ritual bypasses logic and installs identity. You are not hoping to be rich. You are prophesying the wealth of spirit into the substance of matter. And the word will not return void. Do not whisper. Do not wonder. Do not wait for permission. You are a prophet of your provision. You are the mouth of your multiplication. You are the one who decrees, and it is done. Now say this with me, as the old identity dissolves. My voice is sacred. My prophecy is power. My day bends to the word I speak. My supply is permanent, plentiful, and present now. Even a trained mouth will tremble in the storm. Even a seasoned spirit will, at times, speak from fear instead of faith. So what do you do when it happens? When a phrase of lack slips past your lips? When you catch yourself saying, I can't afford that, or that's too much, or I'm always broke? You do not shame yourself, you cleanse. Spiritual mastery does not mean you never falter. It means you recognize, reverse, and realign, faster than ever before. That is your detox. The moment you catch yourself saying words of scarcity, you pause, bless the moment, and speak this. I cancel that word. It carries no power here. I call back my authority. I speak again, this time from truth. My supply is unlimited. My wealth is divine. My provision is now. You don't dwell in regret. You don't spiral into guilt. You simply reclaim your dominion. Every time you correct your tongue, you purify the temple of speech. You fortify your alignment with divine mind. Do not fear the slips. They are signs of the old system breaking down. Each correction is a clearing. Each reset is a resurrection. Let your spiritual self speak louder than your emotional reflex. Remember, your words are not just reflections. They are directives. And even one strong declaration of truth can dissolve 10 years of habitual fear. So say this with me now. I forgive the slip. I reinforce the truth. I bless my voice. I do not punish it. My wealth is not denied because of a moment. It is secured by eternal law. I return to truth instantly, joyfully, and boldly. You are not fragile. You are being reforged. You are not broken. You are being rewired. Slip if you must, but never stop speaking. Because the wealth you seek is not offended by your learning curve. It is magnetized by your return. There is a spiritual portal that opens not in the bank, not in the stock market, not in the job offer, but in the hour when the world sleeps and the soul stands alone. Midnight is not just a time on the clock. It is a metaphysical window, a sacred threshold where the noise of the world dies down and the voice of God is clearest. And it is in this stillness, beloved, that you are called to activate supply, not by calculation, not by effort, but by the spoken word. This is the midnight supply activation. Stand up at 12 a.m., not out of anxiety, but out of agreement. Walk to your mirror or sit upright in your bed. Do not turn on every light. Keep the atmosphere still and sacred. You are not here to perform. You are here to proclaim. Say aloud, slowly, with full authority, though it is midnight, I dwell in light. Though the world slumbers, my good awakens. I declare now, divine supply is active in every direction. Unseen channels move, unexpected income flows, delayed provision is released. Money is not my master, God is my source. I go to sleep in the rhythm of wealth, and I rise in the power of provision. Then pause, breathe, feel. Let the words echo in your body. Let the vibration move through your spine. Let heaven respond. Midnight is the womb of the new day, and what is spoken in the womb is born by morning. This is not superstition. This is spiritual law. When you speak at midnight, you are declaring from the place of nothingness. the perfect place for the law of increase to work. Just as God said, "Let there be light" over the void, you now say, "Let there be supply. Let there be overflow. Let there be ease." And it is so. So try it tonight, just once, then again the next. Do not wait for the morning to set the tone of your wealth. Command it in the night. Money that is feared, hoarded, or cursed shrinks. But money that is blessed, released, and spoken over with faith circulates and returns multiplied. Every dollar in your hand is not just a medium of exchange, it is a messenger. It carries the vibration of what you say when you give it, when you send it, when you spend it. Do not say, "This is so expensive." Do not say, "There it goes again." Do not say, "I hope I have enough left." Instead, speak as a steward of divine circulation. Speak as one who governs a never-ending flow from source to form. When you pay a bill, say, "I give thanks for this service, and I bless the money as it moves. This money returns to me multiplied, pressed down, shaken together, running over." I do not lose, I release. I do not fear, I flow. When you buy a meal, say, "This food nourishes me, and this payment blesses every hand that brought it to me. I am wealthy enough to feed my body and rich enough to bless others in the process." This money is not gone, it is sent. Even when you invest, tithe, or gift, say, "I do not give to get. I give because I live in overflow. I plant in fertile soil and I reap in divine timing." Money in motion is money in multiplication. Your words over money are more powerful than your spreadsheet, more potent than your wallet. For what is spoken with spiritual authority bends the very laws of return. So bless the outflow, consecrate the circulation, and trust the law to bring it back. Say this now: "Every dollar I spend is a divine seed. I never fear its departure, I rejoice in its return. I give with love, I receive with ease, I speak with wealth. The law of circulation is holy, and I am its joyful master." Your wealth does not disappear, it moves on command. Speak it, bless it, and it will come back, singing your name. You have trained your hands to work. You have trained your body to rise early, to push forward, to endure. But if your mouth has not been trained in wealth, then the struggle continues, disguised in productivity. Because the wealth does not start in your job. The overflow does not begin in the marketplace. It begins in your mouth. The mouth is the gate of reality. The mouth is the organ of creation. The mouth is the multiplier. Your tongue is either a tool of multiplication or a servant of mediocrity. Your sentences either sow scarcity or sing abundance. And every time you open your mouth, you are either aligning with heaven or echoing fear. Now hear me, beloved. You do not need another strategy. You need a sentence. You do not need more time. You need to train your mouth to speak time's master, divine supply. The one who multiplies is not the one who hustles harder. It is the one who speaks the spiritual language of wealth. It is the one who opens the mouth with no tremble and says, "My supply is unlimited. My wealth is divine. My source is spiritual. My voice is law." Your job from this day forward is not to ask for money. It is not to chase more hours. It is to govern your words. Because the one who governs their mouth governs their money, and the one who governs their money governs their world. Say this now with me: I am the mouth of multiplication. I speak only from overflow. I deny all phrases of fear. I bless my mouth, I bless my flow, I bless my increase. And I now live in wealth because I have spoken it into being. Let your words be law. Let your mouth become the throne of your dominion, and let your life multiply accordingly. Let us now seal this work in rhythm and fire. Speak with me, boldly, clearly, and without pause. Each line is a law. Each word is a spiritual decree. Say them aloud and let every syllable reorder your atmosphere. I speak and supply responds. My mouth is aligned with divine multiplication. I do not echo fear. I enforce wealth. Every word I speak is a seed of abundance. I no longer beg, I declare. My language shapes my fortune. God and I speak increase with one voice. Say them again if you must. Write them, sing them, walk with them. For these are not just affirmations, they are activation codes in the language of the Spirit. Every time you say them, you silence the voice of lack. Every time you speak them, you reopen the gates of divine circulation. And every time you declare them, you remind the universe that you are not waiting. You are governing. This is your spoken dominion. This is your wealth in word form. And it is done. Beloved soul, if these words found your mouth, it is because your spirit is ready to remember its power. You were never meant to echo lack. You were never meant to rehearse defeat. You were meant to speak the words that create worlds, and now you shall. If you receive this truth, if even one line rang like a bell in your chest, speak it back to me. Leave your comment below as your covenant. Let the heavens and the algorithm both hear it. Write this. I train my mouth to speak only unlimited supply. Declare it as a record, as a ritual, as a reminder to the self who sometimes forgets. And if your spirit knows this work must continue, then subscribe not just to this channel, but to the practice. Come back tomorrow, and the day after that. Return not to the screen, but to your own mirror, your own mouth, your own ministry of speech. Let this be your sacred rhythm. Wake, speak, multiply. Speak as one who has already received. Walk as one who has already been paid. And live as one whose wealth is not delayed, but declared. The law is active. The word is working. Your mouth has been made new. I'll meet you in the next declaration. You are not unlucky. You are not cursed. You are not excluded from the flow of divine wealth. And if you have ever stood in line, heart pounding, eyes locked on a row of numbers, whispering, "Let it be me," then hear this now. You have already been chosen. Not by a machine, not by chance, but by law. The world tells you it's all random, that some people get plucked out of the crowd, blessed by luck, kissed by fate. But I say unto you, Spirit does not play games. God does not gamble. Heaven does not throw dice across the sky, hoping for a 7. The substance of wealth is not scattered by whim, it is distributed by word, and your word is your lottery ticket. The great lie is that you must hope, guess, wait, and wish. That prosperity might smile upon you if you're good enough, lucky enough, seen enough. But truth knows no if. Law knows no delay. The divine formula that governs all supply is not hidden in numbers, it is coded in speech. It is not buried in a ticket, it is carried in your tongue. Every time you speak lack, you crumple the ticket. Every time you speak truth, the vault swings open. The spiritual jackpot does not land by surprise, it responds to authority. And authority is not felt, it is spoken. So hear me now as I stand in the place of truth and say this into the atmosphere of your life. You are not hoping for a win. You are the win. You are the formula. You are the opening through which divine wealth pours. The moment you stop calling it chance and start calling it law, the entire universe will conspire to hand you the prize you have already claimed. Say it now, and say it loud enough to shatter every lie you've ever believed. I do not hope to win. I speak as the one who has already won. And so it is. The world says, let's see what happens. The world says, maybe I'll get lucky. But the law says, speak and it shall be. The law does not wait for proof, it delivers it. The law does not observe your effort, it answers your decree. And if you would understand the mystery of sudden wealth, if you would unlock the so-called secret of a winning ticket, then you must no longer look to the lottery as chance. You must see it for what it is, a symbol of the law of demonstration, instant manifestation, visible reversal, undeniable overflow, a miracle that does not creep in through the back door, but arrives through the front in plain view, with numbers that shout, "You have already won." But here is the key. It is not the numbers that choose you, it is your word that selects them. the one who walks in alignment with divine law, is not waiting for the machine to turn in their favor. They are not hoping that fate remembers their name. They are declaring with every breath, all that is mine by divine right comes to me now, with speed, with certainty, with perfect spiritual timing. The law of demonstration does not answer desperation. It answers dominion. It does not respond to the outer world's odds. It responds to the inner world's order. Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee. Not maybe, not eventually, not if you try hard enough. It shall be established. This is not fantasy. This is not delusion. This is law. And every law needs a voice to activate it. Every law waits for a word. The electricity in your home does not move until you flip the switch. The power of spirit does not surge into form until you say, "Let there be." Not casually, not conditionally, but with fire, with rhythm, with absolute spiritual authority. The winning word is not a lucky chant. It is a divine decree from one who knows their voice is law, from one who knows that speech is not for storytelling. It is for establishing the invisible into the visible. What is the lottery, then, but a metaphor? What is the jackpot but a symbol of instant visible good, delivered not by randomness but by right alignment? You are not chasing a ticket. You are not tracking down fate. You are standing as one who no longer plays for luck but speaks for law. And once you understand this, once you drop the belief that some have it and some don't, once you speak as one with God's economy, then whether it's a check, a gift, a reversal, or yes, a winning number, your wealth must appear. Because it is not based on chance, it is based on the decree. So I say to you now, stop speaking uncertainty. Stop speaking hope. Speak demonstration. Speak what must be. Declare it before it shows. Decree it until the law is satisfied. Say it aloud and without apology. I now speak what must appear. I now decree visible, immediate, divine supply. The law of demonstration is mine, and it establishes every word I speak. And so it is. Stop looking for the miracle outside yourself. Stop thinking your blessing lives in a piece of paper, a machine, a sequence of digits randomly chosen from the sky. The outer ticket is not your source. The numbers on a screen are not your breakthrough. The jackpot is not in the drawer, it is in your declaration. And you must wake up to this. You are not waiting for the winning ticket. You are the ticket. You are the vessel, the voice, the vibrating match to the wealth you keep chasing. You are the spoken word in flesh. You are the divine combination. You are the one spirit trusts with overflow. And the moment you stop acting like a hopeful contestant and start speaking as a conscious channel, the vaults that once seemed locked will break open at the sound of your voice. Say this now, not timidly, not questioningly, but with the full force of divine authority pulsing through your chest. I am the channel through which wealth must come. Again, I am the channel through which wealth must come. This is not metaphor. This is not positive thinking. This is a command. This is you standing as a spiritual instrument, hollow to the ego, open to God, activated by law. And when you say it, when you believe it, the idea of luck begins to dissolve. Because you no longer play the game of chance. You govern the realm of certainty. You no longer cast lots. You speak law. And law does not answer luck. Law answers identity. If you still see yourself as trying, hoping, maybe someday, then you've not yet stepped into the vibration of demonstration. You cannot speak from a throne while thinking like a beggar. You cannot decree from heaven while identifying with delay. You must activate the version of you who has already won before the numbers match, before the bank updates, before the world agrees. You must speak from the already, not the almost. You must train your tongue to announce overflow before it arrives, and that requires a complete and permanent divorce from the language of luck. Say it again. I am the channel through which wealth must come. Not could, not might, must. The law of demonstration requires a vessel, and that vessel is you. But not the you who waits in fear. Not the you who says, I hope it's my turn. Number the you who has remembered divine lineage. The you who carries the voice of authority. The you who stands before the invisible and says, I am ready, I am aligned. I am the open door through which God pours wealth. This is your true position. This is your sacred office. You do not need to be chosen. You need to speak as the chosen one. Every time you check the ticket with trembling hands, wondering if it's yours, flip it in your mind. Ask yourself instead, have I declared today what the law must deliver? Have I spoken from overflow or from fear? Have I decreed my good or doubted my worth? Because wealth is not delayed, it is waiting on your vibration. The outcome is not suspended in mystery, it is waiting on your command. And the moment your word matches your divine role, the world must obey. Not because of paper, not because of probability, but because of power. And power flows through those who remember they are the formula. So today, stop playing. Stop circling the edge of wealth, dipping your toe in prayer while clinging to the mindset of a beggar. Step in, speak up, stand tall, and declare again, for the record and for the realm, I am the channel through which wealth must come. I do not chase tickets. I speak as the winning word. I carry the formula. I am the formula. And I now walk as the one who has already received. And so it is. There is a reason you haven't received the overflow you keep asking for. It's not because you are unworthy. It's not because God said no. It's not because you didn't visualize long enough, or affirm loud enough, or light the right candle. It's because a part of you is still afraid of big money. You say you want it, but beneath the surface there is trembling. There is guilt. There is shame. There is an ancient programming that whispers, too much will change you. Too much will make others resent you. Too much will expose you. Too much will separate you from love. And until that voice is silenced, until that spell is broken, until that fear is burned in the fire of truth, you will keep repelling the very miracle you beg God to deliver. So let us burn it now. Let us call it by name. Let us no longer pretend we are only blocked by outer events or slow timing. Let us confess what hides in the corners of consciousness. Let us say with clarity, I release the fear of sudden wealth. Again, slower and deeper. I release the fear of sudden wealth. Say it until your breath slows. Say it until your shoulders drop. Say it until your nervous system surrenders. Because the lie says sudden wealth is dangerous. The lie says only others can handle it. The lie says you're not ready. But I say unto you, you were born ready. You were born wealthy. You were born to steward more than your lineage ever imagined. You do not need to apologize for what is yours by divine inheritance. You do not need to tiptoe into your own blessing. You do not need to soften your shine to avoid judgment. Wealth is not a trap. Overflow is not a threat. Sudden money is not a curse. It is evidence of spiritual alignment. And the more you fear it, the more you delay it. But when you love it, welcome it, and stand before it without flinching, it comes not as a shock, but as a holy return. So speak again. I release the fear of sudden wealth. Let the fire of that phrase burn through the guilt you inherited. Let it torch the false humility you were taught to wear like armor. Let it clear the path for divine opulence to arrive without resistance. Now close your eyes and see it. Let your spirit show you the moment. You are holding the ticket. The numbers match. The amount is large, larger than anything you've ever seen, larger than what you were taught to expect. But instead of panic, there is peace. Instead of fear, there is clarity. You are not trembling. You are not dissociating. You are standing tall, breathing deep, heart open. The wealth is here, and you are not overwhelmed. You are ready. You were not lucky. You were not chosen by chance. You were prepared by law. You were faithful in your identity. You were steadfast in your word. And now, What you spoke has appeared. Feel it. Feel the calm. Feel the confidence. Feel the grounded joy that says, of course. Of course it is mine. Of course the numbers aligned. Of course the vault opened. I have been speaking this for years. That is the tone of the spiritually wealthy. That is the energy of those who do not run from abundance, but receive it as their birthright. There is no guilt. There is no shrinking. There is no fear of losing it. Because what spirit gives, no man can take. What law delivers, no appearance can undo. So speak one last time in this chapter, and let it become your new spiritual memory. I release the fear of sudden wealth. I do not tremble before large numbers. I stand calmly before the jackpot I have already claimed. My wealth does not shock me. It reflects me. I am the one. I am ready. And I now walk in peace with prosperity. And so it is. There comes a moment in the life of every soul when the game ends. The game of pretending you're unsure. The game of acting like you're just seeing what happens. The game of whispering declarations when no one is watching but refusing to stand in public truth. That moment, the end of spiritual flirting, the death of divine delay, is happening now. This is not a lottery of numbers. This is a lottery of identity, a lottery of the soul. And you are not being asked to play, you are being asked to claim. You are being asked to stop acting like wealth is optional. You are being asked to stop bowing to the idol of modesty while you carry the fire of multiplication in your mouth. This is not about greed. This is about governance. This is not about luck. This is about law. And the wealth you desire is not random. It is assigned. It has your name on it. It was written into the scroll of your being before you ever spoke a word on earth. But the assignment cannot be fulfilled until you say yes. Not a soft yes. Not a conditional yes. Not a maybe later or when I'm ready or if I get a sign. A full, irrevocable yes. The kind of yes that moves energy. The kind of yes that breaks contracts with lack. The kind of yes that spirit hears and immediately begins to deliver on. So say it now, out loud, without trembling or performance. I no longer flirt with abundance, I marry it. Again, stronger, with finality. I no longer flirt with abundance, I marry it. Let that be your vow. Let that be your union. Let that sentence be the spiritual wedding band on your finger. You will no longer speak declarations by day and contradict them with worry at night. You will no longer envision wealth on your vision board while sabotaging it in your nervous system. You will no longer pretend that a little bit is enough. You will no longer dress small, speak small, dream small, live small while carrying the authority of a kingdom in your mouth. This is your holy appointment. This is your moment of alignment. And here is the challenge. Will you keep playing small with sacred power? Or will you step into the full dimension of the soul who was born to demonstrate abundance on a scale that humbles the intellect and glorifies God? You cannot play small and walk in dominion. You cannot fear judgment and wield creative fire. You cannot wait for safety and also command overflow. Choose. Choose now. Speak your choice. Speak your vow. Say it again. I no longer flirt with abundance. I marry it. I am faithful to my wealth. I am loyal to my overflow. I say yes to divine assignment. You are not the one knocking. You are the one being knocked for. You are not asking to be picked. You are the pick. You are the winner in spirit, and now it must be made flesh. Not because of odds, not because of numbers, but because you finally said yes, and all of heaven heard you. And so it is. Now let us move in rhythm. Let us enter the temple of spoken law. This is not a chant for comfort. It is a sword for demonstration. Each phrase is not a wish, it is a verdict. And with every line you speak, you strike the structure of false belief and install a new architecture in your subconscious mind. You are not repeating to convince, you are repeating to command. You are not speaking to ask, you are speaking to create. For the law moves when the voice is clear, the wealth arrives when the channel is open, and the overflow descends when the declaration is complete. Say this with sacred tone. The winning ticket hears my voice. Again, bolder. The winning ticket hears my voice. This is not metaphor. This is frequency. You are not chasing numbers. You are summoning them. You are not waiting for the draw. You are issuing the pull. The numbers are not outside your control. They are magnetized by your vibration. The pattern that matches your word cannot miss its mark. The energy that hears your voice cannot avoid your field. The winning ticket hears my voice. Now step deeper. Broaden your chest. Let your inner gates swing wide. I am ready for large, perfect spiritual surprise. Say it again. I am ready for large, perfect spiritual surprise. This is how you override the fear of sudden gain. This is how you dismantle the nervous system of lack. You do not fear increase, you invite it. You do not tremble before the check, you stand still and receive it. Surprise, not as chaos, but as orchestration. Surprise, not as confusion, but as fulfillment. You do not brace for blessing, you open for it. You do not question the amount, you become the steward. I am ready for large, perfect, spiritual surprise. Now burn the word luck from your vocabulary. Strip it of its false glory. Replace it with law. Say, I attract wealth by law, not luck. Again, I attract wealth by law, not luck. Let that be the new command etched into your subconscious. Let every neuron hear the shift. You are not the product of random chance. You are the demonstration of divine order. You do not beg the system to remember your name. You speak the name of law, and it bows. You do not wait for alignment. You speak it into place. I attract wealth by law, not luck. And now, for the sealing declaration, the line that turns the key in the vault of the invisible, the sentence that causes the flood to be loosed. Spirit selects me for overflow. Say it with gravity. Say it with sacred fire. Say it as the chosen one who has already won. Spirit selects me for overflow. You are not overlooked. You are not behind. You are not unworthy. You are the one. You are selected. And overflow has been waiting for your voice to say yes. Again, Spirit selects me for overflow. And so it is. If something shifted in you, if your breath deepened, if your shoulders relaxed, if your chest felt heat, if your eyes welled up with the quiet realization that you are not waiting for the miracle, but already standing in the middle of it, then don't let this moment dissolve into silence. Don't scroll past what Spirit just unlocked. Seal it with your word. Anchor it with your declaration. Every transformation must be claimed, not just felt. Every shift in consciousness must be confirmed by speech. That is how heaven knows you are ready. That is how the unseen makes itself visible. That is how the law responds, not to feeling alone, but to final decree. So I invite you now, not as an algorithmic trick, not as a digital routine, but as a sacred act of alignment, to speak your name into this moment, to mark your consciousness with a phrase that turns what you heard into what you are. Write it in the comments, not for me, but for you. Let your own eyes see the sentence that carries your wealth. Let your own fingers type the truth that your spirit has finally accepted. Say this, I am the formula. I overflow now. Again, slowly, reverently, I am the formula. I overflow now. And if this space feels like home, if this voice calls your soul into deeper remembrance, subscribe not for content, but for covenant. Return not for entertainment, but for alignment. Stay near the fire that reshapes you. This is not a channel. It is a chamber of law, and you have just spoken your name in its center. And so it is. The world believes in randomness. The world bows at the altar of chance. It crosses fingers, tosses coins, wears lucky socks, knocks on wood, and whispers to the stars, maybe this time, maybe today. But I speak not to the world. I speak to the soul who is ready to exit superstition and enter spiritual certainty. I speak to the one who is done hoping and now commands. I speak to the one who sees the numbers not as fate, but as form, temporary symbols responding to an eternal law. You are not tossed in the sea of probability. You are anchored in the ocean of divine order. There is a law greater than chance, and it is always active, always listening, always arranging matter to reflect belief. It is called the law of expectancy, and it is not influenced by hope, but by knowing. It does not respond to the frantic desire of the desperate. It responds to the silent authority of the aligned. When you expect to be passed over, you are. When you expect to fall short, you do. When you expect to win, you begin to attract the form of your inner decree. Not someday, not if the odds shift, but the moment the vibration matches the vision. Now here is the trap. Many attempt to expect while still worshiping lack. They say the words of wealth but hold the belief of failure. This is why we must pair expectancy with the law of substitution. For every false belief must be replaced, not resisted. You cannot simply deny poverty. You must speak its opposite. You cannot just silence fear. You must install faith. You cannot leave the altar of superstition and stay empty. You must fill it with sacred speech. Where the old belief stood, the new one must now govern. If you once said, "I never win," you must now say, "I am the winner the law cannot ignore." If you once believed, "I'm not the type," you must now declare, "I am the exact match for divine overflow." Not maybe, not almost, exact. Let me give you the metaphor to carry this truth into your bones. Imagine that your belief is the winning number, not the paper, not the draw, not the ticket, but the vibration in your core. Every moment you walk around saying, "I'll try," you distort the digits. Every time you say, "maybe one day," you blur the combination. But when you stand still in spiritual fire and say, "It is mine by law, and I expect it now," the numbers align, not because they are magical, but because they are obedient to the voice of law. Your belief is the jackpot number. Say it now. My belief is the number that wins. Say it again. I expect wealth, and therefore I receive it. I substitute all doubt with divine decree. And from this moment forward, let superstition be burned from your vocabulary. Let lucky charms become sacred commands. Let hoping become knowing. Let wishing become word. For the law is not random, and neither is your reward. And so it is. You were never meant to wait and see. You were meant to speak and know. The numbers on the page, the amounts in the account, the digits on the check, the balance in the ledger, these are all echoes, shadows, reflections of something spoken long before they appeared. The world waits to believe until it sees. But the one who walks in divine law speaks before the evidence, not after. And in that sacred sequence, the unseen begins to arrange itself. You do not wait for the numbers to confirm your truth. You command the numbers to mirror your word. This is the divine formula. I see it, I speak it, I receive it. Say it slowly. Let it root into your nervous system. I see it, I speak it, I receive it. This is the method of spirit. This is the law of the voice. The moment you see it with the eyes of faith and give it shape through the tongue of truth, the numbers have no choice but to form. The subconscious does not obey hope. It obeys repetition. It obeys vibration. And every time you speak what must be, rather than what seems to be, your inner world sharpens into magnetic alignment. You become a signal the law cannot ignore. You become the mold that reality must pour itself into. So here is your task. Stop watching the numbers with anxiety and start speaking over them with authority. When you open your bank app, speak into the digits. When you pay your bills, decree over the totals. When you write your affirmations, include the amounts, and not as if you're guessing or begging, but as if you're giving them their instructions. Say aloud, "This number is not final. My voice will change this. The law responds to me, and increase must occur." You are not passive. You are not powerless. You are not at the mercy of a spreadsheet. You are the cause behind the calculation. Speak the numbers before you see them. Your subconscious needs to become familiar with abundance, not shocked by it, not skeptical of it, but completely, effortlessly aligned with it. Begin to speak amounts that stretch you, not to manipulate, but to condition your receiving mechanism. Say, I receive $10,000 in divine surprise. Say, I am the recipient of six-figure supply under grace. Say, 7 digits are normal to me. I hold them without fear. You are not lying. You are training. You are not faking. You are forming. Every repetition is a spiritual rehearsal, and what you rehearse, you magnetize. Here's the truth. The numbers are waiting for your instruction. They are not autonomous. They are not in rebellion. They are neutral patterns, awaiting the voice of one who knows the law. When you speak with authority, the amounts must bend. The flow must shift. The alignment must lock in. But not from stress, not from desperation, from certainty, from identity, from spiritual rhythm. So let's speak the formula again, with the fullness of divine remembrance. I see it, I speak it, I receive it. Again, I see it, I speak it, I receive it. This is how numbers move. This is how wealth appears. This is how jackpots manifest, not by chance, but by decree. Let your numbers bow to your mouth. Let your digits reflect your divinity. Let your subconscious rehearse so often that when the paper arrives, you are not shocked. You are serene, because you already saw it. You already spoke it. And now, by law, you must receive it. And so it is. There are people praying for wealth who are still wired for survival. They speak overflow with their mouths, but in the quiet of their subconscious, they are only prepared to receive just enough to cover the bill, just enough to make rent, just enough to last the month. This is not faith. It is the residue of a spiritual contract you never meant to sign. Somewhere along the way, whether through family, religion, hardship, or fear, you were taught to make peace with crumbs. You were trained to expect lack. And even as you affirm prosperity, that old script runs beneath the surface, pulling you back like a magnet to modesty, to playing small, to financial emergency as your default state. But today, we cancel the inner vow of just enough. Say it now. I cancel the inner vow of just enough. Again, louder and more final. I cancel the inner vow of just enough. You did not make that vow from truth. You made it from trauma. You did not agree to it from spirit. You inherited it through fear. But you are not obligated to uphold unconscious contracts that contradict divine law. The God within you is not a God of survival. It is a God of lavish, immediate, and tailored supply. The kingdom you speak of is not barely getting by. It is overflowing, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Now visualize. See it not as fantasy, but as spiritual memory restored. You are standing in the center of your prepared life. The numbers have landed. The wealth has been deposited. It was not a mistake. It was not a fluke. You are not overwhelmed. You are ready. Your bills are already tracked and paid in advance. Your home is structured for peace, not panic. Your bank accounts are spacious. Your calendar is clear of hustle. You are not waiting for supply to show up. You are managing it with ease and dignity because you planned for overflow, because you expected it, because you deleted the poverty setup and installed a new internal structure, one that no longer rehearses disaster but repeats divine sufficiency as a way of being. And this is the pattern you must now speak into place. Say, I replace the survival program with a prosperity pattern. Say, I install a new default. Overflow is normal to me. Let your nervous system hear it again and again until it stops bracing for collapse and starts anticipating increase. You are not the emergency fund. You are not the family fixer. You are not the crisis accountant who saves everyone from lack. You are the spiritual inheritor of divine wealth, and your setup must match your destiny. Delete the old triggers. Rewrite the base code. Cancel the subconscious vow that equates safety with smallness. You are not here to survive. You are here to circulate. You are not here to get by. You are here to demonstrate. You are not here to manage little. You are here to magnify law. Say it one more time for your soul to remember. I cancel the inner vow of just enough. I replace survival with spiritual overflow. I now walk in the pattern of prosperity. And so it is. Wealth is not lost. Wealth is not confused. Wealth is not hiding behind a cosmic curtain waiting for some lucky soul to stumble upon it. Wealth is waiting, patiently, powerfully, obediently, for your voice, not your struggle, not your effort, not your resume, not your frantic journaling at midnight. Wealth is waiting for your decree. It is waiting for you to stop requesting and start commanding. It is waiting for you to stop flirting with the idea of abundance and start speaking like the one who governs it. Heaven is not holding anything back from you. You are the only one who can release the floodgates with your word. But you must decide, not lightly, not passively, with total clarity, with spiritual fire, with irrevocable certainty. Say it now, not as a wish, but as a holy verdict. I am the one. I allow the wealth. Again, louder, clearer, slower. I am the one. I allow the wealth. Not someone else. Not some future version of you. Not some cleaner, more disciplined, more deserving version. You, as you are, right now. With the voice you have, the faith you hold, the divine spark already within you. You are not trying to qualify for prosperity. You are not earning entry into abundance. You are remembering what was always yours. And with that remembrance comes access. Now let us go deeper. Let us confront the fear you have not named aloud, that fear of too much, too fast, the fear that the wealth you desire might arrive and ruin you, that it might make you greedy, that it might alienate your family, that it might expose your weakness, that it might destabilize your world. I tell you plainly that fear is not wisdom. It is a program of limitation disguised as maturity. It is a clever lie pretending to protect you, when in truth it is blocking the very thing your soul has been crying out for. Wealth does not corrupt the worthy. Overflow does not destroy the aligned. Sudden increase only magnifies what is already inside. And if you have been trained in law, then what it will magnify is divine order, sacred stewardship, and multiplied joy. Say this now with boldness, like you are canceling the curse your lineage handed you. I no longer block what is mine. Again, I no longer block what is mine. You are not fragile. You are not too late. You are not too broken. You are more prepared than you know. And the only thing stopping the surge is the belief that you must tiptoe into it. You do not. You must speak, step forward, and receive. You must drop the mental gymnastics, the spiritual modesty, the energetic breaks, because the law does not wait for you to feel safe. It waits for you to feel certain. And certainty is born in the moment of your decree. So stand up in your spirit and speak as one who has returned to their throne. I am the one. I allow the wealth. I no longer block what is mine. I am ready for too much. I am ready for overflow. And I receive it all now by law, by right, by word. And so it is. Let the mind be still. Let the tongue become flame. Let the subconscious receive the rhythm of truth. This is not repetition for memory. This is reprogramming for demonstration. Each phrase you are about to speak is a chisel against the stone of old belief, a hammer against the wall of inherited lack. The world may have told you that wealth is rare, that overflow is a risk, that sudden abundance belongs to the few. But we are not of the world. We are of the Word, and where the Word is spoken with authority, reality reshapes to obey it. Say now, without hesitation or apology, Spirit multiplies through me instantly. Again, Spirit multiplies through me instantly. You are not the source of wealth. You are the open channel. The law does not delay. Spirit does not require paperwork. The multiplication begins the moment you remove resistance. It does not need time. It needs trust. It does not require a plan. It requires a vessel, and that vessel is your voice. Let it be known in your being. Spirit multiplies through me instantly. Step now into the rhythm of ease, not striving, not struggle. Say, large sums arrive with ease. Let your body hear it. Let your bank account anticipate it. Let your aura adjust to it. Large sums arrive with ease. You are no longer addicted to hard money. You are no longer proving your worth through exhaustion. You are no longer earning by effort. You are receiving by alignment. You do not hustle for crumbs. You declare for overflow. You do not work for supply. You walk in favor. Again, large sums arrive with ease. Let the next phrase become a pattern burned into your cells. Wealth chooses me repeatedly. You are not a one-time miracle. You are not a random selection. You are not a brief exception to the rule. You are the rule. You are the rhythm. You are the match. You are not passed over. You are picked again and again. Speak it with finality. Wealth chooses me repeatedly. You are the magnet. You are the vessel. You are the voice it responds to, and it has already begun. Now for the final line in this round, the line that seals this cycle, the sentence that bridges the invisible and the visible. I have already won in the invisible. Say it and feel the atmosphere bend. I have already won in the invisible. You are not hoping for the win. You are announcing its translation into form. You are not waiting to see if the miracle comes. You are commanding it to appear because you already secured it in spirit. The moment you spoke, the law moved. The moment you aligned, the result became inevitable. I have already won in the invisible. And now it must be made manifest. And so it is. If your spirit has been stirred, if something ancient in you has broken, if you no longer tremble at the thought of overflow but welcome it with open arms and a steady soul, then do not let this moment pass in silence. Mark it with your mouth. Anchor it with your declaration. What you do in this moment tells the law that you are not just listening, not just inspired, but ready to walk in rhythm with spiritual magnetism. Let your fingers become the pen of spirit, writing your new identity into the public square of consciousness. Speak not as one trying to believe, but as one who has remembered. Say this now in the comments, not as ritual, but as reversal. I no longer fear sudden wealth. Again, I no longer fear sudden wealth. Let those words be a blade through every inherited fear. Let them dissolve the nervous anticipation, the silent sabotage, the secret hesitation. You were never meant to fear abundance. You were born to command it. And every comment becomes a stone in the temple you're building, a temple of faith, of readiness, of divine reception. And if your soul has found sanctuary here, if your mind has been recalibrated, if your atmosphere has shifted, if your voice has grown louder in truth, subscribe not to a channel, but to a current. Stay connected not to content, but to covenant. This is not entertainment. This is alignment. This is law remembered, fire restored, destiny spoken back into being. Subscribe to stay near the current. Subscribe to stay in divine magnetism. Subscribe so your word never goes silent again. And so it is. There is a vibration more powerful than effort, more magnetic than hustle, more precise than planning. It is the vibration of yes, not the hesitant yes of hoping, not the desperate yes of begging, but the holy yes of recognition, the yes that comes from the soul that already knows the prayer has been answered, the supply has been dispatched, the word has already taken form in the invisible and is now finding its path into matter. This yes does not come from strategy. It comes from certainty. And the moment you vibrate with that certainty, the moment you stop asking if and start aligning as already, the law begins to accelerate what you've dared to decree. This is the law of vibration, paired with the law of recognition. Together, they become the energy that creates rapid demonstration. Vibration says, I am the match for what I speak. Recognition says, I already have what I asked for. And when the two laws meet, the effect is undeniable. Scripture says, ask and it is given. Not because of your tone, not because of your performance, not because of your worthiness, but because of the unbreakable covenant between the request and the response. Ask and it is given. Declare and it is done. Speak and it becomes. But here is the key. The giving is instantaneous in spirit. It only waits for your vibration to recognize what's already yours. Can you live as the one who is already received? Can you rise tomorrow with the energy of fulfillment instead of frustration? Can you walk into the grocery store, the bank, the meeting, the stillness of your own room with the posture of answered prayer? The moment you do, the universe will move to confirm what you've already claimed. You don't wait for evidence to celebrate. You celebrate to become the evidence. You don't wait for the breakthrough to believe. You believe, and so the breakthrough has no choice but to arrive. Close your eyes now. Breathe deeply. Step into the visualization of yes. You are living post-miracle. The money has come. The problem has reversed. The impossible has become your new normal. And you are not surprised. You are not overwhelmed. You are certain. You are calm. You are walking through your day with the grace of one who knew all along. People ask how you did it, and you simply smile because there is no performance here, just law, just vibration, just divine recognition of what was always yours. Now say aloud, I vibrate at the frequency of answered prayer. I recognize my wealth before it arrives. I am the yes the law responds to. Again, I am the yes the law responds to. Let it settle into your being like a decree already fulfilled. And so it is. There is a lie that has stolen more dreams than failure ever could. A lie so smooth, it wears the mask of patience, so polite, it feels like virtue, so subtle, it sneaks into your affirmations and lodges itself in your voice. It's coming. You speak it with hope. You dress it in faith. But it is still a delay. It is still a postponement. It is still a vibration of distance. And the law does not deliver what is coming. The law delivers what is here. The universe does not respond to the promise of readiness. It responds to the embodiment of it. So now I give you the formula that ends the delay and opens the floodgate. It's not coming. It is here. Say it aloud and let your body catch up. It's not coming. It is here. That sentence holds a frequency that cracks the old timelines wide open. It tells the law you are no longer rehearsing preparation. It tells the subconscious, stop looking for evidence, create it. It tells God, you have already moved, and I am no longer resisting it by pretending to wait. You are not the one knocking. You are the one the door was opened for. And now it is time to walk through. Feel your breath. Not the shallow inhale of waiting. Not the clenched ribs of maybe. Feel the breath of a winner. The breath of one who no longer negotiates with circumstances. The breath of someone who wakes up in the miracle, not chasing it. Let your shoulders shift. Let your spine lift. Let your face soften into the peace of arrival. Not someday, not next month. Now you must become a living manifestation of answered prayer. Not just in word, but in posture. How would you walk today if it were already done? How would you speak to your bank? How would you hold yourself in silence? How would you respond to the unexpected if nothing was missing? This is the command: replace hope with embodiment. Hope is useful for the wounded, but you are no longer broken. Hope is necessary for the beginner, but you are no longer a novice. Hope was the bridge, but now you must cross it and become what you used to reach for. Stop saying, one day I will be the one who receives. Start declaring, I am the one wealth arrives for now. Say it with your body. Say it with your tone. Say it with your choices. You cannot embody the winner and cling to the timeline of almost. It's not enough to want. You must walk it. So speak it again, not just from your mind, but from the place in you that already lives there. It's not coming. It is here. Again, firmer, louder. It's not coming. It is here. Let that phrase interrupt every thought of delay. Let it pierce through the trance of hoping. Let it override the programming of waiting. You are not in the hallway anymore. You are in the room, and the wealth that matches your word is not preparing to arrive. It is present, available, and waiting for your final yes. So step in, speak up, and walk like it's already yours. Because it is. And so it is. You cannot speak like royalty and walk like a beggar. You cannot decree overflow and dress in delay. You cannot ask for millions and carry yourself like someone still trying to prove they deserve $1. This is not about vanity. This is about vibrational accuracy. The law responds not to your wish, but to your witness. And what is a witness? It is the visible, felt, energetic evidence that you already believe what you said. You cannot just say you are wealthy. You must look, walk, breathe, decide, and respond as one whose reality already reflects it in the invisible. You do not need to see the number in the account to start calibrating to its arrival. You start now, not as performance, as pattern. You must become the answer before it appears. Say this aloud and let the rhythm rewrite you. I dress, walk, and speak from wealth now. Again, I dress, walk, and speak from wealth now. You are not pretending. You are preparing. You are not faking. You are forming. You are aligning your outer shell with your inner decree. You are commanding your nervous system to let go of the identity of lack. You are telling your environment, match me now. No more mismatched frequency. No more speaking wealth and embodying worry. No more affirming riches and radiating fear. Every inch of you must say yes to what you claimed. Picture it clearly. A check is in your hand, larger than anything you've ever seen, not in a dream, not in the future. Now it has arrived, and you are not panicked. You are not spinning, you are still. Your spine is straight, your breath is deep, your eyes are soft. You are not clenching, not guarding, not overthinking. You are holding it like it was always meant to be there. Because it was. You're not shocked. You're not blessed and confused. You're ready, not hyped, not hysterical, grounded, grateful, certain. This is the posture of one who understands law. This is the walk of one who is not surprised by answered prayer. Let your clothing reflect the way you want to feel. Let your speech carry the calm of those who no longer beg. Let your movement be unhurried. Let your decisions be free from desperation. Stop explaining your lack. Stop defending your delay. Stop hiding your desire. Look like what you've asked for, not for the world's approval, but for vibrational alignment. When you match the wealth inwardly, the law must reflect it outwardly. This is stewardship. This is maturity. This is walking as the demonstration, not the question mark. Say it once more, like it's already done. I dress, walk, and speak from wealth now. Again, I dress, walk, and speak from wealth now. You are not waiting for permission. You are not asking for proof. You are not playing spiritual dress-up. You are declaring to your entire being, I am the one. I live in wealth now. I carry it with poise, with grace, with divine stability. I walk in the manner of those who know they are chosen, and I allow the world to catch up to my word. And so it is. There is a difference between believing that wealth is possible and knowing that you are the chosen vessel through which it must arrive. You have spent enough time admiring other people's blessings, nodding politely at the overflow of others while wondering if God somehow skipped your name in the divine registry of abundance. But I speak to you now, not as a stranger to truth, but as the chosen channel. I speak to the part of you that already knows you were not born to scrape and survive. You were born to demonstrate divine circulation. You were born to speak and watch matter obey. This is your moment to reject the final lie. The lie that says someone else is more aligned, more spiritual, more worthy, more ready. You must speak over the voice of shame that tells you you're too late, the voice of guilt that whispers you didn't earn it, the voice of disbelief that pretends you're too broken. These voices are not law. They are ghosts of a self that no longer lives here, and it's time for them to leave. Say it now with full authority. I am the winning channel God trusts with wealth. Again, as a hammer blow against every lingering shadow. I am the winning channel God trusts with wealth. You are not luck. You are not chance. You are not the backup option. You are the strategy. You are the delivery system. You are the divine vessel. And the money, the ideas, the opportunities, the windfalls, they are not coming to you. They are coming through you. Because Spirit trusts you to carry it well, to multiply it, to speak from it, to shine in it. Let this be the day your old identity dies, the version of you that doubted, that disqualified, that delayed. Let this be the hour where you say enough. Enough watching from the sidelines. Enough praising others while hiding your light. Enough deferring your demonstration. You are the one. And the law is listening. You do not need permission. You only need to speak as the chosen one. So here is your challenge. Stand up inside. Speak out loud. Let every cell in your body hear you say it. I am the winning channel God trusts with wealth. Once more, no echo of hesitation. I am the winning channel God trusts with wealth. This is not just a phrase. This is a contract, a throne, a key, and you've just turned it. The vaults are already responding, and so it is. Let the breath deepen now. Let the tongue take its sacred role again. Let the body become a vessel not of worry, but of word. You are not here to wish. You are not here to beg. You are not here to hope for luck from a reluctant heaven. You are here to activate law through sound. You are here to train every cell in your body to respond to your speech as command. This is the temple of rhythm where declarations become structures, where vibrations become vessels, where repetition becomes reality. Do not say these words for comfort. Say them as commandments. Say them as keys. Begin. My wealth is seen, safe, and spiritual. Again, my wealth is seen, safe, and spiritual. You are no longer afraid of being visible. You are no longer hiding in the shadows of modesty or shrinking from the glare of overflow. Your wealth is not at risk. It is not exposed to theft or collapse. It is held by spirit, guarded by law, multiplied by divine rhythm. You are not scrambling to protect it. You are stewarding it with grace. Let this be the atmosphere you live in. My wealth is seen, safe, and spiritual. Now step into preparedness. Let your tone shift from hope to certainty. Say, I am prepared for the win I have spoken. Again, with poise and power, I am prepared for the win I have spoken. You are no longer speaking without readiness. You are no longer affirming what you fear. You are no longer declaring and then doubting. You are stable. You are grounded. You are ready in mind, posture, structure, soul. The check can arrive now and find you ready. The blessing can land today and find no resistance. I am prepared for the win I have spoken. Now correct every lie that told you divine reward is slow. Break the false patience of poverty thinking. Speak. There is no delay in divine reward. Again, firmer. There is no delay in divine reward. Time is not the obstacle. Belief is. Spirit is not withholding. Spirit is not measuring and stalling and teasing. Spirit moves at the speed of yes, and your yes has already been declared. The delay was an illusion. The wait was only mental. The reward is ready the moment you are. Say it again. There is no delay in divine reward. And now, let this final line settle over you like oil, like law, like a seal pressed into wax. The wealth I spoke is arriving now. Not tomorrow. Not after you try harder. Not when you feel more worthy. Now, because your speech is law, because your vessel is open, because your vibration is aligned, because you have become the channel. Again, the wealth I spoke is arriving now. And so it must. And so it is. Do you receive it? Not as a pleasant idea, not as a nice moment of inspiration before you scroll away, but as law, as decree, as unshakable truth that has now taken root in the soil of your soul. Do you receive the reality that you are no longer waiting, no longer hoping, no longer deferring your demonstration to a better day or a more worthy version of yourself? Do you receive that the vault has already opened, that the numbers have already aligned, that the spoken word has already done what the world told you was impossible? This is not about excitement. This is about alignment. This is about stepping into full agreement with the divine system that never fails. So I ask again, not to fill space, but to confront every part of you that still wavers. Do you receive it? Then let heaven and earth witness your response. Let the scroll of this moment be marked by your decree. Comment it below, not for me, but for the activation of your own soul. I am the winning word. Say it aloud first, then write it in digital stone. I am the winning word. And if you've been fed by this flame, stay near the fire. Subscribe not for content, but for covenant. Return here not for curiosity, but for continuation. Because this isn't just a video. This is your vault, and every time you press play, you return to your throne. And so it is. Now we return, not to repeat, but to reign. We return to the center of all we've spoken, all we've declared, all we've now embodied. Not to review, but to rule. This is the place where the spiral completes, where the echo becomes thunder, where the seed becomes substance. You have not been listening passively. You have been building, layer by layer, law by law, line by line, a new energetic architecture inside your soul. This is not positive thinking. This is divine construction. And now, as this activation reaches its final arc, it is time to seal it, not softly, not politely, but with the boldness of one who understands that spoken law is sovereign law. Let us review, not mentally, but with spiritual fire. What moves the miracle? Law. What activates the law? Voice. What gives the voice its power? Certainty. What ends the delay? Declaration. What changes the number, the pattern, the sequence? You. Not the odds, not the machine, not the clock. You, standing as the Word made flesh, speaking wealth into form because you have finally remembered who you are. So speak now, not for memory, but for manifestation. Say, my voice wins. Again, my voice wins. Not just once, not occasionally, not when the mood is right, always. Your voice is the thread between invisible and visible. Your voice is the vibration that reorders reality. Your voice is not noise. It is a command system. You are no longer hoping for winning conditions. You speak them into existence. Say it until the earth hears you. My voice wins. Now speak the impact. Speak the arrival. Say, my word lands. Again, my word lands. It does not evaporate. It does not bounce off the sky. It does not float unanswered. It goes out, finds its match, and forms what I have said. Like lightning seeking the earth, like a key finding its lock, like a seed finding fertile soil, my word does not miss. My word lands. It lands in bank accounts. It lands in inboxes. It lands in contracts. It lands in real-world outcomes that prove law is not fantasy, it is fact. And now, for the final decree, the one that rolls back all resistance, the one that completes the loop, the one that Spirit has been waiting for since you first whispered, what if? Say it with the full weight of all you now know. The spiritual jackpot is mine now. Again, deeper. The spiritual jackpot is mine now. It is not pending. It is not under review. It is not on delay. It is mine. Now, because I have matched it in tone, I have prepared the inner structure. I have erased the lie of unworthiness. I have replaced luck with law. I have made peace with overflow. I have married abundance. I have ended the game of someday. I have spoken as the chosen. And now, by divine sequence and spiritual decree, the vault opens, the flood flows, the answer lands. The spiritual jackpot is mine now. Let that final line resound in your cells. Let it become the rhythm of your rising. Let it echo in your sleep, in your breath, in your decisions. Let every room you enter recognize the sound of someone who has already won. You are not the seeker anymore. You are the source. You are the formula. You are the manifestation walking. Say it one last time. My voice wins, my word lands. The spiritual jackpot is mine now. And so it is, forever.